estate sector. And to do so, we have a fantastic lineup of eminent experts in the industry with us today to discuss some very interesting and relevant topics. This event is also being streamed live on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealityplus.com, and also on the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Reality Plus Facebook page, which is at the rate RP Reality Plus. As this is the world of social media, please remember to tag all of us. Our social media handles are at the rate RP Reality Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_reality on Instagram. Without further ado, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Reality Plus. May I please request my team to now play the AV.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It takes days to develop a vision and months to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed of the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
May I now request our team to please give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Business World.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital Communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast news groups and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. We subscribe to our patronage. This right, business will begin. Follow Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in.
And now may I please request him to give us a brief introduction into the world of E4M as well.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and NHA are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
So this was a brief snippet about Reality Plus, the BW Business World, and E4M2 and what their latest initiatives are. To get to know Reality Plus better, you get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Reality Plus. We now begin the event with the inaugural lighting of the lamp and the nation mantra. To do the honors, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group, Arvind Rai, Senior Director, Valuation Services, Colliers, Dr. Dharmesh Shah, CEO, Hero Reality Private Limited, and Dr. Ananta S. Raghuvanshi, Founder and President, Naritco Mahi. Please. Vakratunda Mahanakam Surya Koti Samakranam Nirvignam Kurvende Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Vakratunda Mahanakam Surya Koti Samakranam Nirvignam Kurvende Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Thank you so much, everybody, for giving the honors. Thank you. And before we get started, we would also like to express a sincere appreciation to all of those who helped us make this event come together. The event is powered by Hero Reality Private Limited. Our co-partners are Energy Housing Finance Limited and Magic Creek. The event associates are Signature Global India Limited, Alpha Corp, M2K, Victoria Lips, Yolate Ventures LLP. Our technology partner is Propacity, and industry partners are GBCI and Naritco. We also thank our business media partner, BW Business World Group, and the online media partner, exchangeformedia.com. And this event has been seamlessly organized by Team Reality Plus. Thank you so much to all our partners. We couldn't have really done this without all of you and your support. And with that, we move on with our inaugural address by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. I have his brief introduction with me as well. Known as India's media mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra is a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an internal optimist all rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media World into digital, events, and BW communities. Please join me in welcoming for the inaugural address, Dr. Anurag Batra, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the Reality Plus North event, and kudos to Tripti and Sapna and the entire Reality Plus team for doing this. I'm more like a guest here and here for my team, and I worked with some of them for a very, very long time. So really grateful to the team for putting this with the freshness and of relevance to the industry. I also want to utilize this opportunity to welcome some friends who I've known for many years, were leaders in the real estate. Some friends I don't know, but I know about them, and hopefully we'll get to know them in the course of the day. I met Mr. Neeraj Bansal, who's the co-head and CEO of the India Global at KPMG in India. Anantaji is there, Mr. Goenchi. He's been in real estate in various leadership positions in across organization. He has industry roles. I also met Mr. Subin Rai just now. Been told about Dr. Dinesh Shah, Mr. Gaurav Jain, and at some stage in the evening, Mr. Pradeep Agrawal and Mr. Manu Gaurav. I'm looking forward to seeing my friend Pankaj Ranjan, who I met in 1997 for the first time. I started working with him. I worked in real estate. Last year, he called me something personal. His wife bought a carpet. The carpet owner was he was calling me for that. So that long. So I'm looking forward to seeing Pankaj. I was seeing the agenda. And when I was coming here, I don't know about real estate as much as you know. I'm not a practitioner, but yes, I did work in real estate for about 4 years before I turned an entrepreneur. So I have some knowledge. I also have my friend from my school, Dr. Dheeraj Dogra, is my senior from school. We went to the same convent school in old. So I have lots of friends. I'm looking forward to meet. My friend Dikshu is also going to be here. So I said, what will I talk to you about real estate? Of course, real estate is booming, real estate is cyclical. So it is a good time unless until something major happens in India which is negative. Real estate for the foreseeable future, the demand in almost every segment and sub-segment will be huge. Let's take office space. The amount of office space 3 years back at the peak of COVID, we pronounced the death of office spaces. Office spaces have been reinvented. My friend Vivek Narayan started Koram. Tomorrow in Hyderabad is opening a new experiential kind of MICE office. I mean, what is an office? What is a co-working space? What is a hotel? All that is, kind of coming together. You look at retail. We live in Delhi, and I can tell you, day before yesterday in Mumbai, luxury retail destination was open. All malls are full, the footfalls are back, so sales have been very good. They can be better. Look at warehousing sector. I think in the last 18 to 24 months, it's one sector that has become really very important. Commercial was always important, retail was very important. In the warehousing sector, thanks to the growth in the e-commerce story, more and more warehousing is needed. And hence the warehousing real estate sector. Of course, residential, as more and more users are buying residential properties for self-use, as bigger, as families are upgrading to bigger spaces in terms of residential, the quality of housing demand in terms of investors versus users is skewed toward user, which is seen in the appreciation of real estate across cities, across the quality of residential spaces, whether it's luxury, uber luxury, whether it's affordable housing, which is huge and growing. We have Mr. Agarwal going to talk from Signature Global, going to talk about their story and what they did in the IPO. In the morning, people called me and said he's not being able to. He's been called by CEO to a meeting in Mumbai. So I remember a good couple of years back telling me why they invested in affordable housing. So real estate is doing well. I'm not going to talk to you about real estate because you know about real estate. Where I know a little bit about everything, and maybe one or two things I know a little bit more than others, but I can't say that I know everything. But I'm going to talk to you about 3 things that have been on my mind recently. That you all are senior professionals, leaders, promoters, you lead teams, you lead companies, and sometimes in doing our job, we forget about ourselves. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things. One is quality of sleep. I know you know all that. My dad is going to be 84 in about 42 days. And he's been telling me when I was a child, I used to read a lot. When I eat, I read. Okay. And I've stopped doing that now. He would tell me, no, Anurag, eat, leave the newspaper away. I was 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. Now I go to a nutritional therapist who tells me, chew your food 32 times. That's how you eat less. That's how your urge to eat So you know all this, we know all this, but we forget. So I want to show you, can I get, I want to ask you, this presentation I put together before 6th October. The reason I mentioned that is, I want to talk to you about sleep, I'll come to that. I want to talk to you about sustainability, and I want to talk to you about kindness. I don't want to talk to you about real estate. I think even about these three, you may know more than me, but I'm just, this is my current state of mind. Do you know who this guy is? Does anybody know who this guy is? So for starters, he's an Israeli. That's why I said I did this photo before 6th October. In 2012, if I'm not wrong, not now, he almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was a couple of steps before Mount Everest, and then one of his co-climbers died. And another co-climber was on the verge of dying. So he had two choices. Either to leave his friends to die, or become the youngest man to climb the Mount Everest. Youngest Israeli, not the youngest human being, but the youngest Israeli. And his name is Nether Ben. When he chose to leave his quest for the Mount Everest, because he felt that he could do that any day, and he chose to descend. He took his friend who was almost on the verge of collapsing and dying, and he, along with another friend, brought him down to the base camp, and God saved the life of that person. During that, he got frostbite. He had to get some of his fingers amputated as he came back, but he saved the life. He had the choice of growing. I think we all have become very individualistic, including me. I will talk about what I feel. I'm a reflection of you. You are a reflection. We are all same. We may be a little different in the way we express ourselves. Whatever. Broadly, we are all same. We have the same aspirations or similar aspirations. So, in a world which is so much about achievement, he chose to leave achievement and do something which is real deep impact. He saved somebody's life. So I think as we grow in our lives, as we have peaks to climb, so to say, in our professional area, I think helping others in a deep way is much more satisfying than a lot of other things. Money is important. I won't say money is not. A sense of achievement by building the companies you're building or helping a client, all that is very important. They depend on you, right? When you run a company, a lot of people, for them, it's their livelihood. Plus, you make an impact in society. So I want to say that kindness is more important than anything. Now, I will tell you that, Himani works with me in my year, 50 and me about 16 years. Sapna was 7 years, Tushar has worked 7, 8 years. A lot of my colleagues have worked around 10, 12, 15 years with me. And then they know that whatever I'm saying, I try and follow it. Now, we all know sleep is very important, but because of our digital devices and because of two kinds of companies, I'm not singling out any company. But today, the biggest enemy to sleep are these companies. One are content companies, which encourage you to binge watch. Instead of sleeping, you watch one show in the night, you watch another show, you watch another show, you watch. I've done this when the Sacred Gifts, when it came out that night, I had a friend from Washington, Sadaji, who was there, and he was living, and I reached home, he was living at our home. And he was watching it, and I started watching him. He had a flight early in the morning till 3:30. I was watching it. He watched 3, 4 episodes. So I did it. Though I mostly resist the temptation of watching TV after 10, except I do watch a lot of news. But that too I have done now. And then companies like food delivery. You want to eat at 2 a.m., you can get food at 2 a.m. So the Netflix, the Zeptos of the world are encouraging you not to sleep. There's so much availability of content, food. Some of you may work from home, so even if morning, so if we want to live long, if we want to be kind, if we want to be mindful, like I slept 11 hours last night, I slept 11 hours the night before. And I'm a normal person. Some people don't believe that. If you sleep, because I am able to sleep, and I have a little trouble these days sleeping because I switched off the AC. and I feel hot. And I'm a guy who's not used to AC till 6, 7 years back. So otherwise, I would get up a little earlier, but I think I sleep a little better in the morning if I wake up and then I go to sleep again. But I read this book about 10, 12 years back, and I read it about 1.5 months back when I was going to Bangalore. And it says there are three. We know that there are hundreds of books I buy. I read 10% of them, but every book has only three things to good health. Biggest is sleep. 60% is good quality sleep. Second is movement, and third is nutrition. What you eat. Eat as less in the morning. People do fasting in 16 hours, 12 hours. That's weird. And the other is don't eat in the night. Eat before 7, ideally before sunset. And then don't eat. But the biggest is sleep. If you are sleep deprived, you will eat more. You will be incoherent in conversation. You will not be mindful. You will be always under pressure. Like today, I'm not. I'm slow. Actually, I like it. And yoga, slowing down your breath. And I am a guy who's always doing something. But that's okay. A lot of people ask me, what is the secret of your high energy? Is that good quality sleep? Right? And the day I don't sleep, I'm miserable. In fact, I fight people, choose people, not physically, but verbally. And I'm telling you, that's the difference between the day. So sleep has such a long-term impact on your body. The more you sleep, I don't get guilty feeling if I oversleep because I'm actually helping myself. So I want all my friends, some of them text me at 12, I'm fast asleep. After 10, 10:30, in fact, I want to get to 9:30 to sleep. And I do a lot of events. I have a social life. It's Diwali time. Once in a while, I will sleep late. It's not. But mostly 25 days a month, I sleep 10 hours. 9, 10, 9, more than 8. So do sleep. This is the most important. Now, let me ask you, what is the single biggest, of course, there is the Israel-Hamas conflict. Yesterday night, just before I slept, I was watching BBC and I was watching Al Jazeera. I was watching Palki's show on CNN called Vantage, and I really liked it. And I tweeted about it. And, it can be a bigger conflict. But what is the biggest, according to you, what is the biggest issue that is being faced by humankind? Of course, there is a war in Ukraine. But what is the single biggest threat to mankind? Pollution is that. Pollution is out. Huh? Come again?
Climate change.
Absolutely. It is climate change. Pollution is part of that. It's vehicular pollution and what we are doing, the stubble burning, these two combined. Look at the number of vehicles in there. So the single biggest issue is climate change, and I do read a lot of books and magazines. I was reading this is 2 months back, the issue of Time magazine at the Habitat, and it asked the question, what is the most important place on earth? Mr. Mishra, you can say, it doesn't seem to you. What is the most important place on earth? And ironically, the place on earth is not a place on earth, it's the ocean. Mr. Mishra does a lot of, he's my lawyer and friend, he does a lot of work in environment. The odd even petition in the High Court when is also his. There's a lot of work in tile. The air pollution, what is called the oxygen bench, that is his petition. So you come at an opportunity. The most important thing, you're also here, is partner interest. The most important place on earth is ocean. We know the temperatures in oceans are rising by 8 degrees, 10 degrees, 12 degrees, definitely more than 8 degrees. And because of that, big mammals in the ocean are not being able to inhabit it. I read the story and I sent it to my daughter in the US, very, very good on such things. Because of this, simply the excreta of the big mammal actually absorbs so much carbon dioxide. And last year I was at a UN summit where my daughter was speaking in Bombay, and the head of the Navy was talking about shrinking ocean and I said, can it be true? Of course, I knew it was true, but it was like, so really, while we are urbanizing, while we are colonizing, where the developments are going up, I think we have to be very mindful of the fact that our ocean and our flora and fauna are very important for the long-term sustainability of our children and hopefully their children and so on and so forth. So really, work as leaders, especially in the built environment, in the real estate sector, adopting sustainable practices both as individuals and leaders who make sure they get embedded in the work that you do is very important. So in sub-Saharan Africa, the temperature in the summer is coming 4 months ahead. 4 months ahead. We know what's happening with the wildfires in America, in Europe. That's not, like Donald Trump is announcing lots of things, he's announcing climate change too. Climate change is not a hoax, it's a reality. Right? Here also, in India also, we are seeing change. I want to end by, I buy a lot of books. I steal books from people's offices. Not steal, I mean, I take away with permission. But I read this book in March. It's called, I don't know where it is gone, but then I'll get to it. It's called, can we put a slide 5? It's called, I read a book called Humankind. It's written by a young Dutch philosopher, young relatively, he's about 40. The book is called Humankind. It's a hopeful history of the world. And he basically has done research over the last 150 years about how humans are kind to each other, how human race and communities are kind to each other. And he has debunked a lot of notions, including Harari saying that the human beings come to their base form, they're competitive, they eat each other, which is also to some extent. And then I went and read his first book, which is called Utopia for Realists. And again, ideas that will change the world. So I just want to say that being kind is the most important thing. It matters to people. Yesterday I was doing salary appraisals in the office, and I ended up being kind. So I slept well, I was rested, I was happy, and I was kind. My CFO texted me 1 hour after I sent out a mail saying you've been too liberal, and that's okay. And I think deeply about it, because again, if you run an organization, you have to work within some parameters and matrix. But I think being kind, erring on the side of kindness is Indian. Sometimes I get worked up about things, I get anxious. But mostly, kindness is a good karma kind of phenomenon. If you were kind to people, you're kind to yourself. Sometimes it's very hard for myself. Why did I do this? Why couldn't I do it perfectly? I've learned to forgive myself and be kind. So I just don't want to go on. I just welcome you to the Reality Plus North Summit, and we are because of the Reality Plus team. I was seeing their Facebook photos in the morning. Sapna Tripti is on my Facebook, and they went to the Gurdwara and said, "Why did you not take me to the Gurdwara?" That was my only complaint. That's the only complaint I have. I'm really blessed with a lovely team. And some of the other colleagues I don't know well. I primarily deal with Tripti and a little bit with Sapna. I also want to use this opportunity to announce Realty Plus's 20th year. We keep adding, because real estate is very local. Also, there is a phenomenon of Indians buying a lot of real estate in Dubai. And a lot of Indians who are still in Dubai are buying a lot of real estate in both ways is happening. So we have launched in partnership with Khalij Times an event JV where we're doing the India Real Estate Show. They used to do it for 3 years, but this year will be bigger, better. So Khalij Times and Realty Plus on 25th and 26th at the JW Marriott Marquis, which is really in the center of Dubai. The hotel have stayed there for some time. We're doing a huge show there, which has great demand. So those of you who want to participate in Sapna, Tripti, you can engage with them. We have the Realty Plus South show in Bangalore on the Bangalore is on the 14th of December, and Hyderabad hopefully on the 19th of December. So we have added Hyderabad this year, we've added Dubai. Hopefully they'll add Goa, they'll add, we do Calcutta, Pune, of course Delhi, Bombay. Hopefully we'll add Chennai to it and Goa to it, and maybe 1 or 2 other, because real estate buying is happening. Always happen locally, especially in residential, in every space. And then there are cities like Dehradun, there are cities like Lucknow, which are developing faster than you can imagine. And I am a very devout Hindu. I go to temple. What next year, 24th Jan, the Ram temple will be will be opened or inaugurated, then already I get lots of texts about buying real estate in Noida. I'm writing a book. I was in Tirupati 2 weeks back, and I was inside the temple. And I'm not written a book. I've made plans to write books many times on many things, but I haven't. But I told myself I'll write a book on how religious tourism and spiritual tourism can add to the economy of this country, because it creates clusters of economic activity. It's not just when there is religious places. They're not just religious places. They're places of livelihood. They're places of economic activity. So really, I think as I'm giving you the example of that I'm a Hindu. I've never been to India, so look forward to going there. But I genuinely believe that we will add some more cities where we find traction, like Lucknow, like Dehradun. We've added Hyderabad and Dubai this year. So thank you for the support and patronage. In the evening at 7, post 7, we have our Realty Plus North Awards. All the winners or the representatives are coming. I look forward to celebrating the success of this sector, which has really bounced back in the last 2.5 years. Almost 3 years back, people had written off this sector. You can never write off 3 sectors: real estate, education, and healthcare. With the consumption story of India is real, it is deep, and it cannot just be an urban story. It will be a semi-urban and a rural story. And that means that the real estate sector will continue to boom, and you all will have a huge impact on the real estate sector. With this, I welcome you to the Realty Plus North edition. Stay kind, sleep more. It adds to your quality of life and your health. It adds to your longevity. And do whatever you do, adopt sustainable practices in the area, because directly in the area that you are in, it can make a huge impact. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your inspiring words and also for taking us through your mini library brief. Thank you. With that, it's time to begin the Realty Plus C Conclave with the first panel discussion of the day. On the topic, Delhi NCR Reality poised for a remarkable year-end. Let me first invite the session moderator, Arvind Rai, Senior Director, Valuation Services, Colliers, India. Arvind has a professional experience of over 15 years in the field of real estate valuation. He has a hands-on experience in valuation, the whole forms of real estate asset classes, including residential, commercial, retail, hospitality, industrial, institutional, warehousing, etc., primarily in the northern and western part of the country. And also has experience of undertaking litigation support cases. Introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, I welcome Dr. Dharmesh Shah, CEO, Hero Reality Private Limited. Dr. Shah is an achievement-driven, high-performance top management executive. He's a wizard in financial planning, having spent nearly a decade with the most reputed financial service brands of the country. He has an exceptionally well-organized track record that demonstrates self-motivation, creativity, and initiative to achieve all the goals that he and his team desire. Up next is Gaurav Jain, CEO, India Projects, Infracorp. Mr. Jain has more than 30 years experience in real estate projects across all functions. For the last 10 years as business head, CEO responsible for P&L and guided projects from their start to their very successful finishes. Previously, he has held key management positions at Bombay Realty, Jindal Realty, Imar, MGF, M3M, ITC, DLF, and JP Group. He's also a visiting faculty in SPA, New Delhi. Now next is Neeraj Bansal, co-head and COO, India Global, KPMG in India. Mr. Bansal is a senior partner with more than 25 years of professional experience. He holds a strong relationship with member firms across Asia, HK, and Taiwan, with a focus on growing inbound and outbound business operations, and is also played the role of a market maker through collaboration with Asian and HK members firms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our session moderator and all our panelists to this discussion. Please. We can be louder, so be the first one. Namaste to all your colleagues, well wishers, mentors, friends. Thank you. Well, also because this is the first panel discussion of the day, and आप लोगों का other personality बहुत बढ़िया कि मैं बीच में आप लोगों को disturb करूं. Please be very very careful of the time because you want to make sure कि हम आप सबसे कुछ ना कुछ सीखें. Of course, and you celebrate the evening with all your hard work. Thank you. Please.
Okay. Yeah, hi. So, as in the convening address only, it was said that the Indian consumption market at present is something which is unprecedented, and post-COVID things have actually changed, and it can be seen across the segments. So earlier, if I can say, prior to COVID, when you used to do the evaluations for any hotel industry or some hospitality sector and all. So we used to generally give a trend of this, what would be the peak time, the off season and all that. I think that currently all these lines have been blurred. So there is now no concept of the weekend, the weekdays, the off season, peak season. Anytime you go, you will find rush of tourists and all that, and almost all the even at the so-called off destinations and all, even there also you will find all those things. Whenever some new car, mobile, TV, whatsoever is launched, these are being grabbed like probably there is a home factor that probably tomorrow it will not be there also. And similar those things are also being observed in the real estate sector also. So especially since 2022, there has been a trend that now we, in terms of the pricing, in terms of the launch and all that, if you find at least the residential sector, you will find that probably we to an extent we have beat the 2013-14 upsurge and the peak at that point of time that was there. So we have already crossed that, and now when it comes to Delhi NCR, I hardly will find anything being launched for less than 10,000 rupees per square feet. I hope they get rid of that. Even when I'm saying 10,000, it is relatively conservative stuff at all. And even in terms of the commercial and all of the rentals, to an extent, are not picking, but at the same point of time, the leasing activity that has also, in fact, almost on the verge of clicking or experiencing the pre-COVID levels and all that. So from that perspective, and when we are talking about a lot of things happening with the real estate and the demand and all, obviously the pricing and all these things are also happening to it in an unprecedented way. Similarly, the land prices also, and some of the land deals that has been done, and definitely I will ask question to sir regarding one of the deals that is very much in the news. So the first of the question for me, I will focus more on the residential, and apart from that, there are a few questions on the office space also. Because when the reason is that typically affordability and all that, and the project costs and those things need to be taken care of. So my first, I just want to take from everyone of you that in light of the current surge in housing prices, where and when it will stabilize.
Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you, Team Realty Plus, for putting up such a great show. This is the million-dollar question. Everyone in industry is asking when these rates are going to get stabilized. In a lighter way, none of us wants the bull runs to stop. We all hope that it continues so that we can fund the events like this. So the bull run should continue, as all of us sitting out here wishes that. But on a serious note, when we were looking at the data, I was observing housing price index for last quarter, Q2 2023, and it shows some 7% increase in housing price across India.
And that growth is more at Q1 of 2023. And even in fact, from last Q2 of 2022, it showed the growth. So obviously, there is a price increase, and that's a sharp increase in a quarter prices, which is showing. Does it because of a healthy movement? Is it because of the economic indicators? Does it overall factors bringing this demand and supply is boosting this price? If you ask all this, I think most of the answers are yes. There is a huge amount of social economic infra spending happening, highest amount of FDI coming in. After G20, Indian image in international diaspora is great. The consumer confidence is great. Obviously, we are able to also ring fence ourselves to a much extent from a global recession. So this rally should continue. I think over the next till the time, say I can say election comes and does something new to India, I don't know. The rally should continue till election is what I see. And post-election, obviously, after 6-8 months of pulling an election period, again, the real estate basic is fundamentally will keep growing. I think this amount of rally, when I compare it with 2011 or 2014, there RERA was not there. The taxes, the GST kind of stuff, reforms were not there, and the customers were not much informed compared to that era. This is a well-informed, well-regulated industry now. Consumers are more informed, and I think everything is available on social media for a consumer or somebody to search and understand what is wrong, what is right. So this is a healthy phenomenon, and I think this healthy phenomenon should continue. I would not say it should stop, but let's hope it continues by positive vibes after the next week.
Thanks for that, and certainly wish the best from the industry perspective on it. But when you look at it, I think there are real estate is intrinsically linked with the fact that how the economy is doing, what's the sentiment like there, and also with a lot of infrastructure projects which are on. So if you look at NCR, I think the fact that we've got very strong connectivity, there are huge projects which are being underway in terms of the road connectivity, and now with the metro expansion, and the fact that the new airport's going to come at the Noida side as well. I think there are very strong positive infrastructure push that we are having on it, which is creating several new micro markets as well in a near future as well as that. And the existing ones are getting supported with the additional infra, like Sona area, you recently with the extension that's happened, the elevated expressway, Delhi-Mumbai connectivity also, and then there are further infrastructure projects are on the Varka expressway. All of us have been waiting for that to open. So I think there are good sentiments from infra push that's happening on that. Buying, of course, is happening with the economic activity moving up there, with people having more disposable income, and post-COVID that initially the frenzy that started to kind of get to a bigger home and also to a better home, upgrade the lifestyle. That's continuing. It's not stopped, it's not abated. That aspiration is certainly there, and everybody wants to kind of get to a next milestone over there. So that's kind of a thing which is certainly supporting all of us there. Economy is in a good, strong condition. The prospects of the fact that all the sentimental value perspectives as well, which are getting done from the government side and from all the other agencies also, which are there, whether it's international or a Indian agency around it, has been kind of giving up some promising stats from a future perspective in that. So when the jobs are getting secured, there's of course the buying is happening in that direction only. And that's where we see the loan activity also, happening in that sense there. Interest rates also are, hovering around 8.5 or 9, they're not above 10, they're not below 7. So I think there also it kind of, says that it's not a low interest regime, but it's a reasonable, stable interest regime as well. So till that time, there are not very probably, because real estate of course is cyclical, but at the same time, it gets impacted a lot with the external forces, there in that. So, if there are not very significant challenges on the economic side of it, and the fact that the launches which are happening, right, do not go towards the top end only, like Uber luxury only getting launched around it, because that's the trend which you've seen in the past, that the moment the step up happens on the real estate buying activity, the development and the launches start to move up, which has happened now as well. You know that there is a luxury and super luxury and uber luxury apartments and similar kind of developments are happening, which is positive. At the same time, the mix of that, if it gets skewed too much, then of course you'll find that there is a balance will get go off. There where you will not find products to kind of buy at a reasonable levels online, which is again kind of gets people into a fix. So we'll start seeing that the developers will again move to kind of launching some reasonable and right sized products as well, to kind of suit the requirement. Right now it's all about positive and all about success which is happening. So we see a particular pattern which is getting followed. And I think I agree to what Ramesh said on the last cycle versus this cycle. I think this cycle certainly there is a lot more strength, a lot more awareness with the buyers as well. RERA support has consolidated several of the developments also and brought much more uniformity in terms of approvals, compliances, to the parts of it as well. As everything happens, some of that is still work in progress. Larger developers, leading developers, of course, have got a lot of things standardized as well. And the frenzy is not to kind of just build. It's there to say that it's about building it for the right purpose as well. So we don't see right now a kind of there is certainly a push to launch that's starting to happen. It's happening as well. But certainly still it's not in the frenzy mode still there. So there is some time left, and and certainly we have a major event coming in next year, which does have a certain impact, on the real estate buying initially and then later as well, a bit there. But at a broader level, if you look at it from an economy and from the general like per capita income rising, the affordability is pretty high at this point in time compared to 2011 and 15. So seems to be in a good spot and it seems to be staying at that level as well. And that's the hope which like Ramesh also said.
It was difficult to get the last answer particular question, but let me be honest, I've been in the business for 30 years only in NCR area. And I can assure you there is no better sweet spot in the entire country than NCR. Having said that, I have no reason to believe that the prices will never go down. They will always be in the right trajectory because the multiple factors. Well, let's understand why NCR has a sweet spot and what are the parameters which will define it. Like many of the gateway cities across the world, Dubai, London, and Rio, Delhi is also Delhi NCR is a gateway area where anybody and everybody from across the northern part of India comes here. Any bureaucrat, any IS officer, anybody who is a businessman wants to have a home in Delhi, depending on the personal capacity, how they want to spend the money here. In the entire NCR area, we have land which varies from 3 to 4 crores an acre to 100 crores an acre, depends on which part of the area you're living in. So we are actually covering the Louis Vuittons as well as the Bata Chappal, the entire gamut of the, I would say, sphere of the pricing. And as Neeraj rightly said, I think one of the most important things which has happened in NCR area is absolutely a very high quality infra push in last 5 years. I'll name a couple of them. UR2 is opening up. Yashobhumi, if you go today from airport side or the Shimurti side, once that, so-called globally gets opened up, you will be touching the Dwarka Expressway. From there, you will be going to NH. And that is the so-called area of Gurgaon, which was supposed to be the backside, will actually take the frontal position right now. Number 2, the biggest airport of Asia is coming up in, UP, which is close to Noida. I forget the name, Zevara. Now, why is it the biggest airport happening? Because there is the consumption, there is the capacity. Right or wrong, this area has a consumption, has a capacity. Industrial push in Delhi NCR area is the highest which is happening in. Bharti has got a new plant coming in Kharkona. Across Haryana, they opened up the entire land for any kind of industrial activity. UP is already a very, very industrialized area. So industry coming in, being backed up by real estate is the classic mantra for a real estate to always boom. There is no way under the sun it will have to go down. Now the question remains that, on the pricing part of it, on the macroeconomic factors, I think macroeconomic factors in the rather place called NCR area have become par for the course actually. Elections are happening here everywhere, whether it's Haryana, whether it's UP, whether it's Delhi, or whether it's the central election. I think we have got used to the fact that this is another event which will happen, and those events which are short-term in nature will not be impacting the larger macroeconomic factors of this place called NCR. So primarily, it's a very gung-ho position and it's a very sweet spot.
Unlike any other part of the country, I think none of the factors which I just talked to you about are applicable in those parts. So, though they are very much established centers in their own right, but there is a kind of a headwind coming from multiple directions to support the real estate, I would say, activity being a very consistently upside. Again, as I said, depend on which part of the spectrum you want to be, the lower or the upper end. I don't see any challenges happening at all in next at least 5 to 10 years time. Thank you.
What we have been witnessing, especially in terms of the land prices and some of the deals that have actually taken place in last 3 to 6 months, where almost earlier, at least I can say that in the summer, 100 crore an acre was something which was completely unheard of. Now, in certain HSBC auction, we experienced quite aggressive, where they bought 4 acres for 400 crores in Sector 53, Gurgaon. Again, another 5.5 acres for 550 crores. And in one of the deal, even Hero Homes is, there is a lot of news around it, and where they have taken, actually, they're in the process of that, and what, as per our information, it is something at around 730 crores for 14 acres. Obviously, the FAR is double there due to the TOD and all. But even that FA side that comes, it is something around 3,500 rupees per square feet. So, considering 3,500 rupees per square feet, typically it would be very difficult to get any visibility for probably for a pricing of less than 12,000 rupees per square feet. So, my first question to you: has the new norm is already there in the market, where earlier typically every developer used to, if it is not on the golf course road, then at least 10,000 was even a big barrier. But now even in the suburbs and even in the peripheral areas, now 10,000, 12,000, 13,000 has become the new normal. And we need in the course of not only in Gurgaon, even if I can see in Noida, the same thing has happened. Noida was on never have market. Probably after the core area, the peripheral area in Sector 150 and all those near Greater Noida and all the projects are being launched for more than 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. So, are we already in the 5-figure mark in terms of square footage and all that?
First of all, from your platform, let me say, the deal says that somebody good land is selling. It's out in the news flow. Godrej is selling, we are like, none of us informed to that. Hello. That is the number like crazy, 50 crore per acre. So let me say from this platform, there's nothing as of sort happening, or nothing has been on paper signed or on paper executed so far. So I hope we clarify to media also, we put some media on the spot also, and we'll be clarifying again, so that nothing as of sort has happened from our side. And even the Godrej had the same kind. As coming to your second question, is 10,000 plus the new norm in Gurgaon? That I would more or less agree with you. What has happened in the last couple of launches which we had? So last launch we had in a Dwarka Expressway. Our phase 1 was underwritten, or we sold at a rate of 7,000-8,000. This last tower we launched, and we were able to get 17,000 as an average. So on a Dwarka Expressway, everybody will be pleased, and some of the bosses will go and ask the CSO that why Hero has been able to sell at 17,000. But yeah, we have been able to get that numbers. So imagine a Dwarka Expressway, New Gurgaon, parallels, kind of a location. 10 to 12,000 has become a new norm. पहले बोला जाता था 7-8 का market है, but Gurgaon per se is more than 10,000 plus market. So all what I have seen of late, we've been also underwriting. We are not underwriting anything less than 15,000-16,000, being a branded player. But that doesn't mean that we buy a high FSI or a high cost FSI. But yeah, obviously, the rate has been improved. I think 10,000-12,000 is the new norm for Gurgaon. And hopefully, it will go up.
Question comes from the affordability. Regarding the affordability, so the biggest issue would be definitely when the per square footage rate is that much. Typically, there is a density constraint and all. The sectoral density and even in but also typically in North India it happens that when we consider a 3 BHK or a premium specification, it is typically with around more than 2,000 square feet. And due to the density constraint, obviously you cannot afford to have a unit of less than a certain size and all that. In that case, even in most conservative situation, the typical ticket size would not be 20 million per unit or something like that. So where the entire story of the affordability and what will happen to those players who are primarily the affordable markets is the time how they are going to achieve that, because already if you see the way the city is growing and typically the business hubs and those are very much concentrated to an extent, and even in the suburbs, very much in the centralized location or the established location. And from that perspective, the connectivity issue, the time taken to travel and all that. So is it time to revise the density norm or is some policy intervention required? And at the same, because obviously price is something which is determinant of the market factors, and there the policy cannot do too much things. But at least in the terms of the density, the FSI norm and all that, certain intervention is required. If that, then in that case, will it not further put an additional burden on the already starved infrastructure and all?
See, I'll tell you honestly, Gurgaon has a capacity to become a global city. It can replicate itself. The Dwarka Expressway can become a next giant road and can have better infrastructure. It has a better infrastructure. It's already the plans are there for the better infrastructure. Now, the way amount of money we spend on the infrastructure in Gurgaon, in Mumbai, in all the tier A cities is all-time high, as you mentioned. Now it's time exactly 600 per person per acre is current density. I think in intense zone. So now it's a time to revise this density to minimum 4 FAR. What I feel 3.5 is what the current number is. And when it goes to a transit zone, it becomes in the range of 2.5. The distance of 500 meters can move to 1 kilometer or something like that. So it is a need of an hour to increase density, because then the more number of people can come. The green zone, because also it is coupled with the density is coupled with the vertical you go. Today, 35, 36, 40 story towers are getting built up. And that's been accepted in this Delhi NCR market. Bombay already has that. In spite of its troubled infrastructure, Bombay is vertical. It's a time for Gurgaon, Haryana to revise the density norms. I think 4 FAR in intense zone is a must.
The last question to you, especially since you have a project on Dwarka Expressway, and obviously Dwarka Expressway is on the verge of completion and all that. The things are actually moving in quite a good pace. But there was a flip side to it where certain news came up regarding the soil condition, especially and where certain structural issues were there. Godrej has also with their one of the projects they've completely come up with some sort of reading plan or something like that. And then there were other couple of instances or news. So apart from obviously, I can understand that most of the projects were of those projects were launched in a time when there was no radar, nothing, and all that, and there was hardly any as such strict regulation. I cannot say that there was no regulation. There were regulations, but they have become stricter and all. But considering this was also to an extent factor the environmental condition or the soil condition. So from that perspective, any interventions the developers are actually thinking about regarding the soil condition especially, and how to mitigate those?
This is not a new condition. This soil situation in Dwarka Expressway has been known for so long. This is something which is not a surprise. So when we started our project, we did thorough geotechnical report, which is required. Soil investigation reports were there, backed by third party. I'm not a structural engineer, but backed by third party reports and third party validation. We designed it in such a way that we don't need to use the water which comes out, and we build separate plan for purifying the water and to use it in the construction. So we took all that step, which doesn't create the issues in terms of corrosion and XYZ issues when the soil issues are there. If you look at Dubai, worst conditions of soil, but still the construction happens. So it was nothing which is, we've been exploring a couple of more land parcels in Dwarka Expressway. And we always, as our first part of the due diligence, we always look at soil investigation report, we look at geotechnical report, and post that we say that, yeah, either we want to go ahead with this land parcel or not. So that is a known devil. It is how effectively you plan against that devil is important. As a branded player, we take utmost care that all our strategies, all our planning is approved by third party, and we get it ready. So I think that's the thing which you can manage.
Really, it is going to be my last question to regarding the residential. Last few questions. Sir, Gaurav sir, just I want to understand that especially we all know that most of the project cost and all that have increased tremendously, and the land to an extent. So as we discussed earlier, that the land cost is also increased to a great extent. And now where almost per acreage is something 50 crores, less than 50 crores, it is very difficult to find out in the current context if it is not, if it is for a high-rise development or something like that. So in that context, how it is going to impact the affordability, and what could be the possible way out to bridge the gap between the viability of the developers and the affordability of the masses?
I think pricing is a very sensitive subject, but let's be honest about it. At the end of the day, from purely business perspective, I think I've said it in a couple of words, we are actually only the chunk of the money is taken by the land, then comes the approvals, then comes the construction part of it. All these three things are as per the market forces. What are we doing thereafter? We are managing the process, we are putting everything together and taking a certain markup. I think the only data available to you is from the listed companies and the branded players. So if you ask them how much money they are making, I think it's a very simple, it's a sub two-digit number, it's a 7 to 8%, I think that they make at the end of the day, which thanks to the way the share market is playing, had it been given a 40x multiplier, share price are good, if it comes to 10 or 20x multiplier, they're not good. So the question is, how is it going to be affecting? So the only solution to the entire discussion is government has put a cap to, let us say, affordable housing in Haryana especially. Now, have they put a cap on the way we buy land? No. What is the biggest one? We only talk about escalation land prices, but let me be honest, a brick has gone from 4 rupees to 8 rupees in the last 4 to 5 years. And then there is no good bricks available. He's talking about soil part of it. Government of Haryana tells you to make usable water, which is using this septic tanks, recycle and bring it to the construction zone. How much it is possible? We all know it's a big facade. There's a big mafia over there, and they don't follow the rules at all. That's the reason every time water being used, some get caught, some don't get caught. But the silver lining in the entire black cloud is that the infrastructure push, as I said, the elephant in the room is now the Delhi master plan, which is opening up nearly 40,000 hectares of land under the new land pooling policy in the green zone, which is right next to, for example, Dwarka Expressway crossing edge of the train. The rate suddenly dropped down to 5 crores a hectare, from 50 crores a hectare to 5 crores. Now that's only stuck because of policy. See, we have made money in this country because of only two factors: A, infra, and B, policy.
Everything else is a grind, everything else is a, working, you get money because you are working on certain things. So this particular land which is opening up now will be the new bastion of all major developers. Gurgaon, right or wrong, today the price have gone up so high because there is a very little supply available for a good location to cost. There is land available. You go take a flight from Indira Gandhi Airport and just see below you, you'll see everything, empty. There's nothing there. But because the policy is coming being such, you need 5 acres from here, affordable has gone out of the window, the land price has gone up so much. So they have to go to the next areas. Infra is giving them a good push. The UA2 will open up fantastic areas. In fact, take a drive over there and you'll see some of the best areas are opening up and not very expensive. I think that's the only way out. Either government puts a cap on the way we buy land or you got to go further. I think there is no third answer because good, bad, ugly, we are driven by the market forces and at the end of the day, we are only aggregators who are controlling markup on the investment bid. And that also people look at 50 to 16% IRR at least, if not more. I represent a company which is based in Bahrain and I think international money is coming here. But some of they also get sucked up into the, with the dollar variations in such. The net returns are also more than 5 to 6%, even if they say 60% higher. I think this is a little bit vicious cycle, but we have to keep playing ball, make up new areas, develop more areas, and somehow assume that there will be some what's can be important. I don't think about it. Thank you.
Now, moving from the residential segment to the office segment, basically. And since when we are saying that there is not a huge possibility for the residential, then definitely at the backup, and it means that the economy is doing well, and then there is a demand for the office space and all. So office leasing activity to an extent, I can with certain data which is there, which say that it has already reached the pre-COVID level. So all those stuff of work from home and all that stuff, to an extent, those lines are getting baked, and now there are a hybrid system, or even many offices pushing the employees to come back to the office at all. So from that perspective, I can say that Delhi NCR is the costliest office rental market in India, and it is the 6th most expensive market across Asia Pacific prime office market. What makes this region an attractive option for investors and developers?
Sure. So from an office perspective, certainly in terms of what you said, I mean, the India or the Delhi office market has been pretty high, and kind of increasing in terms of per square foot also on it. Hong Kong being, of course, the most expensive in that region, and Seoul, the 5th largest, and now Delhi is coming with the 6th one there. We were discussing just a while back, and because the instance as well, like Delhi offers certain, or Delhi NCR, Gurgaon, Noida offers a lot of huge connectivity. There, Gurgaon specifically came up in the back of the airport. The way the airport provides support, for all MNCs and all the domestic travel to happen as well. And a satellite city, which was, contrary to what we were discussing at that one point in time, it was very affordable. And of course, things were different than what the CP district, let's say, was offering, from a commercial perspective. And a lot of greater office supply did come up, over there in that. And consequent to that, Noida as well, which was slightly more industrialized in certain sense, more hardware, electronic and the perspective, which is still continuing also on that. But there is a lot more now services side, which has come up at that side as well. So once the Noida airport opens, right, and Gurgaon, the Delhi airport still is also the expansion side of it there, something more would also come up on it. I think this offers a huge connectivity. With RRTS coming in again, you got, because Delhi NCR is entirely services dominated. Almost 80% of the, businesses are service dominated over there. And you would find that huge number of technology players, huge number of GCCs, BPO was always there for quite some time in several years now, almost 20 plus years. But now the recent change which happened is the number of GCCs increasing, in the Delhi region on that. GCCs are the global in-house centers or global captive centers as they're called. Now the shared service centers are very, very big, users of office space, and also they require huge talent to be available as well. And Delhi offers that, or Delhi NCR offers that, talent as a big magnet for that. And for many of the corporations, Noida, Gurgaon, Delhi have become operational centers, where they are kind of using it like a hub as well, to control some of the regions of Chandigarh, Jaipur, and some of the nearby areas as well as that. So we'll see a continuous influx of more and more GCCs coming in, increasing demand for requirements of people in that way. Of course, there is a hybrid office usage that's happening at this point in time. And certainly in 2020 and 2021, there were a lot of doubts about office requirements and everything on that. Hybrid is a reality. It's happened. It's kind of adjusted also to a lot of companies' requirements also now and that. Some few percentages here and there are which are still kind of getting adjusted to say what would the final mix out of it. But there is certainly majority companies have got a hybrid policy in place. People are required to get to the office for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, at least in a week around it. And also there has been a huge increase in number of job opportunities in these professions as well. So currently the office usage is kind of reaching to a peak level in that way. And it's also a function of what kind of good suppliers are we getting. So grade A office suppliers, given that the Delhi NCR market has seen some very, very large players, both locally, regionally, always been present, and then also the influx of the developers coming from south as well as from west side of it as well, and setting up both for residential and also the office supply perspective. So we've seen all around very, very nice, good development that's happened on the grade A office supply. So the companies are moving to larger office requirements. Two more trends, if I say very specifically, are the fact that the flex space, the co-working space aspect of it, that's been a trend all across the country. But Delhi also has, Delhi NCR has seen it in a very significant way, wherein companies have been able to downsize, look at an office space option, or look at together as a combined option as well. Increase more opportunities for the staff to come and, let's say, do like again a hub and spoke arrangement between the Delhi NCR market. Instead of one office, have 3 offices, 5 offices, 7 offices as well. Offer more flexibility to people. So which is again works in a hybrid environment much more, because the Delhi NCR market's problem with the traffic, with congestion and difficulty on that. Some of it is of course getting solved by the infrastructure push, but as it gets solved, more difficulty will come up as well, which is where this flex option really supports that. So from an office supply and office demand perspective, this is where this demand has kind of led to the increase in the per square foot pricing, and somewhere it looks to be stabilizing and also keeping in tandem with that requirement also.
So traditionally, when we talk about the real estate, generally we consider the residential, commercial, retail, and hospitality as the major segment. But of late, due to the regulations, when more the formal players have also come in, and with all these e-commerce platform and e-commerce stuff and the story which is around that, lot of demand for the warehousing is also there, and apart from that, warehousing takes a great extent now it is considered a very good great opportunity and investment opportunity. Apart from that, the data center stuff is now very new, really for the last 2 years. In fact, data center is also making a lot of traction. So the Delhi NCR market, which was the warehousing market as such, which was increasing year on year, and from the last at least from the last 4 or 5 years, if I can say. Now, in the last half yearly, it has seen certain level of drop, significant drop of something around 40%. And one of the major reasons that could be attributed to that is the opening of various other data centers, warehousing centers in the nearby centers of UP and Haryana. And they are in fact giving a loose competition to the warehousing which are already there in the Delhi NCR market. So from that perspective, what are your predictions, Neeraj?
So from a warehousing perspective, rightly, when you mentioned on it, that there was a very substantial demand which had come up because of on the back of the requirements getting generated over the marketplaces effectively online. And one has seen that there is certain amount of tempering that's happened as well, because during the COVID times, it was all dependent on the marketplaces only from a buying perspective. There was much more buying that was happening also. Somewhere, we were using very nice terms also of revenge buying and revenge, whatever perspective as well, travel happening. So then, from a warehousing perspective also, there are new requirements that come up. A lot of that has got fulfilled as well. Very huge fulfillment centers, have been set up now for Amazon perspective, Flipkart perspective as well. And the fact that Haryana and Noida, I mean the greater parts of Noida, also offer a lot more lucrative options. So when you look at Delhi, I mean the market, the cost of land, which we were discussing earlier from the residential side also, is always expensive and will be more and more expensive also because the supply is what it is, there is that. And connectivity plays a very strong role, from a warehousing perspective to say where you want to situate your mother warehouse effectively. A, requirements of huge land, B, in terms of connectivity, and C, in terms of portability. Then also the fact that it has to meet with certain requirements of that MNC or the local player as well. Of the fact that so like we were discussing Greater Noida or the sector 150 which you mentioned on it. The fact that so many expressways get merged, in that area, along with the Devar Airport coming in. That is the area of land parcel which becomes more attractive, for any of the warehousing players, both the third party logistics, and also for a like a national player like an Amazon or Flipkart as well on that.
Neeraj, I think larger things being said, my request is you work a lot with the government. On the warehousing front, across Haryana, Noida, and Delhi, you should somehow push them for allowing the in-city small warehousing because there is no formal area which are designated for such purposes. They always the large rural land, legal companies, so they just make up sheds and make the best of whatever is. But this is need of the hour. Obviously, everybody can't now go for all these. Maybe, they have in-city warehousing which is allowed. And there have been talks about it, especially in the Delhi center. They will put the GD area, but definitely, you are working with the government. So if there's a policy request from your side, it holds a lot of value. I'm sure, this is the need. And it will take away a lot of traffic from the road. It will take away a lot of effort in developing it. So it's just a small house.
No, I'm happy to get on work and get more inputs on that as well there. Certainly.
Okay. The last question to you, so especially the capital inflow, it was something that in excess of that previously got pre-2020. Most of that actually came out by the DLCR. So as real estate continues to remain a good investment grade, how has the investment landscape evolved over the years, and what are some of the emerging and outdated?
Sure. So I think, if I may say, let's say on that, so one, major investment that is happening through private equity inflows or the direct FDI inflows as well. I think there is one emergence, a lot more money getting channelized through alternate investment funds there is that, which we've seen increasing in the last 5 years. Every year it's been in 7 years, almost 100% plus growth has also happened on the AIF's part of it there. The second is in terms of the fact that the real estate investment, whether to buy a home or to kind of the desire to have risk investment, right, is kind of gone down to that age of 25 to 35 bracket, which was unheard of, or let's say not experienced that much on it. But the fact that there is so much of digital platforms available today, right, which are making it very painless, easy, superb access of information also, and the fact that these new change platforms which have come up, the prop tech, if you go call them on it, they have made it one very extremely easy. The second made the process very transparent as well about it. And third, some of them are being held by very, very experienced professionals, who are part of either a large fund or have been part of large developer, fundraising and other perspective on it, which is kind of giving a lot more confidence and comfort for the individuals to kind of hold, their investments with them. And the fact that they've been able to raise that much of money around it. So it's kind of leading to that hybrid financing coming in there. And I think third trend, if I may say that, the digital asset side of it, tokenization, right? Because that is also one sees coming up in a good way now with that, saying so from the involvement of more and more crypto getting into, the real estate side of it as well. is something that, we'll see as a trend coming in more, in the future years as well. Because that's something which is, while of course all of us have seen what happened to Bitcoin around it. And of course, now it's kind of come up also around it. So these are what they are as an assets around it. But the fact that apart from traditional investors, we have this larger pool of new investors also, right? Who are wanting to take certain chances, who are ready to kind of adopt a new platform, is a very interesting and a very good trend as well, which is coming up now.
So the last question to you is especially regarding the Noida for that. So there has been certain policy change also in Noida where earlier the builder used to give the tranche-wise payment or something like that to the authority. Now all the upfront payment need to come right from day zero. The land payment apart from the project cost, right? So and what we can see that earlier it used to be the affordable option for money. But now all of a sudden we are seeing that the residential prices in Noida to an extent almost parallel to Gurgaon. So where in the pretext of the new design where the land payment need to be done right at day zero, how the developers are going to cope with that? With this supplying already many of the developers in Noida and with the they are also to an extent struggling to much extent. So where things are moving in Noida.
This is a controversial discussion. So won't quote me on that, but one of the biggest reasons why RERA came is because of the erstwhile policies of MP that the developer could pay only 10% and take a project that could never deliver that. They all want more than they could achieve. If you see the counterpart Haryana, not a single developer has gone bust because they had invested serious money in the land and their homes cost. So this was a key difference. Somebody who invested literally 50% of the project value on up day one versus somebody who invested only 10% on day one. And because there's no skin in the game. So I think it's a very welcome sign that you see anybody who's doing business today across the country. Look at any manufacturing. They do a full financial closure before they start the factory. They have the product ready before they ship it out. And when this is in the showroom, the guy buys it. It's a ready product. I think we are still selling off plan. So I think it's a good maturity of the market. I think Noida will benefit a lot if the policy will see serious vendors coming in. That's what is happening. Initially, anybody who was in Noida you had never heard of him. But today you have good branded players coming in there. Today you are having the reason why the prices have gone up is because people have a faith in the window coming in there. And obviously infrastructure has taken its own shape, which is a major fact. But I am very much for the support that there should be no free lunch. Government should be able to get their money off and look at anybody who's stuck up. All the NCLT cases are in other projects. Names of more than 3 names actually. And they're big ones, they're not small ones. And how will they come out of this mess? How will the banks give the money? How will the, anybody for that? Even Supreme Court not able to. NBCC has said that, we're only project managers. Give us the money, we deliver the project. There is a challenge, but with this new change, I think it should be a welcome change. Whatever happens, if you're able to buy 1 kg versus 100 kg, put the money, buy it, go home. This is my take on this. Thank you.
From the audience, any question?
So, a question to all the panelists. So, what could be possibly some leading indicators where we could see this party slowing down in terms of your previous experiences? So, what would be the leading indicators one can watch?
Why you want party to slow down?
As an investor, I have to be cautious of what can be wrong. I would rather question.
So, as price goes up, there are multiple indicators. Similarly, it goes down, it also has multiple indicators. One big factor which might impact current rally is the global recession or the global turmoil or the wars which is happening around. That might impact to a certain extent. if it continues, the crude oil prices, the global economy might impact us over us for I think 8, 9, 10 months from now on. That's the only indicator which I see might impact real estate. Otherwise, it's a healthy growth, healthy sign, and the revenue should continue. And as I said, election is also one of the factors, but it is not going to dip down the prices. It's going to stabilize, cool off it for some period. And again, basis of fundamental, real estate will continue its rally. I think real estate next 5, 6 years will be in the range of inflation percentage. It will grow as per the inflation more than, or maybe 1 or 2 basis points more than inflation.
I'd like to add a couple of points here that purely as an investor, and I've been an investor for quite a while, you should be able to, change your asset classes. Beyond a point, an apartment becomes a law of diminishing returns. At 20,000 will not become 40,000 in next 5 years, even if it's in the best of the location. However, a raw piece of land has become 3 times in after COVID actually. Secondly, any of these blips or any of these global events, like I should have been smart enough, though I was down with COVID at that time, to put some money into some of the stocks when COVID was happening. But then we were worrying about a survival at that time. So I think when these global phenomena happen, like whatever war, everything is happening, you got for good deals actually at that time. But India will not offer you those good deals because we have to be honest, we are quite insulated, we are quite okay. But definitely, look at maybe some tier B cities right now, where infra is happening, where roads are happening. Today, Delhi, Dehradun, if some of you watch YouTube, you see the YouTube, some of the videos, Delhi, Dehradun expressway is being shown. It's a mind-blowing construction is going on. And again, if you see the land prices, they've gone up at least 3 times in the last 3 years. So somehow you need to now come out of the comfort zone of buying only a ready building, versus the plot, versus the acre. I think that's the phenomenon. Convert your square yards into acre, that's good square yards. Go ahead and do that. I'm sure, money will be invested here.
Thanks to all the speakers, and it was quite an insightful session. So we will go to the next session. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Definitely request Realty Conclave Managing Director Key Demand to join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to all the panelists and a moderator, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very quickly, moving on to the next panel discussion, which is on laws of real estate, dilemma of legal overlaps and ambiguities. The discussion will be chaired by Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal, Advocates, and Consultants. Sudhir Mishra founded Trust Legal, which is RSC Consulting 2019, top law firm in the country. He's one of the leading and eminent media, broadcasting, and environmental lawyers in the country, and has also developed considerable litigation practice. He's also a door tenant at number 5 Barristers at Chambers, United Kingdom. Introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, I welcome Abhishek Awasthi, senior partner, EZB and partners. Abhishek Awasthi has advised various private equity funds on various real estate projects in the retail, commercial, hospitality, and residential space across the country. He has participated in legal due diligence of land parcels for setting up of industrial, residential, commercial, retail, and warehousing projects, assisted in drafting and negotiating project management agreements, development management agreements, leases, leads and the likes, and advice to developers on local regulatory compliance and RERA regulations. Joining them is Neeraj Kumar, partner, DNK Legal. With over 2 decades of experience, Needed works closely with clients to ensure the transactions are well structured at the outset, from both a strategic and commercial perspective, to achieving the commercial objectives. Needed provides end-to-end support to its clients, including drawing up dispute resolution strategies and appearing before the courts and tribunals in India. Those are member of CII Task Force on Ease of Doing Business. Joining them is Santosh Agarwal, Executive Director and CFO, AlphaCon. Santosh has an experience of more than 2 decades in streamlining business operations that drive growth, increase efficiency and bottom line profit. Santosh has hands-on experience in forging partnerships with financial institutions and private equity players and has been credited with successfully managing foreign direct investments in the organization. Up next is Siddharth Batra, advocate on record, Supreme Court of India, managing partner, Satram Das V & Co. Siddharth is practicing before the Supreme Court, Delhi High Court, and various other courts and tribunals all over the country. He has over 10 years of experience in handling litigation and work assignments for real estate, land acquisitions, and dispute resolutions. He also caters to several French companies and provides them with legal support and advice. Joining them is Supriya Chatterjee, head of North Tenant Advisory Group, Cushman and Wakefield. Supriya's career spans over 18 years. She has emerged as one of the senior leaders in the RE industry and has spent over 8 years now in Cushman and Wakefield. She's currently managing a team of about 40 brokers in North India, and 50% of Supriya's team comprises of women, and she's an inspiration to the young women in the business. Joining them is Vaibhav Suri, partner, real estate, Luthra and Luthra Law Offices. Vaibhav, with more than 17 years of experience as a transaction lawyer, offering advisory and legal assistance on real estate and property laws and associated regulatory works to onshore and offshore real estate developers, investors, and high net worth individuals. So Dhirji, I'm sure a heavy panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. If you all settle down, I think we had a very detailed introduction. So I won't further delve into the introduction part. We'll come straight away to the topic which we have been given. Legal is a very important, whether you call it a cost center or a profit center, but it's pretty important for real estate sector, and a lot of overlapping and understanding and lack of clarity is something which the real estate sector is battling with. And we have virtually every major law firm, all the top law firms is represented by their star partners here. We have a Supreme Court advocate who was the additional Advocate General of Haryana with us, and Supriya who will talk about the leasing sector. So, and Santoshi is also here who will give us a little bit of a hybrid feeling, what he thinks that the legal per se from his lens as a CFO, what he looks at. So I will start with Santoshi with you, that what are the key challenges you think the entire real estate sector faces, especially if you say that what are the ambiguities which are like 1, 2, 3 for you, which the real estate sector is battling?
Thank you, Santoshi. I would like to first point out there are certain issues which has recently cropped up in the real estate industry. We all know that a lot of buyers were suffering with the delay in constructions due to various reasons. The government came out with the IBC. The problem here, what we are facing as an industry is in the IBC, even though we have got the project as a resolution applicant, but the orders passed by the authorities are actually not going very well in the authorities. They are not in a position or they don't want to accept it the way the orders have been delivered by the respective benches. Still, their legal teams are trying to go in appeal that, okay, my cost has been taken out, or how can the NCLT can come and decide something which is in our domain. If you go on the environmental clearances, if you go to them, they are talking about their own law. They are saying we don't know what the NCLT is doing, we know our own law. Similarly, if you go on the approval sides, they are talking about their own laws. Even I came across where authorities are saying that whatever you got in the NCLT, we will not abide by that and we will follow our own law, which talks about the remissions in the cost or whatever waivers are there. So it is in the discretion of those authorities to decide. So practically, for the reason for which people have gone into IBC against real estate companies is not getting resolved. Still, this is getting delayed day by day, 1 or 2 years in getting the approvals. Where the initial thought process under the IBC is that the project will start within 2 to 3 months from the approval granted by the NC.
Yeah.
This is one area. Second area, even if RERA has come up, but there is no clarity, okay, which will prevail. Like just before this discussion, we were talking about the RWS taking over the maintenance. Now the RERA Act provides that the whoever is the promoter of the project will be responsible for 5 years for the construction done by them. Now that moment you get an OC from the department, as per the law, you have to hand over the maintenance to the RWA.
Correct.
Now, what a builder can do if you have handed over the maintenance to an RWA agency where the responsibility is not fixed? What a developer can do after 2 years, you come and say, look, this is something which is not done properly. So these are the machines which are being used. Nowadays, every builder is using best of
Okay.
everything. Which, how will they handle it? They don't have experience.
Okay, so let's just start with these initial thoughts that you see them. Neeraj, with your almost 2 decades of experience in
Yes.
understanding and working in real estate sector, you were one of the early believers in the sector. So you will talk about RERA, but also take us to a journey that what has eased for business for real estate sector. Which are the silver spots for you? That these are the states which are really where real estate sector is facing lesser resistance so far as law is concerned. And what is the glowing aspect of RERA implementation for you? Positive side of it.
Let me tell you one thing. After RERA coming in, no doubt, there is a lot of confidence has come within the industry, on the industry.
Let Neeraj answer that, sir. Yeah.
Just to continue.
Yes.
I think RERA definitely shows some real belief of the customer in the industry. Prior to that, we have seen the kind of impact that we have seen in the market. It was a cost of not only one particular level. So, with coming of RERA, the compliance and the liability that has been observed by the developer, there is sense of responsibility that has been, and with that sense of responsibility coming into the developer, we are hopeful that there will be much lesser default that we have seen in the past. Just to one point I wanted to touch on what Rajat said. With respect to the resolution plans approved by the SCLT and its implementation, somewhere RA also need to understand the realm under which the plan gets. If I will just take an example. So an agency like HSIIT, so that has a two input. It is also a landowner. It is also at times a lender. So what plan gets submitted, what can be approved by SCLT will be enforced, or will definitely can be enforced against the HSIIT with respect as far as they are responsible. But in case there are defects and liabilities or non-compliance of the body was the corporate data which is under one responsibility and has been taken over by SRE. Those non-compliances etc. cannot be controlled under that. That is the fundamental construct that one needs to see and basically has to understand when you are going and bidding for an asset. Because we have seen many a time that such kind of dispensations have been sought by the NCLT and NCLT has refrained of giving the. So that is a disconnect. I think somewhere that dialogue has to start between the RA community as well as the NCLT and better understanding of how the IBC
Vaibhav, what are your thoughts practicing in real estate sector? Do you think that duality of jurisdictions like consumer jurisdiction, arbitration jurisdictions, and arbitration, especially the courts have already said that if it can go to a consumer court, then there is no question of an arbitration. What is the actual ground reality for you so far as the developer is concerned and so far as the consumer is concerned?
Thanks, Subir. Of course, the dichotomy has always been there, especially for the home buyers, as to whether he or she has to go for Consumer Protection Act or RERA or IBC, with the latest amendment. But I think over the period of time, courts have clarified that to a large extent, and based on a harmonious interpretation of the provisions under the different statutes. And I think the bottom line which the Supreme Court has held is that it's the doctrine of election. The choice has been left to the home buyers to select whether it is RERA, which is a specialized statute. There are limitations under RERA as to what redressal can be sought, as well as under the Consumer Protection Act, which deals with consumers, not essentially home buyers. One home buyer has to be a consumer to get qualified. And of course, there is deficiency of service, the test which one has to pass. But I think at the end of the day, it's the election left to the home buyers, whether to go under Consumer Protection Act or IBC or under RERA.
Very well. Siddharth, you have to give us a helicopter shot here about sitting in Supreme Court, and you have seen such matters even as an additional advocate general for your state. Haryana is notorious for real estate litigations happening, variety of things. What are some of your thoughts about this entire dilemma and overlaps?
I'll start with what my friend was saying. In fact, when you talk about overlap, Supreme Court has made it we talk about doctrine of election, but Supreme Court has that way proactively said in favor of the consumer when it comes to opting for an option. Like the Supreme Court recently said that the builder can't take up a defense with the arbitration clause. So therefore, you have to do an arbitration. You can't go under the Consumer Protection Act. That's the second law. Santoshji also said things about his difficulty or the other builders are facing difficulty when plan is approved and there is problem with the agencies which are not doing it. And my friend also, on the right side, suggested something. He said that RA has to sit, and ultimately, I believe Supreme Court has made it very clear that the rule of law has to do it. Once the legislation says that it will have an overriding effect on all other agencies as such, I think that has to be implemented at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we have to follow it. An officer can't say no. Please, what the NCLT has approved the plan, you don't take that under the place of it. They have a separate law for that. They have to be sanitized when it comes to such legislation as to what is the purpose. It is basically a property which is taken under distress, and there is a resolution which is provided so that public at large does not suffer, and ultimately a price point is reached wherein it can be beneficial for all the parties. Well, I think the key, what Supreme Court and all the judgments I have observed over the years, the key is the date of finish of the project. I think for every builder, the most important thing is to complete the project on time, and there are no problems. The moment you cross over it, all the problems start arising, whether it's period interest, whether it's about then payment of compensation or a refund of money, and then the project goes haywire. And recently, there has been a lot of jurisprudence which has gone left and right. And in fact, on RERA also, people has interpreted one of the judgments as what is the power of RERA, what are the provisions, how the authority has made, what has happened, what has not happened. But yes, there's some time to go when we have a clear law on this as to how RERA can be more effective.
Yeah.
Today, for RERA to be effective, there's some way to go. Like one of the things which I think really from the perspective of a builder, the major thing which I think is affecting every builder is the moment RERA passes an order which is against the builder, maybe for a refund or delayed compensation. In appeal, the builder has to deposit 100% of the RERA. Like Santosh, we were discussing outside, it's really precarious situation. That in fact, RERA to a subsidiary company holds the subsidiary company liable. And now what the subsidiary company should do, the subsidiary company says, sorry, this is not my project. This is a project of other companies. We have a clear law that both the companies have to be treated as separate entities. So therefore, that company now is entangled by the RERA. You file the appeal, you have to pay 100%. He's rightly gone under 22640 Therefore, yes, obviously their case will be that I am not the party against which rights can be enforced. So therefore, there's still time to go, but obviously we have a lot of jurisprudence which has come up.
So Priya, for leasing, what are the sweet spots and where do we stand in terms of the world? So far as your company is concerned, you represent an international company on leasing. How smooth it is, which are the states you find it very easy, and what are the challenges you face in leasing?
So thank you, Subhiji. I think we are the blue-eyed boys, as we call it, office leasing sector. And as Sir was just talking about timelines, I think thanks to the developers and all the graded developers, not naming one at this point in time, what has happened is there's immense confidence in real estate occupiers, all the blue chip occupiers today. Imagine a situation where the project is just dug and the project is fully leased. I'm talking about 3.5 million square feet of projects in Gurgaon, and at a price which is probably 20 to 30% more premium than their last project. So what has happened, I think in the last few years especially, is that there is a tremendous amount of confidence which has come in because of the pragmatic attitude of developers, not only in NCR, but all across. If you look at Bangalore, Bangalore is I would say the sweet spot for corporate occupiers. Look at the kind of real estate there. Today, this commercial real estate of 600 million square feet of grade A stock. And all the developers have contributed to the positive occupier sentiment. I remember, Stevie, when we were just talking outside, in 2000, this was way back in 2008, we did a deal in CP where I had to haggle with 106 landlords together. And one landlord backing off or not being happy with the lease agreement, the whole deal will follow. Today, what is happening? There are two fundamental things which have happened. Most of the developers are taking leasing right, even if they're selling the units, they have the leasing rights with themselves. So that gives a lot of confidence to the occupiers that, okay, there is just one nodal contact that I have to deal with through and through. The other thing that is happening is this whole segment of co-working, enterprise operators who have come in India, who act as an intermediary between the occupier and the developer, which also helps in mitigating risks in terms of title clearances, etc. I mean, there used to be a time that due diligence title used to be very fearful whether the title will get cleared, etc. Now today, if you ask me, my challenge of the due diligence is the last thing in my mind. And I think this is a huge step towards
some positive thoughts. So before we come to Abhishek, now we are actually going in the direction that as a legal team here and people like you who have seen it from an external angle, if I call as a consumer that if I'm buying an apartment or I'm leasing an office property, that is a complete 360-degree change of circumstances, opinion, perception. So Abhishek, how do we bridge this divide? If I'm buying an apartment in Noida, Greater Noida or Gurgaon, I'm not having the comfort which Supriya is talking about. What is the prime reason for it? All this IPC, RERA, and the wars going on between the buyers and the builders, and how do we reach to the state of bliss which Supriya is talking
about? Thank you, I think we can divide this topic into two sections. One is the era which is pre-RERA and the era which is pre-IPC and post-IPC. So pre-RERA and pre-IPC and post-RERA and post-IPC. So now, if we talk about dilemma, it was not dilemma, it was father of dilemma before RERA. Nobody used to think about any customers. People were just buying land. Places like Noida where you have to pay only 10% and just get the land installment and use the money that is getting collected from the customer and using that money to again pay 10% and get new land. So that was the culture. That was the culture which was prevailing in Noida, Gurgaon, and there's no respite for the customers. Now, after coming of RERA and after the stipulation of putting 70% to 30% into separate account,
and use the 70% for towards the construction and land cost. I think there's a lot of discipline that has come. Before that, I mean, sorry to say, but developers were taking the consumer for a ride. But after RERA, I think there's a lot of discipline that has come in. The legal dilemma has also to an extent has been mitigated. Now customer, I mean, by what he has said is rightly about those commercial offices and malls and properties of those sorts. But from a residential perspective, I think, Sudhirji, lot of serious players have come in, lot of fly-by-night operators have, have vanished. Now, on the IBC side, these fly-by-night operators who have gotten these lands in Noida, Gurgaon, Maharashtra, I think those projects are actually going into insolvency. And people like, say, I mean, say DLF or somebody like ATS or somebody like a big developer who has means to do this project, they will come in and take over those projects and deliver the homes to the home buyers. Now, what is the incentive for them? Why would they come? They will take up, this project and start developing it and doing helping the customer. It's actually because there is a lot of in the project. When the prices were, when they sold the flats to the home buyers, the rate was like 2,000 or 3,000. Now the prices have increased. They can always, put in their resolution plan in which they can say that, for the customers, I will charge this much amount. I will, get these things done in so and so time, which is actually, very helpful if a RA is coming and putting in a plan and getting finally approved. It's only and only because they will give a hard timeline which gets submitted into NCLT, and they will do whatever it takes to finish the project. So to an extent, dilemma, yes, pre-RERA, pre-IBC, there was a dilemma, but now I don't think there may be a 80% clarity and 20% will be dilemma. Because when Weber spoke, he spoke about drop kind of election. So what is the drop kind of election is basically if you have a, say, an arbitration clause in your agreement and you have a RERA, whether RERA will prevail over arbitration and whether consumer can go for an arbitration or he has to go for RERA. So their contrary views there. Maharashtra RERA said no. You have to go under RERA because Section 89 says that you are it's a non-standing legislation and no legislation can prevail over it. But again, when we come to Delhi High Court, they took a different stand. They said that no, it's a doctrine of election that needs to be put in place, and consumer can select whether it's you want to go to arbitration or you want to go to RERA. So that's a doctrine of election. Now coming to Supriya on the leasing side, I believe. A lot of developers are taking this model of keeping the leasing rights with them, which gives a lot of comfort to the tenants who are coming there. Earlier, you will see cases like, say GIP, it's all strata sold, and now you want nothing about it. You can't, even talk to one of the buyers. They will all, living in Kanpur or living in Bihar. You can't do anything about it. But that's a huge property, and now I think some developer or some group has tried to take that property over and speak to the land, the owner. So I think, Supriya, that's a very, very good, help from office point of view as well as from a retail point of view. And yeah, I think
very well put. You want to say something?
Yeah, just taking ahead from where Abhishek was mentioning, and Supriya also touched upon the renting aspect. Now, RERA very categorically says that renting per se is out of the purview of RERA. So if a developer, a commercial developer like DLF, Hines, GIP you mentioned, they want to come out with a project which is purely rental based. There's no strata sale. But a couple of days back, it came to my notice that one of the RERA authorities has taken a view that any kind of project, whether it is renting or sale, that comes within the purview of RERA. In fact, as we speak, we are handling proceedings with one of the other RERA authorities, defending this point that, we are just renting out. There is no sale which is involved. Now, curiously, what RERA says is that leasehold comes within RERA's purview, renting does not. Both have not been defined. But yeah, if you see an interpretation, renting, Supriya would agree with me, is a pure office renting. It could be a 3+3+3, 5+4, but it's a renting model. Thankfully, some authorities like Maharashtra have taken the view that if it is up to 5 years, it is purely renting. the project and the promoter doesn't have to come to us for registration. But as I just mentioned, one of the authorities has put up in its FAQs.
They started using it.
No, any kind of project requires registration.
Yeah.
I think that is the mother of dilemma.
Yeah, so
That's where the ambiguity of the dichotomy is.
Satoshi, coming to you, and you have raised good valid points initially on which we debated and will debate further. But for me, the new minefields are what we were talking about, the RWA, and you talked about the handover from the builder to RWA. And then RWA's inability to repair or take care, but there are newer issues which are big challenge, the pet issue, which has now virtually it was being taken lightly, but it is slowly getting into a zone where it's a law and order problem. And even RWAs can't do much about it. So RWA somehow, there are no laws which specifically regulate them, neither anybody has energy, builder walks out of the entire thing. What are these new challenges which apartments will face and the real estate companies will face, or they will just simply move on to another project? How will this happen?
So actually companies are facing these issues. If you go and talk to any builder, the problems which are already coming to them is regarding the issues. If you go now as it is, the projects which has been handed over 3 years, 4 years ago, if you go to Gurgaon, the district administration is telling them go and get a test done. And these were handed over 3 years, 4 years ago to the RWAs. Now, but under the license, since we are governed by the license, we have 5 years, we have to maintain it. Now, district administration are coming back to us, no, you get this tested. Anything, whatever is happening. So if you go, there are challenges. And if you go under the issues which are coming up, it is mainly, I would not say 100%, but mainly the things which has not been taken care of by the RWAs. There could be financial issues. When I come across these issues, if you go one RWA, if the fire extinguishers are not working or the fire system is not working, they are keeping it as per their budget. Okay, when the budget comes, then they will go and repair it. Now the issue is first time you have been granted the approval for 5 years. Now you have to comply it. So now the issue is that first the approval was granted to builder, they notice that's issued to the builder. It is not to the RWA. So there are many issues that needs to be resolved. This that okay, this has handed over, then the builder gets relieved out of it. Like I give you another example. In the environmental clearance, you must be knowing this that you have to submit a 6 monthly report to the authorities.
Yeah.
Now, if you go and ask the RWAs, 70% of them are not submitting those reports.
Especially for generators and everything
Yes,
you've done.
they are not submitting it. Since they were not aware. You have given them the complete docket at the time of handing over. They are not submitting, they are not facing the law. But if you go, who is going to face the music? It is the developer who is going to face the music tomorrow. Since the environmental clearance was granted in his name, it has not been transferred in the name of the RWA. So you first, since these are things which are criminal charges, but day one, you have to face a criminal charge. You go to the court, you get a stay over it, that look, I am handed over. So this has to be maintained by the RWA. So this is again prior. And you know how nowadays if a FIR gets filed, first your CEO, the MD, everybody will call the police station to explain what is happening on this. So these needs to be, and I am of that opinion that yes, we have come across RERA. RERA has completed 5 years, 6 years. And it will take time and it will evolve during a period of time, the way law evolves.
Right.
And the people will come up with the suggestions. Look, this has been done. So now this responsibility has to be transferred to RWAs, or if RERA wants to make the developer responsible, so it should be given to the developer to make it. Like I give you an example, you are buying a car. Okay? They give you a 5-year warranty on the car. But then they say that you have to get it maintained at the actual centers of the company. This has been challenged in the court, which I know that you can't force a part. Look at it. They are going in the consumer side. They are giving you that right to maintain that car for 5 years. Then only you can ask for a warranty. If you have heard it done from somebody else, then so sorry you have already
Yeah.
why?
I agree.
So why there is, so this is what I always talk that as of now, due to the misdeeds done by some of our brothers in this, we have been taken for granted the behavior of some type of a state son and all that. So this will take time. There are many issues which are coming up in actual implementation of this.
Yes. Neeraj, coming to you for a very important this say. See, basically, this is a friction point between the developer and also now Apartment Owners Association is a very powerful concept because the Supreme Court in various judgments have recognized them, especially in Noida cases. Now, it is sometimes a builder is at a receiving end, especially with regard to the criminal cases which are normally filed. What I want you to give us a detailed description. What are the safeguards builder can have? What are the larger challenges which he faces on the criminal side? What he should be doing? You were talking about it outside. And the second thing is that how a project in Noida comes like a Godrej project. It came and within hours everything was sold off. Like, and I was very proud because across the road where I stay in my own house, I saw this happening. And then no real problem is faced by such people. It means they must be having some do's and don'ts which they do, which other builders, as Santosh Bhai is very rightly saying, can follow.
Right. So, I step back. First and foremost, law which basically govern this handing over of the common amenities, etc. And multiple laws exist. I think that primarily Apartment Ownership Act is actually cast obligation of the developer to transfer all the amenities to the RW. The kind of activism that we have seen, and also a question comes at what stage the RWA has to perform, and how it should become a platform of interaction between the developer and the RWA. In UP, the Apartment Ownership Act envisions creation of apartment, the RWA, at a stage when basically you have effected certain amount of fee. That event gets triggered differently in Delhi and also differently in Africa. So first of all, this uniformity should be brought in across India. What should be the platform and right engagement between the developer and the RWA. Now let's come to the 5-year defect liability period that comes as an obligation of the developer under RERA. Defect liability, if you look at RERA, the fine print says that this is with respect to the civil construction and the art part of it, not the, for example, you have a chiller system or a lift system where the AMC should ideally get altered in the name of the RWA as and when the hand would take place. So there should be a SOPs or do and don'ts prescribed in law or maybe in the rules where we tick the boxes of compliance that on this particular day the maintenance was handed over to RWA with these things altered and mutated in the name of for the benefit of the RWA. And this is the accounts which were rendered because you have to maintain that particular account. This account was rendered and also rendered. The problem is many a time the RWAs are not prepared to take it up. You have developers where the RWA are asking developers to continue with the maintenance. The law doesn't enable actually that problem. So I will particularly sympathize with somebody like you who are good developers. So many and especially in commercial space, the apartment owners, basically the shop owner, they do not want to actually take over the maintenance. They want the building to be maintained and they just want to basically have a yield generating asset. Ideally, there should be some legislative change where in the commercial side, the handover has to be a different regime, and on the resi side, it should be a different regime, and obviously a detailed framework should be so that all this friction that we see between cropping up between RWA and the developer that gets ironed out.
Very well. So basically perception is a big issue now. And a lot of people who actually buy apartments now go through that perception that who all are behind bar or what is happening in this group. And these are serious issues. What do you see? Basically, you have a countrywide experience, you know what happens. Bombay and other places now, we are hearing even other places we have more violations. Abhishek was talking about happening in comparison to NCR, which was notorious. What do you think is the way forward for reducing the delay?
Look, you also said about the Godrej project which is coming across, got sold in a few minutes, so it's the perception, it's Godrej. Sometimes you see what's happening in Gurgaon with DLF. The way properties doing camellias and all that, what they've developed, in fact, it's mind-boggling the way property is riding over there. Of course, there are bad players, good players in every market, and I think in every segment. And yes, some of the real estate players are sometimes paying the price because the perception has gone wrong. Lately, the perception was that whatever case was coming against the builders, if I talk about Consumer Protection Act and the consumer tribunals or the courts that we have, once there was a delay, then courts were ordering refund with interest. But courts were never going into the question as to what is the default on the part of the home buyer or the person in allotting. Because sometimes the project gets stuck because of the reason the money they have to put at various stages they do not put. And the builder has no choice. Builder even cannot raise an invoice. Because the moment he raises an invoice and says you have to pay me this, he has to pay the GST first. And GST is paid, the lottery is not paying. And the project is going left and right. The cost of the project is rising. So I have come across some projects in which I don't say that the entire fault was with the developer. But when coming back to the perception in the real industry lately had gone so wrong against the builder that virtually courts were not even hearing that argument that if there's a default on the part of the lottery, and you can't just reprimand the developer just for that and order everything to be paid, and that will ultimately affect the complete project. You see, if in a project there are 100 home buyers and 100 lotteries, and out of that, refund is ordered for 5. Once the refund is ordered, it completely affects the whole project because the developer comes in under stress. And then, the delay starts. Once the delay starts, the costs are rising and everything really catches up. So that's one difficulty. But yeah, I repeat myself as what I said, you have to complete the project in time. Courts have said that the clauses of the contract which you enter with the lotteries have to be adhered. You have to go exactly by the book. The moment you overstep, obviously there are difficulties. But yes, now I think the start point is that I see that the property prices are rising. I see that the real estate is now picking up really well since we had a bad COVID time as well. And as you were mentioning about lately the cases that we had in which the agencies have stepped in. I feel that somewhere some agencies have overstepped as well. Because a lot of times you talk about the enforcement directorate when you're standing outside, people talk about that enforcement directorate, this, that. But I seriously feel that my opinion is that even if you go by what has been laid by the Supreme Court, the most important judgment, that's Vijay Badrla, where in section 45 of the PMLA was challenged. The Supreme Court specifically said that firstly it has to be the predicate effects. I mean, PMLA can't be just initiated on the face of it. PMLA is not initiated with the generation of money. PMLA is only generated once that money is put somewhere.
Yeah.
It can't be first offense. What is happening is that agencies are overstepping in and the enforcement directorate goes to the builder and they say, okay, you've done this wrong, and then informs the police that, hello, please register a case, which is completely, if you ask me, illegal. Some court sometime will have to come and give a judgment on this that you can't overstep. I think the time is coming.
Yeah, Supriya. So,
Yeah,
what do you want to say?
I just, when you asked me about what is the scope of improvement, I kind of missed answering that, and I was thinking about this. Everything is, obviously, I look at it very positively, and I did talk about it. Once, I think scope of improvement, and I request all my lawyer friends to probably support the developers in that. What's happening is that we just talked about environment, and it just came to my mind when Santoshji was saying that the buildings, once they're, handed over the RWA, what happens? Also on the office front, where there is so much of emphasis, I mean, look at the environment outside, horrible AQI. We all are responsible. Builders are getting their, neat certifications done, whether platinum, gold, But what happens is, it's excellent in the beginning, but what happens, and I've seen this not with the tier one developers so much, it's not that it doesn't happen with them, but with the tier two developers, fancy buildings eventually lose their steam and the maintenance, etc., goes really, really down. And I think from a wastage of energy point of view, the kind of carbon footprint which kind of it leaves, I think there has to be a little more help from maybe putting the clauses, or maybe I think like we have we've always been on the loggerheads with lawyers about indemnity, etc. And when it comes to title, I think this is where one area where both, I think, all the three parties need to work together, the occupiers, the developers, and the legal firms, to ensure that this is something which is not a good to have, but a must have. Today, I think environment is critical to all of us, and sitting in NCR, we can't emphasize.
Now, I just want to add upon what you said, that 5 years back, maybe, no, 6 years back, there was a matter, my partner Petal is sitting, she will remember, one of the best buildings in Gurgaon, One Horizon Center was to be occupied, and a lot of other buildings were supposed to be left by this particular client of mine and come here. And there was a PIL in National Green Tribunal, and Heinz came up with virtually every certification, and we managed to get that thrown out of NGT, that petition. But I realized 2-3 major things, and I want to share it more as from my perspective, as a little bit of environment which I practice. That real estate sector's one major problem today would be that whenever air pollution will come in your way, your construction will be stopped. You will keep on saying that I am following environmental clearance, I am following environmental management plan. What is my fault? Why you are singling me out and closing it? So I was working with Credai, and I had given them an option. I said, you do one of the first ESG reports, in addition to your environmental clearances and management plans, and say that how you're protecting your workers from dust and the surrounding. What do you do for water sprinkling? Take a progressive report, and we did make 1 or 2 reports in that regard. Now, what you do, you file that in advance before all the major petitions which are going on in NGT, Delhi High Court, and other places. Your construction will not be stopped automatically. Not even once real estate body will go to any court. They are always in hands of approach. They stop the construction. They have never ever tried. Once or twice, I have represented Credai, both in NGT and other places, and we have said you cannot do it, and we got it. So I'm saying both the things. Practice environment, because we represent one of the best companies in Bangalore, Total, which is they do beautiful buildings with green surroundings. We are doing some work for them in Goa and other places also. I think I just told them to make a ESG report how they recycle water. I think nowhere in the world somebody is doing like that. Now, if you can make a ESG report, in any case, it is going to be now compulsory from next year virtually for every company which is more than 100 crore. It will be your paper which will be used for your financing, for your board meetings, for your court issues, for pollution control board rates, everything you can use it. But I think we are not moving in those directions. What do you think about perception issues on law? Because what Supriya says, that is sorted, the office leasing. Here also the silver spots are there, Neeraj and Sheikh, they all are mentioning that. What are your tough go areas now?
See, the sector is evolving, and valuation, we have seen how they have sold out COVID. COVID, everybody thought real estate is doomsday, but valuation has skyrocketed. Supriya can definitely vouch for the fact that office space is again the next big thing. So the sector has always remained attractive. The sector has always seen changes. You will have new laws, you will have new amendments. We have project-wise IBC also now kicking in with the Umangri Tech judgment. I think the perception is that the regulators need to see this change as a welcoming and an encouraging change. You have one side, which is the developer community, who takes up a land, conceives a project. You have so many developers who are first-time entrants. They conceive a project, they build a project, want to cash on with that branding, move on to the next project. You have the lending and the investor community, who gather funds, through whichever ways, and pension funds or mutual funds, put in that money for a return, and rightfully so, they need that return. And what they're seeing I think somebody commented, Siddharth also mentioned completion. You conceive a project, you take the approvals, you want that smooth ride for 3-4 years towards completion. And last, very important, the beneficiaries, the customers, they want to see the end product, they want to shift in, they want to put it on rent. I think the regulators need to be mindful of the fact that the 3-4 year journey, 5-year journey need to be smooth. You mentioned about ESGs, environment impact assessment. All are right, but one has to be pragmatic, one has to be situation based, case to case basis, and let the project, see the finish line, because that's the beneficial, way for everyone.
So I won't go into detail, but I'll just tell you, one clarification I'll do. There are 2 universities in South India which had these environmental issues, treat them as a real estate projects. They prepared ESG reports first. And those ESG reports were so overpowering that how they are treating the communities, how they are dealing with soil, how much water discharge they are doing. These are sellable issues for a real estate project in my understanding. So green funds, which are already coming in India, when they come 2 or 3 funds, which I have been knowing, they have the issue, they don't find a single project where they feel that all these environmental parameters are taken. When it comes to the brochure, you see anybody's brochure, they only talk about environment, trees, and the box, and the golf lanes, and all those things. So there's a huge contradiction there.
I'll give you another example, Abhishek and
Neeraj.
Sorry. Abhishek and Neeraj would.
He's a big daddy of real estate.
I was confusing him with Nikhil for some reason, but Abhishek and Neeraj would have dealt with, especially if somebody is from Bangalore. There is a term called Raj Kaleva in Bangalore, which is a government train. It is based on some 1930s map, which is there. Project is conceived, project is nearing completion, and suddenly you get a notice that, there is a Raj Kaleva passing through your project based on the 1930s map. What do you do?
Exactly, but the Bangalore, unfortunately, Karnataka Credai was representing the whole pond issue of Bangalore.
That's what I'm referring
to. So that pond issue, so now this is very good question. The Forest Conservation Act came in 1980, but the Indian Forest Act is of 1927. So all these ponds and forests were shown as forest in that. Now, when the due diligence was done, nobody thought of checking into the forest department at that time. So these are the problems actually. And for a place like Bangalore, it was supposed to be known as, I think, a city of ponds or lake city or what, I don't know what is the exact term for that. But where is that anymore? You take from within Whitefield, you take 2 hours to reach from your office across the road actually. There are jokes about it, how much time it takes. Abhishek, last word to you.
I fully agree with what Bhagav said, and I can give you an example. In Gurgaon also, I think is a very big developer who has developed properties, plotted development, and it's been there for like past 8-9 years. And suddenly one day there's an order that comes in and says that canal, there's a canal which is passing. On ground there is no canal. Everything has been plotted, every possession has been given, people have constructed their home, but no, there's a canal which is going, and government is coming and saying that what we. Of course, we went to High Court and got a say on that. But again, this is what happened.
I'll just you see, Neil Supriya, meeting after 15 or 17 years, we were doing a project where suddenly God appeared at the project site. That was the charge act. That came in newspapers, and that's the reason since God appeared there, the ski village couldn't be built there. There was a ski village which was coming in Himachal Pradesh. The God apparently came on that mountain. A public hearing, that was the issue. All of us ran to save our life, if you remember that. From mountain, we all climbed down. We saved our life. So coming off a sea disruption is start. Coming off a canal is not a surprise. God directly appeared on the project site. Okay, so we are absolutely time's up, and thank you. It was a wonderful panel, wonderful time spending with all of you. Any questions if you have? We will take 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, you can ask outside. So I think, you have one question. I hope everybody's speechless.
I think a natural words to use that. जब लोग सवाल नहीं पूछते हैं, या तो सब समझ गए हैं, या फिर प्रेशर मॉडरेटर है. What do you think?
मुझे लगता है सवाल आ गया.
You have a question, man? Please.
So, sir, you discussed, the panel discussed that there have been various issues that have been going on in the real estate sector with respect to dichotomy legislation. And you even addressed various concerns. But what specific amendments would you recommend and what specific legislation or specific amendments which could be done in specific legislations and what are those legislations?
Who will take it? Neeraj? Just, no, just recommend 3 things which you will take up.
Okay, first the framework, legislative framework.
Very good question.
In the constitution, land is a state subject and transfer property is a concurrent. That is the genesis why basically you have so many multiple legislation basically governing the basic property issues. Doing a course correction basically means carrying out an amendment in the constitution, especially with respect to issues like uniformity in, say, stamp act rates. That is again a state subject. All states have their own respect, right? Similarly, on land acquisition, etc., for example, or the giving the protection to the land owned by, say, a particular community like SC land. That is again a state subject, and how the protection is granted to them. TLU issues. All these are state issues. A course correction will basically mean carrying out that amendment in the constitution, where this is taken out in a central list, and then basically new fresh legislation is carried out, which is uniform across the length of the country.
From a state to central.
And
That this government should love. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. We are absolutely out of time. We'll ask questions after that.
Thank you so much. Please request VR Regional Manager, LIC Housing Finance Limited, and KJMT Regional Head Marketing, Retail, Commercial, and Projects. Again, from LIC Housing Finance Limited, to please join us on stage and present the token of appreciation to all the panelists and the moderator. Please. It's okay, you can stop the buzzer. Just a second, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. Thank you. Okay, and from that discussion, we now move ahead with an exclusive conversation on retail capital of India. Delhi NCR promising the retail hotspots. And leading this talk is the Devanshu Mittal, Head North India Retail Services ANAROCK. With more than 17 years of experience in retail leasing and shopping centers, libraries, he also heads the retail business for ANAROCK Property Consultancy Private Limited. And joining him is Uttar Pudar, Managing Director and CEO of Bhumika Group. Uttar is an active member of the Entrepreneurs Organization and has been Area Director for Entrepreneurs Organization for South Asia region followed by Group Director and Governance Director for South Asia region. EO is a renowned global non-profit membership organization for business owners. He's also a founder member of Shopping Center Association in India, one of the members of the Managing Committee in PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Devanshu and Uddhav to the stage, please. This is the moment we really clap for them and welcome them. Just take. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Welcome Uddhav. Thank you for having me here. So Uddhav, congratulations first of all for opening a beautiful property, Urban Square in Udaipur. Of course, it's in the nascent stage of becoming a very successful tier 2 center. But what was your experience in making that property, leasing this, taking it to shape and then launching it?
So we started conceptualizing this 5-6 years back, and I think you were the first person to come have a look at the land when it was absolutely vacant. And initially, when we thought about doing the development, every retailer, every developer was thinking, "What are we doing? It's so large; it's a million square feet in a tier 3 city of Udaipur." But we believed in it. We had done a lot of study on the market, and initially we were basically selling the market. We're not selling the project. We were selling Udaipur city to the retailers, convincing them that that's a good market. And unfortunately, in the middle of the development, COVID hit us, and that was a major problem for us because we had by then leased 60-70%. And before we even opened the mall, we saw a major churn of tenants. Generally, you see that after 2-3 years of the mall opening, we saw a churn even before the mall opened. So those are the two major challenges. But once, I think, again, thankfully, even before our mall opened, retail started recovering. So the people who went out, we got better tenants at better rates. The only thing is we also made the retailers believe that we are partnering with you. I think that was the differentiator. We made them believe we are here to be there with you. So we gave them revenue shares for 6 months, 12 months, those kind of concessions so that they get comfort in signing and moving on. That's all. I think otherwise the experience has been good. It's opened in December, the first store opened. We have Shoppers Stop, Lifestyle, Pantaloon, Reliance, Max. PVR is under fit out now. We have Starbucks. We have all leading brands like KFC, Pizza Hut, Mango. All your Madura stores, all of them open now. We have 95 stores already opened in the mall. So the experience has been good. Our first experience with retail and first experience in tier 2.
We're talking about India and Bharat, right? And you have opened a mall in Bharat, which is a tier 2 city, which represents like 80 to 85% of shoppers, like consumers. Having relationship with all the major tenants, launching a property in tier 2, do you see that Delhi NCR being one of the highest per capita income in, consumers have one of the highest per capita income, their expenditure wallet share is maximum in the India. NCR and MMR, probably holds 53% of the retail activity in the country. What are your viewpoints on NCR as a retail destination, and what are your plans for NCR?
I think there are two things. One, I think NCR is an exceptional market. The market depth is amazing. The trading density is way higher than other markets that we are operating in. So retailers are very keen to expand here. But the other thing is the quality of retail infrastructure is very poor. Except a few good market developments in NCR, the quality of development that I'm seeing them, I don't want to name any project or any developer, but the quality of development that we are seeing, people are purely building to sell. People are not building, understanding which tenant is going to come into this space, how are they planning, how are they zoning. So that is not being done in 80% of the developments in NCR. So I think that's a differentiator we bring on the table, and that's what we thought, that's what we realized, because the retailers understand that tier 2 markets are tougher markets as NCR, but they have seen the effort we have done, not just in developing the development, but the quality of effort is going in the running of the mall as well. So when we told them we are launching NCR, we were bombarded with calls. that we want to be part of this development. So that just shows the quality. If I would have told them I'm doing another mall in Jodhpur, I'm 100% sure I would have not got 20% of the calls.
But there is another point, like per square feet, per capita square footage. If we compare today also, it's lowest in India, right? If you compare it with, Western markets like US and other flourished retail markets, even China, even Southeast Asia, like Thailand and all. The per capita square footage is lowest in India. What is the reason behind it? And especially Delhi NCR, sorry.
I think this is not only an NCR problem, I think this is a larger problem for development of quality assets in India. We don't have development capital available. Developers are not interested in making retail because it's such a long gestation project and the capital is not available. The challenge is that either you build and sell projects, which people are doing, and it's much more complicated. If you see vis-a-vis residential, office, which are easy entry exit projects. So developers want to do those projects where they can make money quickly, exit. Here you need to understand retail. So very few people are willing to make that effort to understand retail and get into the space. Few have burned their hands really, they don't want to come back. And now that overall retail, real estate is doing well, people are just doing where they can easily make money. Why should they come and work so hard? The other challenge is capital. I think the biggest challenge is banks don't want to lend for a shopping center in India till now. I don't know what the reasons are.
But we have 23 million square feet of retail space, which is 22% approximately. The upcoming stock of retail is coming in Delhi NCR in next 5 years. We're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about capital, we're talking about everything, but announced projects which are on paper or which are on ground right now. 22% of entire India supply is in Delhi NCR.
Devanshu, I was reading an article today morning, which said that the total commercial supply in India is lesser than Tokyo. So, I know that it might seem 22% of the supply is coming in NCR, but I think it's still less because the demand is so high. So,
demand is one thing, but I think so. The demand after COVID is, there are a lot of categories which have fueled this. Would you like to share some thoughts on that?
I think F&B as a category has just gone skyrocketing. I think 3-4 times of what pre-COVID numbers. And I think that's what's driving it to become a main anchor. Even when we were planning, therefore, in the middle of COVID, we have dedicated 80,000, like a full floor plate, 25% of the shopping area for F&B, which people were thinking was very high. Now I'm thinking it's less because that's what's happening. The F&B, the new development, just to give you an example, in Faridabad, out of 5.5 lakh square feet, 2.5 lakh square feet has been kept only for F&B.
So I was reading a report, and it's Delhi NCR predominantly. Average person in Singapore eats 52 times a month outside, right? In India, it is still 6 times. In Delhi NCR, it is 12 times. Do you see further scope of improvement in F&B, or still we will bring tiffin from home for our offices?
I think what's happening is all our ways of life are becoming westernized. In our families, we have become shifting to nuclear families. Earlier, you would have people in the family who cook food for you. Now, if you and your wife both are working, you don't have time. Plus, eating out has become a sort of a habit. People start enjoying it. It's a way of celebrating. And so I see this number going up. Maybe a decade or so will reach where those numbers are Singapore, especially in NCR.
Delhi NCR probably has about 105, 110 operational malls, out of which I think so the demand which is there is only in 12 to 15 malls, and the vacancy level in those malls are decimal levels. What is the reason you think that rest of the malls could not gather, could not deliver what they were made for? Or what is the difference these 12, 15 centers have created in the lives of retailers and consumers, where the demand is very high and the trading densities, believe you me, out of those 15, at least 7 centers are in the top 20 centers in terms of trading densities in the country. What could be the reason behind it?
I think it's the same thing which I was saying. The quality of retail infra is so poor. Developers initially, or even now, a lot of them have made and exited, and they don't have any skin in the game. If you don't have skin in the game, you're not bothering about how you're maintaining the mall, how you're running the mall. Mall is not a shop, normal real estate. Mall is like a hospitality project, like a hotel. You need to run it over a period of time, make effort, do events, everything for it to work well. Not only all retail developers. So I think that is the differentiator between the ones who are doing well and the ones which are not doing well, is that there is no skin in the game in those balance 40 developments. The developer is not taking any interest in those 12 developments. In some of them, most of them, out of these 12 will be 100% leasehold. Some, even if they are sold, the leasing rights are controlled by the developer, zoning, planning, everything is controlled by the developer, and they are fully involved in running the malls. So that's the main differentiator.
Do you also see a reason with retail having better trading density in Delhi NCR is because of the extremist seasons, like you have extreme winters and extreme summers, and the pricing or your wallet share or your whatever you share basket size in terms of winter in winter time is higher than that compared to other part of the country?
Yeah, I think that definitely gives an advantage to Delhi because there is no doubt about what you're saying. That this is a factor which definitely, if you compare it to especially like a Bombay or Chennai, that definitely that advantage Delhi has, because you have to buy for 2 seasons. In a Bombay, you could work buying clothes for just 1 season. Plus, winter wear is obviously much more expensive than summer wear. So, and if you go to any retailer in Delhi, ask him what your sales are in winter and what your sales in summer are. The numbers in winter are much better than the numbers in summer, because the winter wear is much more expensive, sells much better. Like I'm talking even traditional retailers.
There are about 24 new brands which has come into the country post-COVID, right? Out of which 18 have opened their first stores in Delhi NCR. At one point of time, we are saying we don't have supply, we don't have stock, quality stock. The supply which is coming is all futuristic supply. But still brands see Delhi NCR as their entry to the country. So where is it happening?
I think Delhi NCR is the best performing market, like you said sometime back. Out of the top 20 malls, 7, 8 are from Delhi NCR. So every retailer studies the market data before they come in. And Delhi is also a trendsetter in a market. If you ask anybody in a tier 2 town where do you want to go shopping, suppose you ask someone in a Jaipur or a Udaipur, he'll not say Bombay. He'll say Delhi. I want to come shopping to Delhi. Because Delhi is also a trendsetter in terms of fashion. It's always been. I think not only now, 20, 30 years. If you go for wedding shopping, where would people come from? Calcutta, they will come to Delhi. Or from Jaipur, they will come to Delhi. What they don't get, they will not. Very few will go to Bombay. So I think that's also a factor.
Retail leasing in NCR, H1 2023 is 60% higher than H1 2022. These are the kind of data which we used to see in 2007 first cycle, then 2011 second cycle, and 2015. But do you see this is the best time of retail in Delhi NCR?
I think this is the best time for a lot of businesses in India right now. I mean, I think in the last 5, 6 years, or 8, 10 years, a lot of changes have been done, structural changes have been done in the country. And this time the growth is actual real growth. And I'm in a couple of other businesses as well, and I'm seeing great growth in not just retail and real estate. I'm seeing growth in all those businesses. So I would not limit this to just retail. I think it's a great time to do business in India right now.
Although we are talking about Delhi, but Delhi is not Delhi, right? Delhi is NCR. You have Faridabad, you have Gurgaon, Noida, Ghaziabad, in fact, Panipat, Sonipat, whatever, like it comes in NCR. Faridabad as a town, and I am specifically coming to Faridabad because you are planning a very big and a very good center in Faridabad, has recently seen 2 quality developments opening in last 6 months, right? One of the best centers Faridabad have seen till dates, one by a renowned developer, another also by a newcomer, but he has made a good product. What are your viewpoints on these satellite towns around Delhi, which are part of NCR? And follow-up question to that, what could be the new growth corridor within NCR where you see are still not penetrated?
I think there was so much work happening in Gurgaon originally. I think for the last few years, Delhi, of course, there was no supply, there was no land available. Even if developers wanted to develop, there was nothing that they could buy and develop over here. I'll come to the opportunities in Delhi later. Gurgaon saw a lot of development, and I'm still seeing a lot of development because the growth in Gurgaon is accepted. Real estate growth, the development of industries, companies coming into Gurgaon, young families moving to Gurgaon. So Gurgaon is growing really well, and because of the opportunities there, developers were not looking at other markets. Then in the last couple of years, especially last 1 year, I'm seeing a lot of action happening in Noida. even in retail. I see a lot of new developments happening in Noida, especially now with the airport, new airport coming up. I think there's extra push. Faridabad was ignored like a market, like you said. Although 20 years back, Faridabad was probably ahead of the curve, ahead of Gurgaon in terms of retail. The first few malls in NCR opened in Faridabad, but they didn't do well. Like a lot of other malls didn't do well in India at that time. Since then, it's been an ignored market. People from Faridabad, which is a wealthy market, come to Delhi, NCR, Delhi, to GK2 or to New Friends Colony to even get a good meal. And Faridabad is the only city in NCR market, especially close to Gurgaon, where you can get a house at a reasonable price. Now the metro is getting connected to Gurgaon. Plus, with the new Jawar airport opening, it's very well connected. South Delhi is just at the doorstep of Faridabad, so it's very, very strategically located. Especially for a young couple who doesn't know whether his next job is going to be in Noida or Gurgaon, staying in Faridabad becomes strategic because you're in the center and you can work both sides. So I see a lot of residential action happening in Faridabad, due to which a lot of retail action is also going to happen. Right now, 2 malls are open. One mall which is all operational for 3-4 months is doing exceptional numbers. We know what the numbers are. They are better than the numbers a lot of malls in Gurgaon, even some malls in Delhi are doing. I'm sure the other mall, I have no idea about the numbers, but I understand it's doing very, very good numbers as well in the first few days. We have studied the market because we are coming up with a large development. We are getting exceptional response. I think because people understand, retailers are waiting for good infra to come up. Those 2 malls which are there are also small in size. We are 5.5 lakh square feet, but I think the existing one is 1.5 lakh, the other one is 2 lakh or 2.5 lakh. So once you have scale, retailers like that also, they want a good marketplace to come up. How we are differentiating that product in that market is that we are not doing the same retail. We are trying to do a very F&B centric product. Half our space is dedicated to F&B and entertainment. Balance is going to be like a very premium high street market. So we will do a lot of ethnic, we will do a lot of jewelry, we will do athleisure, but we might not do too many large anchors. Because many of them are already signed, and we want to bring a differentiated product on the market. So Faridabad, I think not only our development can take 2-3 more. That's my idea. About the new growth corridors, I think Noida, Greater Noida, great opportunity even now. And in Delhi, I think there's a lot of PPP projects available now. Government is coming up with their own lands. Omax has done something. I think even Unity has done. Pacific has done. We've taken up something on the Faridabad border as well right now. So there's a lot of PPP work available now, which was not available earlier. Not only metro, even other government departments, railways, etc., are coming up with land parcels. MCD are coming up with land parcels. Those are opportunities in NCR, in Delhi.
There are some quality retail projects which have been announced in Delhi NCR, right? A very, very big developer have announced about a 3 million square feet of retail mall in Aero City. Another very big listed developer have announced a 2 million square feet of development in Gurgaon. International FDI is coming up with 2 centers, one in Gurgaon, one in Noida. There are some funds which are coming up with projects in Gurgaon. We have seen the first retail REIT last year. All happened in Delhi, right? The REIT which has happened, of course, it's an India-wide REIT, but 2 of the most successful centers are in North India. Being the most successful center was Select City Walk, right, in Delhi. What do you see? What is your viewpoint? Like, 3 million plus 2 million, 5 million, then another 3 million, 8 million, 10 million of quality grade A internationally planned space. Do you see it will fulfill, or it is fulfilling that gap which is there, or it will be an oversupply situation?
I don't think it will be an oversupply, because by the time it will come up, it will be 3-4 years. These are really large developments. It takes 3-4 years to build. And the way urbanization is happening, especially in NCR, people are from all small towns are coming to Delhi for jobs. So I don't see that as a challenge. Of course, it could be a 1 or 2 year problem. Initially, for that particular micro market, suppose the 2 million square feet opens up in a particular location. Some areas around it, some malls around it might struggle for some time. But it doesn't mean the entire NCR market will struggle. People from Noida don't want to drive to Gurgaon to go to a mall. Or even from Faridabad, they'll not drive to Noida for a shopping center experience, unless there's nothing there. So I think some micro markets might struggle for a temporary period. And the existing other malls in those markets then have to reinvent themselves. They can't compete with the same large development. I can't run a 2 lakh square feet mall and compete with 2 million in a half a kilometer distance. Obviously, I have to reinvent myself.
Well, so far the discussion, we have discussed that Delhi is an hotspot for retail, right? Delhi NCR, but is a hotspot for retail. It is favorable destination by all the retailers. The trading densities are one of the best in the country. Whatever malls are available, they are one of the best in the country. Yes. Coming back to your point on infrastructure, you said infrastructure is not that great in Delhi NCR. Of course, if we compare it to the Western country, of course it is not. But if we compare it to other cities in the country, which are like, Bangalore or Mumbai, Delhi still has better infrastructure, point one. Second, my point was infrastructure can be a blessing in disguise for retail. Because we don't have proper infrastructure, neighborhood centers are flourishing. If we have a proper infrastructure, the super regional center will do good because everybody will drive for 15-20 minutes and reach a super regional center and they would spend an entire weekend over there. What's your thought on that? Is a neighborhood center a future or a super regional center a future?
I think they'll both coexist. You can go to London. There are super regional centers outside of London, but the neighborhood markets are still doing very well. The traditional markets, the old markets, they are small. So I think people will go to the large center once in a month, the monthly shopping, which will be a large one. But if you want day-to-day stuff, you just go nearby. And so I think both will coexist. Of course, the local shopping also has to have a lot of F&B and experience because that guy also has an option to shop online. If you're just going to sell t-shirt and jeans, he can buy online. So you have to make him come to you. You have to have things like salons, local stuff which you need.
And I was going through the infrastructure report for Delhi NCR. There is a lot of infrastructure development which are happening, like RRTS is coming. Then the Panipat tunnel is completed, I think. So it's about to be inaugurated in a month or so. You have Silver Metro line which is coming. You have another metro line which is connecting, that Faridabad line to Aerocity line. You have elevated roads from INI to Aerocity, which is connected to Gurgaon. All those infrastructure development which is happening in Delhi, how would it impact the retail in Delhi NCR?
I think infrastructure always gives a boost to all kinds of real estate. So I don't see it as a challenge. I think it's only going to get better. Because with infrastructure, people can travel out today. I'm saying my competition with online retail will reduce. If it's easier to travel, person might take a chance and say, I'll drive to that place if it's easy. Why do people don't want to travel? Because it's difficult to travel. Parking there's so much traffic jam on the roads. If we make that easy, you will go out for a normal shopping experience also.
Delhi NCR is a very favorable tourism place as well, right? For international tourists, for Indian tourists. Do you think shopping should be allowed 24/7? Mall should be open 24/7 in Delhi NCR?
I think that it should be. And apart from that, I frankly feel like we had the G20, right? I thought it was a great opportunity to showcase the retail of India, but retail was closed, unfortunately, because of security reasons. But it could have been a great way to showcase with not just the organized, but the unorganized retail in Delhi NCR is also lovely. We have so many amazing traditional markets, which people who come from outside would love to visit. So I think these are opportunities which we should not miss. And if we can, at least if not everything, some parts of some areas should be allowed to open 24/7. I would definitely urge that.
But we are talking, we discussed the positive aspect of Delhi NCR. Let me bring the hard questions to you. Because of pollution, you have construction bans, you have DG ban, you have, other things which have become compulsory for the development. How is it impacting the construction schedule? One, the cost, two, and the future of sustainable developments in the city.
I agree with you that the cost has gone up. If you want to work in Delhi NCR, it's much more costly as compared to tier 2 town. I'm working in both markets. But the pricing that you get here is also so much better that you're willing to make that effort and incur that cost versus a smaller market. So I think it's okay. When developers are doing it only, like you said, there's so much supply coming because we know what the rental you're going to get out of that, what yield we'll get out of that development.
But how would we take care of power situation? Let's say those 2-3 months, the DG are not allowed, right? People are coming up with alternative mechanisms like, other kinds of DGs or other kind of power supplies, solar power and all those kind of things. How to solve this problem in perpetuity? Do you think that sustainable developments, the green developments are the future?
Yes, sustainable developments are the future. And of course, this construction ban thing has to be solved for the long run. I think the government has to think holistically. I think it's the government's job to do this actually, to think holistically on how to come out of this mess. Every year, construction ban is not a solution. come out with different means, come out with new technology for construction. Only allow those kinds of construction in NCR market, but don't halt construction. You can say that you have to build in this manner, and even if the cost goes up, then the developers will be willing to incur that cost if we know that this is the way forward. But if we know that every cost of every kind of construction is going to be banned in for 3 months, then why should we incur that cost? So right now, no one's doing it, but I think the government needs to come out with policies around this and show the way forward for this. I mean, as a developer, we really can't do much. Even if we want to do it, it doesn't happen because you're the only one out, and then the market won't pay you for it, and then there's so many other roadblocks too. If the government makes a roadmap for this, it will work.
Uddhav, if we have to talk about, like, for a center of, let's say, 2 lakh square feet carpet area, what are the kind of number of employment a developer generates for that particular area?
You're including the retail.
I'm including everything. Whosoever is coming inside the center, apart from consumers.
Easily 500-600 people we've got more.
So if a developer is generating so much employment, they are developing the center, they are putting in the money, they are developing the infrastructure. What is the hesitation of making a carbon neutral development? Is it the future? Are people like you making an effort towards it? Or is it very difficult in India because of the fact that energy is the basic thing, right? 60% of the money and everything goes in the energy cost, which is electricity, diesel, everything which is required, HVAC and everything. Carbon neutrality is one thing which every retailer, or let's say international retailer, would look towards in the future. Is that platinum LEED certified or gold LEED certified or silver LEED certified developments are the future, or we are going one step ahead towards it?
No, I don't think we're going one step ahead. There are a few. Ours is not, but I know there are a few developments in India. I think I was talking to Rajneesh. I think one of their developments is in orbit. One of their developments is platinum LEED. So we are still to study it in detail, to be honest with you. But the reason why we're not studying it in detail is because there's a demand supply mismatch. Today I'm not being pushed to do it. Tomorrow, if the retailer makes it a must, and I know that I need the retailer, not only me, every developer in town is going to start looking at it. So you're right, in the long run, it is the way forward. But right now, people are not looking at it because there is a demand supply mismatch. There is more demand than supply.
And what is, you're meeting retailers, a lot of retailers every day basis, right? What is the sentiment of the retailers in terms of expansion, in terms of opening new stores, especially in Delhi NCR?
Very, very, very aggressive, very positive. Like I told you, the minute we announced that we are coming up with a development in NCR, our existing retailers, all of them, apart from that, the people who we were in touch with, everyone has reached out to us, expressing their interest, day one, without even seeing the plans. So that just shows the enthusiasm. Like I said, if I would have announced a mall in Jodhpur or Jaipur, I wouldn't have got half of them. So that just shows the enthusiasm, and that just shows how the market is. The market is doing very well, and retailers want to expand here.
Is the tenant mix and the planning of the mall in NCR different from that of tier 2 cities?
I think the tenant mix and planning of every mall and every market should be different. So I think people, unfortunately, like I said in Delhi, most of them, except for those 12 malls, like you said, 12 or 15 malls, they have really made an effort on planning, zoning, knowing their customer and accordingly putting the product together. The others have not. They have built to sell, and then subsequently, whatever leasing has happened, they're not bothered. Now developers are doing a lot of it. We have done that, and therefore we want to do it here. Like I told you, our product here is totally different from the 5-6 centers in Faridabad. It's totally different from what is happening in around us. We're not getting the large anchors. We're not, what the other malls have. We're trying to make a differential product, and I think that every center should do that. That should be the starting point of your planning.
Thank you. Any closing statements from your side?
I think I just want to say thank you for having me here. Delhi NCR is a great market, and we're looking forward to doing our first retail development here. Thank you. Thanks, Ivan.
Thank you. Just to sum it up, for everyone, Delhi NCR is one of the best market for retail in terms of consumption. 53% of retail trading happens in Delhi, NCR and MMR. most of the leasing, which is 60% of the leasing, had happened in Delhi NCR in the H1 2023. Infrastructure is one of the best. Most of the supply is coming up in Delhi NCR. So that's to sum it up. Any questions?
When it comes to retail shops, as such, especially for the big size anchor shops and all, the pricing in general is typically upwards of 3 crores, 5 crores, and it's kind of limited to the HNIs or the institutional investors who are very seasoned into investing in. So almost a feeling that the general middle classes or even the more affordable sector cannot have a share of the bite. Now we are beginning to get some kind of a trend through tokenization that platforms who offer a promise that a larger set of fraternity can co-invest together into owning in sevens. So as a champion of the organized retail, what would your views be in this?
No, I agree with you that shops, if you, I think you're talking about investing in this space as an investor, the shops are 3 crores plus in Delhi NCR.
Yes, high ticket size shops where a larger pool of investors come in.
I think now we have seen REITs coming. Yeah. So if you really want invest in a REIT product, that's an opportunity now. And there are also opportunities, but again, below 3 crores, very few you will get. Maybe on second floor, third floor, you could get options in developments. But again, if you want to, I would rather say that if you're looking at doing a development where it is being strata sold, you have to be very careful and choose the developer very carefully, and not, you have to be, you have to see that the developer is having the leasing capability, even if you're investing, because you're going into a market or a mall, you need to know what is around you. So I think that as an investor, you need to be very careful and select a development where the retailer is fully involved, has a skin in the game, and is leasing your product. So a lot of people might not be comfortable in investing in a mall where the developer is saying, I will keep the leasing rights, but that is the right development to go to us.
Actually, in NCR, without naming any developer, I would say that very reputed developers, signature property at very fantastic locations, have been found to be built with a kind of structure. Just to put your own words, they have been built to sell rather than built to lease to people. And very often the people who are then purchasing those shops find themselves on the receiving end. So just the developer reputation definitely doesn't come across as a very, very reliable criteria for people to understand necessarily whether these shops will sell through in terms of attracting tenants or not. And tenant mix leasing is fairly new. I mean, it's not like that we are not aware of these things, but it's very limited. As you said that all of the commercial real estate put together in India is less than that of Tokyo. So that organized tenant mix leasing is very much in the few pockets. So the larger cluster of inventory hardly seems to have that talent who even knows that how to select a tenant, right kind of tenant mix to get profitable operations for those situations.
That's exactly my point. So you need to select the right developer who does that and knows that. There are very few, I understand. But that's the selection that as an investor you need to make. So
just adding to what Uddhav said, the design of the center plays a very important role. Be it a strata sold mall or a leasehold mall, the design of the product plays a very important role, because if the design is right and the location is right, it is leasable in nature. If the design is not right, it cannot be leased because of various factors.
And also when you buy, you have to look at what are the other tenants in that mall. Have some large anchors come or some marquee brands have already signed up. If that is done, then you know that good brands are accepting this kind of development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Anybody wants to end, please? May I please request Dr. Nanda, Virtual Founder and President, Marriott for Mahi, to please present a token of appreciation to both the gentlemen, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. And very quickly, moving on to our next discussion, we now bring you Realty Plus Tech Talk, Real Estate Tech Transformation. And for that, first, let me call upon the session chair for this discussion. Sarthak Seth, Chief Marketing Officer, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. Mr. Seth is responsible for overall brand positioning of Trill and formulating corporate branding and marketing strategy and driving sustainable profit growth for the company. Also, as Chief Sales Officer, he's heading the sales of residential business. With over 20 years of experience, Mr. Seth specializes in brand strategy, creation and developing markets, GTM strategy, consumer insights, product management, and visibility strategy. And he's here, and I'm introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. First, Atul Moga, founder and CEO of Basic Home Loan. Atul leads the startup working on digitizing home loans and increasing affordable loan penetration for middle and low-income households. Through Basic, he wants to ensure hassle-free loans with its automated platform. Before starting his venture, Atul worked for various digital lenders. He is ex-Policy Bazaar and Credit Suisse. Atul's journey spans from being an investment banker and angel investor to now becoming a technopreneur and a fintech specialist. Joining them is Pradeep Kumar, Account Director, Intelligence Spend and Business Network, SAP India. The technology enabler and evangelist for driving business growth for customers, having over 18+ years of experience in transforming businesses through SAP. Pradeep has extensively worked with customers across industries, including construction, infrastructure, and real estate for the digital transformation. He specializes in procurement, digitization, and spend management. Up next is the co-founder of Propacity, Rahul Bansal. Rahul is passionate about building tech-enabled businesses in emerging markets. A real estate and technology enthusiast that loves across solving complex problems. Rahul is helping real estate professionals to scale faster. Under his able guidance, Propacity is creating a suite of products that enables real estate businesses of all sizes improve, evolve, and scale. Joining them is Sudhanshu Kejriwal, Managing Director of Key Demand. Sudhanshu, an experienced investment banker with over a decade of experience in debt syndication for real estate, is co-founder and managing partner of Evervantage Consulting LLP. His experience includes research and hospitality advisory. His new venture, Key Demand, is the first of its kind online B2B PropTech for non-residential real estate. The platform allows businesses and brands to expand their presence across locations and cities seamlessly. Up next is Vivek Agarwal, the co-founder and CTO of Square Yards, tech entrepreneur with experience in envisioning and crafting product strategy and driving execution of technology development and service operations, managing large global teams. Vivek has a rich experience spanning more than 20 years in leading, managing complex global strategic initiatives for some of the world's largest companies like Intel, Nokia, and Accenture. He co-founded 3 companies in his previous entrepreneurial stints with 2 successful exits. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's please welcome our panelists and a moderator with a huge round of applause. Well, can you get it louder? That's what experience demands more stuff from him. Lovely. With that over to you, sir, please.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction over here, and I believe it's a very enriching panel, and I can say on behalf of each of the panelists over there, we really want to keep it more engaging for all of you over here. Before I even start the panel, I think one of the key things about this panel, and which was quite intriguing for me, it's like so we've got the Gen Zs over here, we have got the Gen X over here, we have got the millennials also over here. So we've got a millennial, he's right over here with me. We've got a Gen Z, who is right over there, Rahul, and then obviously you can see with us for what we are. But I think, and while we talk from a technology perspective, I think PropTech is something which all of us are much familiar now. And if I really go back into almost a decade and a half back, none of us were really aware of what PropTech is all about. But today, I think most of us are really spending our days in terms of discussing the scope of PropTech, whatever we are doing, whatever the business model are evolving, and I think the entire evolution of the business models has been because of the digital coming into the picture, the digital transformation what has happened, and it's not only on one side. I think it starts from the government perspective, the initiations which the government actually has taken, initiatives on digital, moving on to the developers, I would say then affiliates, intermediaries, and obviously from an end customer standpoint also. So I think we can just right away get into our discussion over here, and it's all about talking on to how PropTech has really evolved, and not only from one industry, but also from a perspective within the industry. There are different sets, from a B2B perspective to a B2C to a residential to a commercial, and then we have got from other affiliate industries like from a banking perspective. So what I would do over here is I would actually like to start right over there from with Vivek, because I think you have been one of the pioneers when when we really speak from PropTech, and you've done something tremendous. I can say that over the years, you yourself have been really, I would say, an example for those lot of youngsters over here. And believe me, Rahul just told me that his company was initiated post having a discussion along with you.
Let me narrate that story. I know that.
So I think it's incredible. So Vivek, if you can just put the light on this topic of PropTech itself from an evaluation perspective, and then we'll definitely talk about it.
Yeah. So I would say that if we look at the history, last 20-25 years, there have been three waves of PropTech. First wave was when the real estate portals came, like some Magic Breaks, Minty and so on. So what they did was they made the information public, right? The information which was the listings which were in newspaper, those came online. And so the information was digitized. So that was the first phase. The second phase was when companies like us, Pop Tiger, and others started. When we started looking at, okay, search and discovery is one part, but how do you solve for topics, right? How do you provide the last line of fulfillment, which is missing in this ecosystem? So that's where Square Yards also started. A lot of other companies started in the online brokerage space. The third wave, which has come recently in the last 4-5 years, is a lot of B2B plus B2B2C kind of solutions are emerging, which are not only catering to the consumers. They are catering to developers, they are catering to agents, like Rahul and they are also in the ecosystem of real estate, right? Maybe I could talk about mortgages, right? People in interiors, rentals, property management. So if you see last 5 years, PropTech has proliferated from a buy and sell to multiple things. In fact, there are companies which are coming in data intelligence space, in VR, digital twins, so on and so forth. So that's how we see the evolution of PropTech. PropTech is much bigger than what it started. But as I see from our vantage point of last 9 years, we are still in the infancy. Right? We are still scratching the surface. Real estate is one of the largest industries. And we are in the largest economies of the world. So, and if you look at the combined revenue of the PropTech companies, including us, right, it's nothing. So, I think we are here, the industry would grow, and there would be companies created which would not only be unicorn but decacorns or maybe $100 billion. That's how we see it.
I completely agree. And just to give you some figures, which is a public figure, it's like from PropTech perspective, the CAGR from 2015 to 2025 is estimated close to about 10%. And believe me, this was published much earlier. Today, I can actually say this CAGR is going to be more than 20-25% also. So it has got a tremendous potential when we really speak from the length and breadth of the PropTech perspective, and also in terms of how it is really going to cater to the different affiliates from an industry standpoint. So coming on to Sudhanshu, I think Vivek really spoke about a point that okay, wave one, wave two, wave three. And I think you are really rewriting some of the norms in the industry. And when I speak from the industry perspective, which is more from a commercial industry perspective, because while one side of the residential, PropTechs have been really very active, but commercial spaces, we have been seeing that okay, it has predominantly been dominated by the IPCs. And now with you coming into the fore, and I believe there are more like you, how do you really see the advantage of this PropTech and exactly what you are bringing on the table for the end consumer?
Thanks, Arthur. So, before we started Key Demand, I have about 17 years of experience in real estate, working with developers, working with corporates, looking for expansion. So we basically tried to get our experience up together. While, as a developer, everybody was joining the wave one of PropTechs and throughout looking for that one thing, that's a lead. You're looking at channel partners, brokers. They are depending on, say, an IPC, or they're looking at other portals, also looking for a lead. So with our, I would say, experience when we were talking to brands, if your suppliers are looking for lead, so are the buyers looking for the right property. So we thought that, and we realized the best way to solve that problem is actually put the lead online. Right? It is a perfect place where we are being able to solve a huge problem from a supply side, that I'm looking for a lead. And we are getting the lead in touch with the right supply. And, that was the basic crux of, forming Key Demand. And we chose the word Key Demand because it comes from a simple sentence: demand is the key. So, it's been a good, we actually fall under the third wave. The company is 6 months old. We've listed 6.2 million square feet of requirements across the country, all from corporates, 100% verified demand. And in the last 2 months, we've done about 100 crores of real estate value transactions.
I think that's very impressive, and I think CAGR is nothing over here when you really talk from 6 months, 100 crores, new venture, awesome. So we have the youngest chap over here on the group, Rahul. It was really nice to interact with you, like where we started our interaction at the lobby. While we know that okay, the entire landscape is changing, and because of digital, we have spoken quite a lot about it. So what I would really like you to share with the group over here is that how do you really see this further emerging, not only from the metros, but the tier 2 and tier 3, because that is where I believe you have really cracked the code. So if you can.
Sure, I would say that. First, I would really want to say that I always start my conversation saying that we have been in the industry for the last 3 years. I'm a 26-year-old, but I always say that I have 20 years of experience in real estate because of my family using and making money in real estate. So I come from a typical Paniya business family, which has been into steel from the last 40-50 years. And I realized, Lala ji ne thoda paisa kama liye, ab unko ghar banana hai, but bechna nahi aata. Right? अब उनको घर बेचना है तो आज ही बेचना है. They want to just sell it and sell it fast. And that was the trend that we were seeing everywhere. And then when you combine it with the macros and everything, we all know that the CAGR that we are talking about is not going to always stay, right? So it is a cyclic industry. And this is that one moment in which every developer wants to create quality supply and bring in velocity. So that was the idea, that we will create a platform that will add velocity to property entrepreneurs, that where the name came into the picture, capacity. And then we also realized that it is not just the tier 1 markets, which is your Bombay, Delhi, NCR, which want this. A lot of tier 2, tier 3 clients are emerging. Those markets are emerging fast, and that's where we started. So we started from Pune. Our biggest client comes from Haridwar. Second biggest client comes from Dholera. Third guy is building a villa project in Ongole. And then this Haridwar client is selling a 3 BHK in Haridwar for 2 crores, 1 BHK in Haridwar for 55 lakhs. So there we saw the potential. Then we went to them and realized that these guys want technology and they understand the impact that technology can create, but nobody is reaching out to them and everybody is just reinventing the same wheel, saying that boss ये technology है आप लगा लो, नहीं तो हमारे पास बड़े developers भी हैं वो तो use कर ही रहे हैं. So that's where we cracked the code and we said that we will build more of an AWS for real estate, primarily for mid-sized developers, in which we can go to them and say, hey, you want a simplified version of a CRM and an ERP, done. Deploy it within 24 to 48 hours. You can bring your entire pre-sales, sales, collection, ORM, everything onto our platform. You want help with respect to kya banana hai? You want positioning help? Done. We will bring the best vendors all across the industry who will help you with that. You want a partner ecosystem through which somebody can help you with mortgage, somebody can help you with leasing, somebody can help you with something else. We will bring in, we will unlock that access for you because these people also are in the assumption that how can we work with these developers? So I always say that I am solving the industry for myself, right? I do not want to be in an ecosystem where the entire country is dependent just upon those 6-7 markets. I want to see the journey where the next 20-30 cities are compounding and we are a participant of it. So there is a crazy amount of intent when you talk about these tier 2, tier 3 developers, and you have to build a solution that caters to them. Like a lot of these US American solutions don't work in India. Your tier 1 solutions will not work in tier 2, tier 3. So you have to understand what the Lalaji is saying. And if they are buying it, then you also have to understand that he is not the user of the product. So whether the user is liking the product or not, sit with them, understand their pain point and solve for the entire value chain. So that's what we have been trying to do. More than 70 plus developers use capacity today in 18 plus cities. So let's see where the journey takes us.
Rahul, I've got one more question because you are working with a lot of developers and you're talking about tier 2, tier 3 cities also. And then I won't come back to you, Vivek, before I Pradeep and Atul over here. But when you actually go and pitch a product to some of these developers and so-called, I would say they themselves are the CEOs of their organizations. So I would really like to understand what is their mindset, because while we're talking from a digital transformation perspective, some of them might get intrigued the way you're saying that, okay, the solution is going to do this, and within 24 hours I'm going to deploy. Some of them might be hesitant also because we are talking about tech adoption. In real estate, probably real estate had been one of the laggards, but now we are seeing it coming much faster. But still, what has been your experience with some of these developers or the CEOs of some of these firms?
Sure. We are a technology company, but we never pitch the product. So when we go to the developer, we never go and tell them that, hey, this is something that we have built. This is very interesting, because almost every other similar kind of company have already knocked their doors and they're already very educated about what we are going to offer. So we never tell them that, hey, we are here to sell the product. We sit with the CEO, which is also aspiring to become really big, right? They also have massive aspirations and they also have money to deploy, but they do not understand where to deploy it and whether this solution will be able to help us or not. So we understand the problem. We sit with this promoter and we tell them that, hey, where are you struggling the most? So the guy comes in and says, we don't get insights with respect to what square footage and we should be launching our 1 BHK apartment, whether we should be creating more of 1 BHKs or 2 BHK, what should be the price and everything. One problem. Second, we want to organize and use technology, but generally all the people who come to us and say that we will deploy this technology in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 16 months, and then we will charge for every customization, then we will charge for another module, all of that. Third, we want to improve upon collection. So these are the problem statements that these developers come to us with. And then we do not try to reinvent the wheel at all. We do not try to pitch them anything that we have created. We just soak in everything that they are saying and we put them saying that, boss, these are all the problems that you want to solve. These are the most critical problems that you want to solve, and let us work hand in hand. And this is the technology that we would deploy in your system, and we will just take 24 to 48 hours to deploy it. You don't like it after a month, you remove it. Majority of these developers are primarily operating on a kacha MIS, right? And they are in a much bigger mess, and they are looking for people like us and people who are created for this ecosystem to help them. But the help is not reaching to them in the right way. अब उनके सर में दर्द है, आप उनको पेट के दर्द की दवाई दोगे तो वो नहीं खाएगा. So that is what we were able to realize, that was pinpoint, define the problem and solve it one by one. Do not pitch the entire ecosystem to them in one go.
once they come into the platform, build the trust with you, they will definitely come up with more problems and start telling that, boss, this is the game we want to solve. Can you help us with that?
So, the take what I can understand over here is that, okay, people are receptive. It is all about how you are actually giving them solutions of the problem. So Vivek, in your early days, because he's pretty young when it comes to his venture, but in your early days, because that was the time when still that adoption of technology was still on a very nascent stage. So can you really share that what has been the, I would say, the mindset of some of these CEOs when you have spoken to them about adoption of technology?
As I said, still early days. We are still in this NC phase, but see, the mindset changes with the change in shift of consumer pattern. So if you look at like 20 years back, there used to be newspapers. When consumer moved online, real estate advertising moved online, right? Then a few years back, after COVID, the payments, the e-signature, and in some state, even the registration process is moving online, right? So when consumers shift towards technology, the incumbents or the developers, they are bound to shift. So that mindset is changing. But as I said, real estate is still the last bastion, right? And not just in India. Globally, we see that it is a sector which is not disrupted, right? When I say disrupted, so if you look at sectors like travel, right? Travel is totally disrupted by technology. Before Book My Show came into picture, the entire movie going and the entire experience is disrupted by technology, right? So real estate is still not disrupted. Technology is just an enabler. The mindset is changing as the consumer mindset is changing, because if the consumers demand, the developers would change, and they are adopting, but the pace is slow. And considering the industry is like a behemoth, so it would take some time. Probably in next 5 to 7 years, we may see e-commercialization of real estate. Like what you see is what you get is still not there in real estate. Like listings are mostly fake, and when you call, you say, "Sir, ye to big gaya, dusra le lo," right? So the inventory is still not digitized. The online platforms, they are mostly a lead generation platform, and then the journey moves offline. So still long way to go, but as we see the digital transformation happening in all aspects of our life, real estate would also change, but the pace would be slow.
Okay, so when we really talk from a technology standpoint, I think who better than SAP, Mr. Pradeep from SAP over here can really explain technology to us. And Pradeep, I would really like you to enlighten the audience over here, especially in terms of some of the solutions, what you're actually doing into real estate, and how you are easing the journey of, I would say, of your clients, and in turn, how they are doing it for their own customers.
Thank you. Indeed, so I represent a company which is now 51 years old in the world, and I think if I tell you some very nice stats, 80 or 90, 80, 85 around transactions in everyone's life, basically, are touched by an SAP system here or there, by some supplier or customer, or by the investor, or by the funds manager, right? So that is the impact, and that is the level the company has gone into. And over a period of time, like everyone evolves, the customers for whom we work, we have understood their industry best practices. So if you talk about real estate, okay, so there is a business, there is a way this business grows. And every builder and every developer, when they start their journey, they always start small, right? Except few of the big ones. So how SAP can help them and is helping, and we have, if I pick up again some stats, like around 60 plus top builders in India, they're using our systems in one or the other ways. So SAP has a very vast portfolio. As such, it has 160,000 products in it. It all the way from very recent and very new ones like Green Ledger, ESG parameters, supplier management, spend management, and then e-invoicing, because SAP is a company which works hand in hand with the local mandates as well. And it is being a global company. So when it is in India, for example, when a supplier is sending an invoice from India, it actually connects directly with the IRP, which is invoice registration portal. So that is the localization SAP has put up in all the customers' landscape compared to their countrywide. So answering your question, the vast products which SAP offers to its customers, we help them manage all the 5-6 great pillars which a company owns: the investors, the suppliers, the customers, the employees, and also their, I would say, stakeholders, which have direct or indirect relationships with them. Customer being at the center of it. So we have solutions for all these portfolios, and the leading builders have been. If I give you a definition of what is SAP, it is system application and products, which basically it gives a platform to entirely manage your all type of resources, whether it is internal or external, whether it is material or immaterial. So all kind of resources, the system helps you to manage them well, and then run at a phase from where you can not just look at the long-term goals, but also look at the large or the long-term goals.
Hello. Thanks, Pradeep. I think efficiency is the name of the game, and SAP is right about there, and you talk in terms of easing the life, in terms of I can say the easing the entire journey for your consumers and also the consumers, and also bringing a lot of transparency. I would say that. So coming out of my friend Atul over here, and he has actually formed a company called Basic Home Loan, and I very recently came to know about your organization. I believe you are doing some fantastic work, believe me, and kudos to you. So while we're talking from a basic home loan perspective, how do you see yourself fitting into this entire ecosystem of PropTech, if I have to ask? That is one. And if you can also give some light to the viewers over here or the listeners over here, what exactly you are doing as an at an organization level? Because what I know is that you are doing some tremendous work when it comes to housing, and especially the low income housing, what you are doing, affordable housing. So if you can just share your experiences.
Sure. See, we started our business during COVID, and at that time the problem was on our television screens. People were moving out of the cities to their native places. So we realized that why they are moving. The problem is not that we don't have inventory of builders here. Why can't they buy? The problem is that they don't have money. So it's not only to build the property, it's also to make it more affordable or make a way so that the person can buy it. So there comes the best solution is home loans. So idea is to provide easy financing to the customers, especially in the affordable housing segment, so that they can buy those properties. So and we realize that it's an ecosystem play. So it's not like that we can just reduce the rate of interest for the customer. We have to solve it for the ecosystem. So we tie up with builders, we integrate our systems with them, and our idea is that we give them that guarantees that in this much time frame we'll get you the home loan. And for the banks also, they want to verify the customer profile so that they can do the loans faster, they can do the loans cheaper. So we work with them, and then there are agents in the market who are helping the customers for their home loans. They also need the customers so that they can grow their business. So we enable them. So we have created an ecosystem play where through our platform, all these four ecosystem players, customer, builder, agent, and bankers are connected. And the end result is that the customer gets the best home loan and in a faster way. In fact, we are one of the few fintech companies who give guarantee of our job. We tell our customers that our matching to the bank is so perfect that even 2 applications we are not able to get you a home loan. You take loan from anywhere, we'll pay your first EMI. That's a guarantee to our customers. Because the technical bit that matches the customer profile so well to the bank system, and then now we started our own lending also, especially in the affordable housing segment. And another aspect is that we believe that if you see in India, 60-70% of the loans are done in top 5 states, and that's the data from RBI. Unfortunately, I don't have data of city-wise, and it will not be more than 7-8 cities. So penetration of mortgages is very less in India. So we are trying to go deeper into tier 2, tier 3 cities, so that customers over there can also get cheap mortgages. Today they are getting money from private money lenders at so high interest rates. I know people. There are some people in my sales team. They have taken loans at 4% per month. via whom? So that's the view of the customer in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So in short, we are trying to provide the easy financing to the customer so that the builders inventory is sold faster and banks get the customers. And secondly, we are trying to increase the penetration of mortgages in India. That's what.
Amazing, I would say that, because obviously fintech, proptech are really very close distant relatives. I can say that, and that's from fintech we have actually seen the evolution of proptech also happening. So while we have been all of here to talk about one thing which is called ecosystem, and when I step back and see from an ecosystem standpoint, and when we talk from real estate, I think the intermediaries really play a very important role. And this is to you, Vivek. When we talk from an intermediaries perspective, I believe, though in case of real estate, we have intermediaries at every level, from while the time you actually acquire land, getting into a developer side, then the most important intermediary, which is our brokers. And I believe when I've interacted with quite a few of them, with PropTech coming into the picture, they had been quite hesitant. Because somewhere I believe they have been thinking that, okay, our share is going to get lost, or we are not going to get so much of whatever we are getting. So what is your take on the role of intermediaries now, especially with PropTech coming to the picture? And do you think any sort of adverse effect on the intermediaries as of now?
I think if you look at the brokerage market, the brokers market, the last 10 years, even with the advent of technology and hotels and everything, the market share of brokers have increased, right? It was always, the market share was always good in North, but if you look at markets like West and South, the market share of brokers is increasing. So I think if you look at the role of technology in a broker's life, so the first part is the acquisition, the customer acquisition or the lead gen. I think technology is helping them in a great way in lead gen with all the portals, search and discovery listings and all. What has changed in last 3-4 years is that the transaction process, right? Where the transaction process involves the site visits. Obviously, those are still offline, but VR is playing a role in doing a virtual site visit. So that market is still to grow, but picking up. Then the whole transaction making, where the negotiations, the inventory, choosing the payments, e-signatures, right? So all of these have been on the rise. And I see that the role of agent would remain there. And even in a developed market like US, where we have the largest of technology adoption, still 97% of the real estate is done by agents, right? Although the market is organized with bodies like MLSs and real estate groups. But the role of agent would evolve from just a concierge guy, right, who is doing site visits and what trusted advocate. And with the help of data, VR, all these online transaction processes, his life is getting simplified as we speak. And this simplification would go on where he would get more time to really advise his clients and not get into day-to-day mundane stuff, right? Most of his needs are being solved by technology. And I think this role is going to grow. And broker, like we have close to 100,000 brokers registered with us. We have given them a free platform as opposed to listing with us. They do their listings, they get leads. What we are helping them do is, can we actually help them earn more through our relationship with developers? If I get a higher percentage from a developer, right? Can I do a co-broking with a smaller agent or independent agent? And we do faster sales for the developers, but for all of us, it's a win-win. So it's a kind of aggregation model that we're trying, and we have got good success initially. Still, I think long way.
Thanks, Vivek. I think the role of intermediaries are definitely changing, and it's like they're no more brokers, I would say, rather they're more of consultants, the way we are actually seeing, and the way they also go and speak to their customers now, because it's not just about gear reviews, it's also about okay, how the relationship management has to be taken care of over the years. So similar thing in case of your business, Sudhanshu, that okay, how you are actually seeing the role of intermediaries changing, and if you can just touch a bit of light, especially from a commercial perspective.
So, from a commercial perspective, the role of the intermediary is actually far more involved. Not that residential leasing or residential sale is simpler. The end user is a corporate. The number of site visits, the technical information which is required to give clear ceiling height. Okay. A lot of the brokers don't even understand what is clear ceiling height. So those are the kind of things which are required. The technical knowledge is required. If there are 100 brokers in the country, there are probably only 10 of them who are currently doing commercial leasing. Not that the other 90 don't want to. A lot of them don't know what a brand even wants. Okay, so as we are seeing, right, we've got close to about 550 brokers using the platform. Across probably our demand is listed in 230 cities. So these 550 brokers are there. And we are seeing the involvement coming in from even site visit कब करना है, किसके साथ करना है, how many rounds of site visit will happen, and that I would say the evolution for a tier 3 city broker is starting now. Right? It is a journey. That's an evolution. The same thing, if we compare these brokers to IPCs, right? That's a differentiation, right? They are trained, but that is years of experience giving that. And we genuinely believe that, this can happen to tier 6 cities also. Why not? Right, so that involvement in commercial real estate and intermediaries, knowledge and training, I think far more in depth than residential, and it's definitely required.
Just to add upon this aspect in terms of the information and the way the brokers are also, I would say, getting benefited. I believe that the real estate as a vertical or as a business unit, if I have to put it across, has been really struggling with one thing which is called asymmetric information, because people have not been getting the right information. Sometimes you feel you have got into it and then suddenly you realize, oh, this was not supposed, I was not supposed to be into this. So how do you think such platforms can also help in terms of addressing to this thing of asymmetric information, both from a B2B perspective and definitely, Rahul, I would ask you from a B2C perspective, because so if Vivek, you can just touch on the B2B and then subsequently you can ask Rahul. So Rahul is, okay, yeah.
So I will first answer it from a B2B perspective, which is developer to broker. First of all, majority of the brokers which come in the industry do not come from the real estate sector. So they are either from insurance or they just became brokers because their friends are brokers and they saw all of them making a lot of money in a quarter, and then they said कि अरे तू भी कर सकता है, developer का माल ही तो बेचना है, Google पे ad चला दे, Facebook पे ad चला दे, बहुत मजा मिल जाएगा. So that is the generic conversations that go amongst brokers, and that excite these brokers about coming in the market. And then that is the motive. Why am I emphasizing upon that? Because the idea of whether they want to become a consultant, whether they want to become an advisor or not, originates from what their motive is, right? So if the motive of the broker is to just make a quick bucks, they are never going to be a consultant or an advisor. Neither these brokers have benchmarks of what make a successful broker in the long term, right? So that was one problem that we were trying to address at capacity. So we built a broker ecosystem about a couple of years back. And we said that, yes, these brokers have problems related to lead generation, lead management, supply side marketplaces are limited, all of that is okay. But the majority of the problem that these brokers have is understanding what is a good broker, right? They do not know what is industrial efficiency, how they can become efficient when it comes to industrial and putting across the project in the most beautiful way. Second, they do not know how to become digitally efficient. Third, they do not know how to become operationally efficient, right? And these are primarily 3-4 member teams just following their friends and family who are also in the same space. So we created the entire platform. And then the second problem that we saw when it comes to learning is that majority of the learning that is out there is in English, right? There is not any vernacular piece of content that can particularly help a tier 2, tier 3 guy in their own language, be it a Marathi or a Punjabi or a Hindi, and can help this broker create relatability with respect to what the speaker wants to say, right? So that way, the entire journey started for Propacity. That when we built the platform, we said that we will keep learning at the center of everything, because primarily bridge the information gap. And if they don't have the right information being communicated in the right manner, then the customer is screwed, right? Second, it is also very important that there is much more awareness that gets created for the customer. Which I also think there is a lot of times that the customer is also at fault where they are not able to understand which broker to trust. That is where platforms like Square Yards, other platforms come into the picture, where they are doing a beautiful job. I remember telling this to the brokers that are on the Propacity platform, which Vivek told me about 3 years back on a Zoom call, is that you have to give time to this industry, right? You cannot come up in this industry with the plan that, hey, I'll be here for 3 years, I'll be here for 5 years. You have to think 10, 20, 30 years out, right? So that is a mindset that brokers also need to think from. That's the only mindset, then it will get instilled and they will think of opportunities and revenue that they can build in long term. They will start thinking of becoming an advisor and not just quick money mentors.
Yeah, I think you covered the B2B part really well. So I'll talk about the B2C part. You talked about information asymmetry. I think that's the biggest challenge that we have in India. If I talk about the number one problem of real estate today is information asymmetry. So if you are a consumer and you are, let's say you are a buyer and you're looking to buy a house and you go to online platform. So it's not something like what you see is what you get, right? You like some listings, you express interest, someone connects to you and then they say, sir, ye to bik gaya, dusra lete hain, aao aapko dikhata hu. When you're a seller, you don't know at what price you would be able to sell, right? You don't know what is the recent transaction in your neighborhood. Even if you get the transaction data from registrar, half of that is B component, C component and all that, right? So the property prices are not transparent, right? And the third part is the industry itself is not organized in terms of the information which is being put, right? So RERA has done a great job from a developer perspective, right? But the real market is there, which is resale, rental, secondary, right? That information is still not public, still not transparent. And to take it towards transparency, I think all of these stakeholders need to come together, right? Like 10 years back, before RERA, the primary market was also very non-transparent, right? RERA has made great strides, especially in states like Maharashtra. So regulation has to come in secondary, especially on the listing side. What information is being put, whether it's real, whether it's genuine, right? So we operate in overseas market like Canada, Australia, UAE, so on and so forth. So there we have a great system of multi-listing platforms, regional real estate boards, which control the listing, right? And then there are data companies like CoreLogic and CoStar, which control the which actually provides the transactional information. So I think we have still some time to go. There are platforms coming up, but this real issue of transparency, especially in secondary market, has to be solved. The industry has to do.
No, I agree, because if we are able to tackle this issue of information asymmetry, I think the entire piece of adverse selection, especially at the consumer end, can really be avoided. Because after buying it, then suddenly you realize that okay, it was not something. It really pinches you, because most of the times we know the consumers are actually putting their lifetime of savings into identifying a real estate where they actually need to invest. Coming to you, Pradeep, while we have been talking some of these things on the developer side, like information asymmetry, adverse selection, and other things. From a SAP perspective, how you are actually looking in terms of, I think you have got some of these things which is like e-bidding models and other things. So how are you utilizing at least to solve some of, I would say, the challenges of the developers from procuring and other things?
Very rightly said. Actually, as I mentioned earlier as well, that the companies are evolving and then the needs. And I consider that finance and procurement, for example, and dealing with your internal stakeholders and external stakeholders is very crucial for an organization to grow in all the directions. So when it comes to SAP, it has the legal mandates in the system. For example, the e-invoicing, ESGs. When it comes to procurement, for example, some companies launching an IPO. So there are a lot of guidelines within the IPO mandate that the company has to be transparent with their suppliers. There has to be a mechanism by which you should procure, right? So the mechanism of online bidding, live auctions in present of in the presence of monitors, special project officers. So those kind of mandates come in the picture, and thereby SAP offers the solutions. And a lot of our real estate customers, a lot of them are here as well. Signature Group is one of our customers, and Central Park as well. So what these customers have actually achieved from the solutions where they have invested is how they can scale further. So they have reached to a scale. Now there is investment coming in. There is an investment coming in from the funders and the investors and stakeholders. Now how to grow it further? What is the ROI? What is the ROI in a couple of ways? Like how am I reporting the key KPIs to the government? Right, the green energy. Am I generating something at my site while the construction is on? Am I doing something when my construction is on for pollution, to avoid pollution basically? How am I reporting to the government that whatever invoicing and the tax credit is handled between me as a buyer and my suppliers? How is that compliant with government norms and policies? Okay. Last year and last year, the term green ledger has evolved, has coined up very nicely globally as well as at India level. So what does it mean? That the companies have been growing at their own pace, but how in terms of various things like environment, health, safety, and green energy, yeah, and the mandates of the government in terms of tax, yeah. So these are the things where an organization, when it reaches to a stage, looks for a stable and robust system to manage not just its internal employees, but its all the pillars where it includes the customers, etc.
Thanks, Pradeep. So we are running a bit short on time. I can see that it's quite a intriguing panel. I can say it's all of them are experts within their own fields. So we can conclude with some quick remarks. Atul, how do you see this PropTech industry growing, starting from you?
See, from our side, means on the home loan side, I believe that the industry will grow as a digital approach. The agents is supposed to be there. So, most of the technologies will be to empower agents so that they can better serve the customers and increase, more penetration in the country.
So, Anshu.
I agree with what Vivek started, that we're just scratching the surface when it comes to PropTech. One of the key things which I see this going is PropTech will reach tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. It is not going to restrict to tier 1. I read somewhere it's not India's decade, it's India's century. For India's century, it has to be balanced. And PropTech has to reach and will reach those places. And we are seeing this happen.
Pradeep, truly said, I would try to summarize it. So when we think of, and you asked a question whether it could be a threat to the intermediaries or not when we implement a digital system at some place. Basically, there are two factors to every business: the art and the science. So technology just plays the science. The art still will be there, and the human factor will still be there, even if the technology enables something. So it's the mix of it.
Rahul, your comments?
I completely agree with what everybody is saying, building for intermediaries. But I really like what Sudhanshu is saying, that building for India and building for Bharat are completely two different ideologies. Building for Bharat is something that we all need to look a lot. I think tier 1 developers have great opportunities when it comes to investing in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And tier 2, tier 3 developers are coming up big time. So that is what we are focusing upon, and how we can build this entire ecosystem when it comes to building for Bharat.
Vivek, your bit.
Everything has been said. So we are still very early days. If India is to become a $1 trillion, $10 trillion economy by 2030, and real estate is to become 13-14% of GDP. So there is no reason why PropTech won't become $1 trillion, right? So we are at a stage where we are just taking off, right? Like I look like the older of this generation, but I feel that for every day, like when we wake up, we see that it's day zero for most of us, right? Still a long way to go. Probably in 10-15 years time, we would be able to say that we have achieved something in this industry.
Very rightly said. I think while we have just been talking about scratching the surface, as of now, more than 1,100 PropTechs have already been registered in this country. So you can imagine how fast this entire ecosystem is actually growing. And what I can actually say and conclude, because I think we are just short on time, the way we are seeing this entire digital transformation happening, I think 2 or 3 quick takeaways is this is really going to bring in efficiency. I can say transparency, because this entire sector requires a lot of transparency. We haven't spoken about blockchain and a lot of other things also over here, because those are probably sometime next whenever we do a panel on PropTech. Then a lot of data insights, like some of the things Rahul has spoken about, but again, it's all about the data science. It is all about the data insights, what you're actually getting, which as a developer or as an intermediary, what actually you can utilize. And in this entire process, in terms of how we can really create that wow effect from a consumer journey perspective, or giving to give that experience, consumer experience, which is a complete wow. So this is what is from our side. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. I can say that we've just overshot our time by a couple of minutes. So thank you once again, and thank you to all the panelists over here.
Thank you so much. Please request Aditya Kumar, Managing Director, CEO of Victoria List Private Limited, to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists and our moderator. But also, if anybody of you has any questions for our speakers or a moderator, you can of course take them offline like your class. They will be here in the very end of the day. Thank you so much to all the gentlemen, and thank you so much, Aditya, as well. Thank you. Okay, before we move forward to the next panel, we've almost reached 60-70% of a day's agenda for the awards. For all audience members, just a quick left show of hand, audience, a left. It's okay. Everybody in the audience, your left hand. You can just raise it up. Keep it there for a while. Just shake it. I love all the gentlemen with his phone is ignoring me here right now. So, hi. You are the first question in the morning, no? Yeah, just shake your left hand. Lovely, also with your right. I loved how people are copying my left when I said right. Yeah, your right as well. Put your hands in the air. Take a deep breath. Just let go of your, I don't want to say sleep, whatever it is. Yeah, and now back to it. Lovely. With that, let's move on to the next panel discussion on shifting design vibes, the mix of traditional and technology. This session will be chaired by Devin Mosa, Senior Executive Director, Head Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India. Devin has over 2 decades of professional experience in architecture, construction, project management, and corporate relocations. He has successfully delivered projects across multiple sectors that include hospitality, residential, commercial, retail, and holds key proficiency in project management and construction management and architecture, and also workplace strategy. Now introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. First, Aditya Kumar, Managing Director, Victoria Lifts. As a first generation entrepreneur, Aditya ventured into the elevator industry through Victoria Lifts, a company dedicated to increasing intra-travel reliability and safety. As the MD of Victoria Lifts, he is committed to revolutionizing elevator, escalator, and travelator standards in our country. Aditya created an elevator maintenance and repair system that could be implemented in any elevator, regardless of its age or location, resulting in safer elevators for everyone. Joining them is George Ibrahim, Regional Head, Market Development, GBCI. George drives market development activities for U.S. Green Building Council and Green Business Certification Institute in North India. He works with clients, architects, and developers and green building consultants towards facilitating a smooth progression of green strategies, registration, and certification. He drives market awareness for green programs like LEED, ARC Portals, LEED Zero, programs that can lead for cities and communities, PWR Sphere, Site, True Zero Waste, etc. Joining them is Kuldeep Shehrawat, the President, Architecture and Design, Tribeca Developments. Kuldeep has a strong architectural background with penchant for innovative designs. He firmly believes that design will be at the heart of all successful projects. He has a vast experience in working on building systems for sustainability, cost effectiveness, and buildability, and has successfully designed, managed, and delivered more than 50 high-rise projects with real estate firms. Of course, he is a BR student from SPA Delhi and MBA student from IIT Delhi. Joining them is Dr. P.S. and Rao Dean, Planning and Development, and also the former Director of School of Planning and Architecture. Professor Dr. Rao is an eminent personality in architecture, town planning, and urban development sector in India, playing a proactive role as an academician, consultant, policy advocate, and advisor for more than 3 decades. He's trained as an architect, civil engineer, and urban planner, and was also the chairman of Delhi Urban Arts Commission and Institute of Town Planners, India, of the Delhi Regional Chapter. He has worked on various research projects funded by the World Bank, by DFID, by UNICEF, and by GIZ. Joining them is Siddharth Bansal, Director of Magic Leap. He's a co-founder and executive director and currently looks after Magic Leap's business in North India and recently is also foreign in South India. He pursued BTech from IIT Delhi and MBA from IIM Lucknow, where he has been awarded Tata Business Leadership Award. After working with prestigious employers, including McKinsey and Company, and leading a private equity fund, Siddharth has played a key role to enable Magic Leap to become the largest act player, that's EEC player in India and top 5 brands in the tile adhesive segment. Joining them is Sonali Bhagwati, President of DPA. Sonali started Spatio Design Architecture and Partnership with Sohar of Kalan and is currently partner of DPA and has more than 200 successful completed projects to her credit. She has been a member of the Delhi Conservative Society, Delhi Urban Heritage Foundation, and has served 2 successful terms as a member of the Delhi Urban Arts Commission. She has served on the Committee of Experts constituted by Minister of Environment to evaluate mining in the Aravalli Hills and has been an active member of a citizen group involved in reforestation of city forest. That they're all here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please. Just to add, Dr. Rao will also be meeting in the middle, so has some other agenda plans. So please don't be scared if he walks up in the middle and plans to be there. That is already pre-planned. Please.
Good evening. I'm glad I didn't have to do the introduction because the clock has already started ticking. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow design enthusiasts, welcome to this thought-provoking panel discussion on shifting design vibes, a mix of traditional and technology. In today's rapid changing world, design plays a pivotal role in shaping our experiences from the products we use to the spaces we inhabit. This discussion will explore the exciting fusion of traditional design sensibility with a cutting-edge technology, a convergence that's redefining aesthetics and functionality. Our panelists, experts in their respective fields, bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the stage. We aim to uncover insights, how this dynamic interplay between the old and the new is not just reshaping design, but also enhancing our connection to culture, craftsmanship, and innovation. We delve into the intriguing conversation. I encourage all of you to actively participate and ask questions and share your perspectives. So let's embark on a journey through intricate blend of tradition and technology in design and discover the possibilities it holds for our creative future. My first question is to Sonali. How do you define traditional and technology in context of design and how they are evolving to create new design trends?
Thank you, Divya. Thank you for having me here. When you sort of, these topics came and I was going to be involved in this discussion, I said, this is really up my sleeve. So I think this question is very pertinent in today's, the way we are today, because according to me, tradition is what we have. Tradition is what our socio-cultural background is. Tradition is what the geographical context and the climatic context that we are in. All that contributes to what we call, what builds the tradition. What is today is that because we live in a compressed world where information flow is back and forth, it's a very easy flow, and there is a lot of exchange of information. The definition of a society has started changing. The aspirations of the user group has also started changing. And there has been a lot of integration with what is going on elsewhere. And that's where the technology part comes in. So imbibing a different culture, imbibing newer technologies is what the new aspiration is. And there's nothing wrong in that. However, there has to be a balance between what I call the two T's, tradition and technology. And unless we have understood our tradition, our, in architecture, I would say the vernacular, the crafts, the arts, everything that was historic, unless we have a deep understanding of the nature of these things and why something is there or not there, we would never be able to synthesize correctly the inclusion of the outside factors, the different cultures, and the newer technologies. So according to me, the synthesis comes from a deep understanding of your own first. and then to see where you bring in the outside factors or the technology and then start synthesizing it. And today, I mean, I would say that in the olden days, the institutions of a society really define the urban form. I did my thesis on Kashmiri Gate, and I did a study. It was not a stylistic study; it was an anthropological study over a period of 180 years, where I studied the institutions of a society and how the urban form was impacted over a period of 180 years. And the whole story was, you could tell the whole story of a place from these things. However, today that is not possible because we are in a rapidly transiting society. And unless we define the values, it would be in a very chaotic kind of a state which we can get into. So the synthesis will come from a deep understanding and imbibing the culture with sensitivity. However, I have to say that inclusion of technology is not given and it cannot be disputed.
So Siddharth, can you share some examples of design projects that successfully blended traditional and technological elements, which made these projects stand out?
Yeah, I will give you just one example. We all know that there are, in terms of number of air conditioners, there are 2.5 crore ACs in India as of now. And in the next 20 years, the number of air conditioners in this country is going to go 10 times. So there will be 25 crore air conditioners running in India in 20 years from now. Just imagine the kind of energy consumption that will happen. These are estimates that World Bank industry estimates. So we should understand that when there are so 10 times more number of air conditioners, the kind of energy that we consume, can we do something by using technology to prevent the heat losses, right? If I look at the traditional walling materials where I come from, we used to use clay bricks, and the thermal insulation is very poor in clay bricks. We, for example, manufacture something called aerated autoclave concrete blocks, where the heat transmission is very low. And government of India, they understood this point that number of cases are going to go 10 times. So in 2018, they came up with something called building code, where they defined the transmittance value of the building. And they set a limit of 15, that RETV of a building should not cross 15. And you'll be surprised to know that clay bricks, the traditional walling material, has a RETV of 20 if you make a building using clay bricks. The transmittance is very high, so the building is not insulated, and the air conditioning cost and the intensity will be much higher. So one example of technology where a traditional walling material got replaced by a new walling material, and also which is relevant in the modern times when the air conditioning is going to go 10 times, is example in front of us. And you'll be very happy to know that our industry has grown hugely in the last 15 years. 15 years back, nobody knew about AAC blocks or AAC panels. And now 7 or 8 out of every 100 homes in India are made using AAC blocks. Roughly 5 lakh homes are made in every year in India using a material which is much more better insulator and prevents air conditioning costs. So these are the silent revolutions which are taking place in the country. Not mass media might not be aware of this, but it's a silent revolution. So this is one example where technology can help a lot in terms of carbon emission, in terms of efficient usage.
Great, thanks. George, your views on this as a sustainability expert.
Very good evening to gathered here. Thanks, Stephen.
Examples, let me put across, since I represent US Green Building Council, let me put across 2 examples.
go in for more energy intensive building design. So how do you bring in tradition, and how do you marry tradition with modern technology? That's a big challenge. So you have to depend more and more on modern technology. So you can't always have daylight. So even in the middle of the day, you close all the doors and windows and put your air conditioning on, and then you have your conference or your meeting or your office or whatever. So you can't really, knowing fully well, you can't really use daylight to that extent. So probably we are doing a lip service to tradition in terms of the kind of motifs that we use on the carpets or on the curtains, or things of that sort, which are very, very perhaps inconsequential. Yes, we are using jute instead of some other kind of a material and things of that sort, but is that enough? I think it is not. So we are doing a kind of a lip service to a tradition in terms of using certain motifs or certain patterns or certain materials in the interiors, but in the larger context of design of the building itself, we are not in a position to really incorporate all those climate sensitive principles in terms of orientation and all that kind of stuff. And also in terms of the kind of greenery that you need to have around the buildings, the choice of species that you need to have. It is good to say that you need to have more shade, but then where is the place for us to plant the right kind of trees and so on and so forth? So there are very many challenges, and the designer confronts these challenges on a daily basis. So unless and until there is a major paradigm shift in our way of life, and the way in which we look not just at buildings, but look at cities and human settlements as a whole, it is only then that we'll be able to bring about some change in the design vibes, as you call it.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Kuldeep, can you share some examples of design trends or movements that embody this mix of traditional and technology, and what insights can we gain from these examples?
I think the current design vibes have been around greenery and have been around cooling, as we say that, global warming is a big problem now. And, everyone is trying to solve this problem by policies, by technologies, by architectural design as we do it. And I think taking forward greenery as one aspect, it has been into our tradition, into our history. We have been living into forests, then moving to, rear valleys, living into, agriculture, and then greenery moved to our communities as parks. I think it's high time now that, we bring greenery into our buildings. And we're not only talking about greenery as green plants, but we are also talking about green design, which is the energy efficiency and all those aspects. But what greenery as little plantation or plants work is not only about bringing in green into the building, but what it also does is it brings in certain cooling aspects by the way of transpiration. It also brings in certain calmness into the people who are capturing the space by the end users. And taking it forward, this is what a lot of designers around the world have also been trying. Nowadays we see a lot of green facades being talked about, energy efficient facades incorporating greenery being talked about. So this is something that we need to incorporate into our designs for sure. Another aspect of cooling, which we say, and we've touched upon the topic of air conditioning. Air conditioning is the major source of power consumption for all the buildings, and we need to make sure how do we reduce that, because that is where all the energy is going into, the bulk of the energy required by the buildings. As he said that it's going to be 10 times in terms of energy consumption. I was reading that the domestic air conditioning demand is going to surpass overall demand of Africa for India. So that means that air conditioning of India is going to surpass the overall demand of Africa as a subcontinent in coming years. So that's a massive, massive, demand for energy. And cooling is something that we need to work on as designers. And cooling has been into traditions of, if we look into all desert architecture, we talk about jalis, we talk about jharokas, all those things which kind of reflects our tradition into cooling technologies into the design. We need to bring in now technologically oriented cooling design into our space planning, into our buildings. And I think that is where the solution lies. Urban heat islands, global warming, this is something that we have now started talking about and now starting incorporating into our designs. But somewhere long back into our tradition, these have always been there and being solved about by the technologies that existed at that point of time. Now we have further more enhanced technologies, so we need to incorporate them and solve it. So we've got glass as major element of building facade these days, but we have high performance glasses. We have glasses now which incorporate solar PVs into them so that it can generate electricity, generate energy, as well as provide shading or save some energy for the buildings. So all these technologies needs to be incorporated into buildings, which can lead to the better future for us.
Thanks. So from AC, I moved to the vertical transportation, I think, which is the second, power guzzler for any building. So Aditya, you represent the vertical transportation industry. So tell us, how has design innovation impacted the functionality and aesthetics of modern elevators? And what role does technology play in elevating the elevator experience?
Thanks for that question, sir. If I may take this permission, can I speak in Hindi, if that's okay? We are sitting in Delhi and I would like to speak in Hindi, if that's okay, right?
No, you speak in any language.
Thank you so much. Elevator, escalator, travelator, it's no more just vertical transportation. It's more of infra travel, as I said. It's all about, आप एक building में किस तरीके से जा रहे हो, कैसे transport कर रहे हो. And elevators, खास तौर से किसी भी building के अंदर, they are one of the highlights. As far as my interaction with the architects have gone, or builders have gone, कहीं ना कहीं अब इनसे elevators से expectations बढ़ गई हैं. They use it as a masterpiece in terms of the buildings. For an example, Mumbai में एक hotel है, Sahara, right next to the airport. And while Victoria was OEM to Schindler, Mr. Subroto Roy Sahara asked for elevators that would really highlight the building at the time. So वहाँ पे अगर आप देखें तो उनकी जो 3 elevators हैं जो lobby में है, जब वो एक साथ एक stop पे होती हैं, एक platform पे होती हैं, तो they design like a full globe, world map बनता है उस पे. So that is how important, or that is the change that an elevator design can bring you in your masterpiece, whatever you're designing. आजकल multinational companies भी कहीं ना कहीं इस बात को समझती हैं that design has really become very important, और इसलिए options भी आने लगे हैं. What we need to understand is, as far as these elevators are concerned, यहाँ पे जितने भी audiences हैं, panelists हैं, हम elevators को almost we use them every day in some or the other building or for some of the other users. Safety भी उतनी ही important है, चाहे वो elevator की हो, चाहे वो switch ports की हो, चाहे वो ceiling fans की हो, but a lot of R&D goes into it. And क्योंकि हम Indian market की बात कर रहे हैं, तो Indian market साथ ही साथ थोड़ा cost sensitive भी है. It's a little cost sensitive. So the kind of expense that goes into the R&D of making an elevator safe, or for that matter, any electronic gadget or anything that's related to a building goes, तो वो cost वापस निकालना कई बार builder के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. Sometimes you need to justify कि ये cost क्यों ज़्यादा जा रही है. So बहुत ज़रूरी है कि design को कहीं ना कहीं safety के साथ और cost के साथ भी work out किया जाए, so that it is actually sustainable for the end use also. Having said that, इसमें कोई doubt नहीं है that aesthetically elevators काफी ज़्यादा important हो गई हैं, spacious होनी चाहिए, they should be they should be able to lift your mood, जो भी उसके अंदर passengers जा रहे हैं. साथ ही साथ अब technology का integration, you just asked a very good question about technology and tradition too, ma'am. So elevator is a very fantastic example of किस तरीके से elevators have really engrasped technology in terms of for example dispatches. आप अपने ऑफिस में आप एंड्रॉइड ऐप से अपनी एलिवेटर अपने टाइम के हिसाब से बुला सकते हैं. Each office can have their own access times. Similarly, sustainability के ऊपर अगर बात करूं तो there are regenerative motors, electricity save करती हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें. So हम ये सब करते हैं, all of us do that and we try that design बड़े अच्छे से हम उसमें कर सकें. डिजाइन के साथ जैसे मैंने बोला सेफ्टी कॉस्ट ये सब कर सके. सबसे बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पे ये उठता है that किस तरीके से जो एंड यूजर है वो इस बात को अप्रिशिएट करता है कि हाँ ये डिजाइन अच्छा है, लेकिन at the same time there has been a cost and effort gone into it. And specifically when you see at the paradigm जहाँ पे अब Indian market भी कहीं ना कहीं या Indian consumers जो हैं now they expect very much to the global standards into everything, right? So now it's not just up to Europe or the Americas कि भाई there's something different, or in Dubai for that matter. हमारे यहाँ दिल्ली, Bombay, Hyderabad, we have some very good buildings for that matter, very good infrastructures, and मुझे लगता है that is something that's very encouraging for people like us from different industries, AC हो, elevator हो, switch gears हो, कुछ भी हो. So कहीं ना कहीं it's something that really motivates us कि उसको इस तरीके से किया.
Thank you so much. I'm aware that Mr. Rao has to leave early. I'll just put my next question to him. You've been associated with SPSF. So how can educational institutions and design programs adapt to equip future designers with skills needed to excel in this evolving design landscape?
Thank you. We have been for quite some time tuning our future budding architects to newer ways of design. Of course, in the past, we've been talking about designing with nature, using the traditional materials and the fundamental principles of good design. These have always been a part of training, not only at SPA Delhi, but also at the various 400-odd architecture colleges across the country. But then now the focus is becoming more and more on how do you design green buildings? How do you design with appropriate technology? How do you design with prefabricated buildings? Because today we are also, as we talk, I think in the next couple of days, there's the G20 is currently going on. And there is also a session on G20 on standards. And we are now in an age of standardization. We want everything to be done very quickly. Nobody has the time for a la carte buildings. We all want something which is a standardized fast food kind of a stuff. So prefabrication, and we have a friend here who is also going to talk about prefabrication, I think. So the government of India has these 6 lighthouse projects where there is a global housing technology challenge that was put up recently. And we're talking about bringing in new technologies where you can build fast and build in a standardized manner. With little scope for innovation in that sense, in a different sense of the term. So students have to be trained to this changing way in which the world is going. Otherwise, you will become a misfit in the industry. So therefore, today, when we studied architecture, and things were very, very different. Today, architecture students have to learn much, much more. In terms of technology, not just how to design, but also with what materials, with what is going to be accepted in the market. So it is a big challenge for trainers like us, for teachers like us, and also it is more amount of time to be put in, more amount of effort to be put in by students, and they're of course learning a lot by themselves, because today there's a lot of material that's available on the net. And in addition to that, there are also a lot of short training programs that are being conducted by the SPA itself. Use of drones, use of various kinds of things. There is also the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is actually funding us for doing programs for architects on sustainable architecture and so on and so forth. So there is something called a cool action plan by the Ministry of Environment, which is also there. So there are these programs where we are offering new softwares and how to use them and where to use them and all that kind of a thing. So I think we are in very, very exciting times, very challenging times, and students are actually sometimes they know perhaps something more than what we also know at many times. I should admit that. So therefore, it's a churning that we are going through. And it's not only the teacher teaching the student, but the teacher also learning from the student. That is also very important. So these are exciting times in which we are in. And I think education, capacity building, training, whatever you may call it by whatever term, that is happening. And that will continue to happen. And this is where also various professions are now actually engineering, technology, landscape architecture, building design, architecture. These are all actually merging. They are coming together. That is also another thing that we are looking at. It's not just those silos, but then how do you look at it in a more holistic manner?
So I have a question, being an architect myself, in terms of, I remember when I was studying architecture, McKay was the book we used to refer, and it was complete British architecture we were.
Yeah.
Are we also teaching our students now in terms of, we talk about heritage conservation, we talk about adaptive reuse. Are we also training them to learn what we've done hundreds of years back, which was much more sustainable than what we're doing now?
Absolutely. I've been on various committees of the Council of Architecture and the AICTE and blah, blah, blah. And I've been telling them that, look, the 4 volumes of McKay's Handbook on Construction, things of that sort, they're all fine. But are we really doing King Post Trust and Queen Post Trust today? So the question is that today the students have got many, many more things to learn. They need to understand the past. They need to understand the world. And they also need to understand what's happening here today. Things like a trombe wall, there are all kinds of things which we've all studied. And the students still go through that because that's a part of the syllabus which the Council of Architecture puts on us. Right. So I've been telling the Council of Architecture also that it's high time that we take a relook at some of these things, and then we have to completely redo these because we don't build many of these things, or many of these things are not relevant in our context. But of course, Indian architects from India are going to the US and going to several other places. They're building there. So how do you build at minus 10 degrees is also important for them to know. So today there is actually so much more for all of us to know, both the teacher and the student. So that's the way it is.
Thank you so much. I'm just changing the format slightly since Mr. Rao has to leave early. Any questions from audience? He can take it now, and then we can excuse him. Any questions for Mr. Rao? Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
By 2070, India is supposed to be zero emission. It basically means that by the time we are all going under, anybody who is already 23 years old, they comes to retire and becomes 60 plus, they will have to necessarily get it because there's a zero emission building. So with that perspective, that it's not like we have too much of a time. We have to move from current heavily concretized buildings, which are not very friendly environmentally, in another 50 years to a very sustainable mode. How much are we prepared within the architecture fraternity, the construction fraternity, to move for that kind of a construction?
Yeah, more than that, the architects are all prepared. But then the clients who wants the buildings to be made, they all want air conditioning. They all want several other things which are not really carbon friendly or so therefore that is where the challenge lies. For a long time I sat in an office which never had an air conditioner. But today the problem is that my home is air conditioned, my car is air conditioned, my office is air conditioned. Everybody is living only in air conditioning, and we can't live without air conditioning. We've transformed ourselves and our lifestyles and our attitudes in such a manner that I'm very sorry to say that we can't live without air conditioning. So how do we get back? Our ancestors and our parents and we ourselves in our childhood, we've lived without air conditioning. We've been sweating a lot, which is very good for the body. So it's not just the architectural fraternity, but every one of us need to learn to live without air conditioning, without all the modern gadgets that we have, climb up the stairs, not use so many elevators. So all that kind of stuff is there. So are we all prepared? That is the larger question. I mean, architects will certainly design, but then they also want their fees, so they will design the way in which the client wants. So this is a very big question, and the answers are clearly not there.
So I think, it's also related to the behavior and, your lifestyle thing.
Lifestyle change.
Yeah. So in my last panel discussion in Mumbai, so we had a panelist who said, all of us are wearing suits. And the air conditioning has to be at 22 degrees. If you don't wear suits, you can have the temperature at 25, 26 degrees. So I think you're right. Childhood, we hardly knew what AC was.
Loosely fitting cotton white kurta and pajama is the description.
Exactly.
For the Indian context.
So thank you so much for your insights. And as I promised, I'll.
Thank you so much. I think yeah, you've done me a great favor today. Thank you very much, and thank you all. And sorry for exiting in a very unceremonial manner. My apologies. Thank you so much. It's been great having all of you here. Oh. You want us to stand up? I think that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. So continuing with our discussion, my next question is to Sonali. In what ways can traditional craftsmanship and cultural influences enrich digital design? Are there any specific cultural elements that you find particularly inspiring in design?
I think design is something which one sort of it expands the horizon of the mind, and the traditional learnings, I would say, it's not only the elements, it's the spirit and the learnings is what actually is of great importance as we go forward. I'll just give you an example. Coming back, way back, let's say in the early 60s, B.V. Doshi built Sept. And I think it has such a timeless design. And his entire take of the concept of Sept was emanating from traditional concepts. We had the North Light because we are in the Northern Hemisphere. We have deep verandas and shading on the south side. They created a central space, deconstructed the corridor, and a central space which is equivalent to the way a central courtyard functions, where all the students saw each other, interacted with each other. There were steps. So I'm just saying that though he used the elements of a traditional sort of architecture, but it was a learning of these and the way he imbibed them into a future, which was at that time Sept, was fantastic. Similarly, I think recently we've done a university where we have tried to imbibe the learnings again of a traditional elements. We are looking at a jali. We have glass because we want the sunlight, but we need the shading devices. So we've used the traditional sandstone jalis as a complete facade. We have created a podium which is a 9-meter high podium. And then there is a huge undercroft, which is a completely shaded area, which has a lot of biophilia, water elements, and a lot of natural cooling happens over there because of passage of air, free passage of air, which picks up the moisture from the water, the plants cool it down. And it's a great area for the students to come together. And it has become an alternate learning space, which is an extremely successful space. So I think it is the learning of these traditional elements and the way you imbibe them into your projects and your design is where you create. I mean, if you see this university that we've done, it's an extremely contemporary approach. It is a state-of-the-art university. However, the success of that university belies in the imbibing of the traditional spirit.
Thank you so much. My next question is to Kuldeep.
I also want to add about the elevators, when you were talking about the vertical movement and the experience of the elevator. We have recently done a project where it's a glass elevator, but it is not a traditional glass elevator. It's just a very thin glass wall, and it's just a platform that moves up and down. And it's sitting inside a courtyard. So while you move up and down in the house, instead of being inside a closed area, you're actually looking at this green wall and art and sculptures all over, all around you. And you go up and down. So the idea was that when you move, you create an experience which we have used the design as an element and the architecture to create that element, and the elevator almost disappears as an experience.
So very interesting example, and I'll just ask Aditya in terms of you spoke about Sahara Star. Not a great fan of that building, but any similar kind of example you can share where the way Sonali created that elevator and it's just connecting you with the nature and with the surroundings. Any example you have? Or do you come across such requirements?
So we're actually doing an elevator in our own property. Victoria is also into hotels. So we've just bought up a property by the name of Juna Mahal that's in Ranthambore. It's a very Spanish design hotel that we're coming up. And
Spanish.
Yeah, it's got the architecture that's inspired by Spain. So that's what
in Rajasthan.
in Rajasthan. But it's a contemporary kind of a design. The architect convinced us, and because there are many architects, so I would, and they're my clientele, so I'm not going to say anything about it.
No, I'm just wondering about the brief. So create a Spanish.
Yeah, but I would really, I would say that if you visit it, it's a wonderful property that's coming up.
Yeah.
But coming back to the point of elevator, so what we're doing is that we have the presidential villa in the hotel. So it's got its own private pool and a lawn is there, and it's a 2-bedroom villa. It's a 2-storied building. And we are coming up with a similar aspect wherein we are trying to give a semicircular elevator. Our R&D is working on that. And on a similar basis, that it goes through the lawn. So it's a glass shaft, it's a glass hoistway with minimum metal or structural, fittings over there. And as ma'am said, in a very, very similar nature, we are trying that the entire elevator merges through the greenery of the lawn with the architecture of the building. So when one travels, because it's got a painting on one side, it's something, I'll show you the photograph later, but it's something that really sets a mood and it's going to be the memory. So the idea is that people click their selfies over there because it's a social media world that we have over here. So an elevator where people could click their selfie and remember that as a part of the property, right? On a similar fashion. So that's how we are trying to give different customizations.
Thanks so much. Kuldeep, next question is to you. What emerging technologies do you believe will have most significant impact on the future of design? And how can designers prepare these changes?
I think I'll answer that with, different parts of the building and different technologies that will, or that are emerging into this different aspects of building. I think one is the nanotechnology in terms of building materials, wherein we are talking about, nanofibers. We are talking about different reinforced, kind of carbon materials, which are now forming, part of our new building materials. So I think nanotechnology is going to take a big leap in terms of the materials that are available for us to build the buildings, and that we will see into our built spaces. And depending on the purpose, these nano materials can be having more strength, or they can be having lesser emissions, or they can be having lesser embodied energies, which are the key aspects of greener architecture as we see it in the future. I think the second technology will be onto the construction side, which is our 3D printing technology that we are using nowadays to build buildings. We've started making houses. Some multi-storied also are looking at forming. Some other aspects of the building. I've also heard that NASA is preparing to build 3D homes also in Mars now. They've kind of created some specimens for that by taking the Mars soil as a base material. So I think this is going to form base for the building construction, 3D technologies, so that we could construct faster, and we need a lot of houses, lot of buildings, especially in a country like India now. I think other bigger technology or emerging technology, of course, is the AI. We are living in the world of AI. That is, I think, much more to do with the user interface, or the user, how he or she interacts with the space, or what space does to that user, or how much care, how much interaction this technology can create with the user as an individual. I think that interaction between the space planning and the individual is going to take a big leap. We will be very, very individualized in terms of how we are interacting, or what space is interacting to us through this technology. However,
you touched upon a very interesting thing, and just before this panel discussion, I was having a discussion with Siddharth on 3D printed homes. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you short because I'm aware of the time, and I have one more question for George. Siddharth, your views on the emerging technology, since you said that you built some houses and at a very affordable cost, which is very hard to believe, because I couldn't believe that 3D printing is a cheap thing, but Government of India promoting building of 3D houses is something which is very encouraging.
So actually, it's 3D precast what we did. So as Professor Rao was mentioning that Government of India came up with 6 lighthouse projects where PM Modi had this two years back. He asked all the technology companies who are into construction space to come together, and there was some competition between all the people who wanted to, and 6 people got shortlisted. So we were one of the 6 selected, and we made 1,008 homes in Ranchi. Using 3D precast in a time of 1 year. So thankfully, all the 6 guys actually completed 1,000 or approx 1,000 homes. And there are 6 different technologies. We were one of them, and we had amazing experience with the government. They actually went all out to support companies like us, and we were able to deliver. In India, this was the largest 3D precast construction happened ever, and the rates which government gave was quite competitive, right? So at around 2,500 rupees per square feet, it's a all-inclusive house where EWS people can stay in Ranchi. So it was a government initiative, and thankfully all these technologies are now being being made part of the BMTPC is now incorporating this into, as Professor Rao was mentioning, that G20 is happening, and they are going to make codes out of these 6 technologies.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to cut you short. Last question to George. I'm sorry, George, you have to respond it very quickly.
Sure.
With shifting design vibes and new technologies, how can we keep our focus, progress on decarbonization?
Right.
can you share the sustainability trends right now? Very
Sure.
quickly, please.
Yeah, so basically what we have noticed, if you look at the global CO2 emissions in terms of the construction value chain, when you look at the design as well as the construction and the operations of buildings and the production of materials, you will notice that 40% of the entire global emissions is related to the production and production of the cement and steel industry. And if you see, 2/3 of it is coming from the developing, or rather, we would say the emerging markets. Now, what has the industry done for the past 2 decades for this? So there have been agencies, councils in place who have brought about, alongside with the architects, guidelines and scorecards in place so that you can include sustainability also into the design and construction. And when that happens, the architects and the designers, they look at ways in which how can we make our site sustainable. They look at reducing their air conditioning loads. They start looking at water conservation methods, how to tackle waste, and most importantly, they start demanding for better products, better materials. So when the demand for better materials come into play, manufacturers are then they start to do their R&D, and they bring about better product lines. And ultimately, the raw materials extractor is also going to have to extract their materials in a much more better way so that they take care of the embodied carbon. So in this way, it's not a quick fix, but definitely we are as a community moving towards decarbonization by these sort of methods. And in fact, I would just give a few statistics in terms of in the Indian market. India is basically the 3rd largest market for the international certification called LEED out of the 180 plus countries. So we are dead serious about it. And we are in fact leading the market in terms of LEED Zero. Out of these many countries, we are leading the market with most of the developers moving into their net zero plans. So as a community, we still have a lot of work to do. But yes, if we are stringent in our aspects and more disciplined, we'll be able to meet those carbon emissions, or rather decarbonization goals, and touch upon the ESG aspect as well.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm rushing this. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion today has been an inspiring exploration of how traditional and technology-driven designs are converging to create a new design landscape. We've gained valuable insights from our esteemed panelists and explored the opportunities and challenges of this transformational shift. It's clear that we're living in an era where design is not limited by boundaries, but instead is a canvas where tradition and technology coexist harmoniously. As we conclude, I want to thank our panelists for their valuable contributions, and I also want to extend my gratitude to our engaged audience for their insightful questions and participation. As we leave this discussion, let's remember that the fusion of traditional craftsmanship, cultural richness, and technological innovation is not only shaping the aesthetics of our world, but also influencing how we interact with it. The conversation doesn't end here. It continues in our own exploration, creations, and dialogues. Together, we can continue to shape the evolving design vibes and create a more vibrant and diverse design ecosystem. Thank you for being part of today's discussion, and I look forward to seeing how each of you contributes to this dynamic and ever-evolving design world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And also a big thank you to Mr. Moza for moderating that. May I please request Mr. Rahul Bansal, the co-founder of Propacity, to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists and the moderator as well. I think it's not here. I'll request Mr. Moza to please do the honors. Devin will need your help with also presenting the token to a panelist, please. And I think all of you collectively can present the same to Mr. Moza. All of you can together present it to him. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for them, please. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead with the next fireside chat, which is on reinventing sales and marketing strategies, optimizing technology to boost growth. Let me first invite the session moderator for this, Govind Roy, co-founder and CEO of Insomniacs, with over 10 years of experience in real estate consulting to the leading real estate brands across India. Govind has specially focused on helping realtors focus on efficiency and drive better ROI. He has handled more than 280 project launches and has helped brands. Hello. The media costs by focusing on digital media. Introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, I welcome Abhijit Bhattacharya, CMO and Senior VP DLF Limited. Abhijit is a seasoned consumer-centric business leader with almost 2 decades of diversified experience leading exiting businesses to growth and setting up new businesses. He has deep experience in brand marketing, innovation, business planning, consumer insights, digital marketing and transformation, P&L, shopper marketing and sales and distribution, and establishing brands as well as building new brands and categories across sectors. Joining them is Asha Singh, Senior Vice President Marketing, 360 Realtors. Asha, with almost 2 decades of professional experience, has a proven skill in managing team dynamics to work in sync with the corporate objectives and also motivating them for achieving business and individual goals. She specializes in marketing and brand management and is an effective communicator with good presentation skills, strong analytical problem solving and organizational abilities. Joining them is Sharon Dogra, CMO of Bharti Realty. Sharon leads the marketing functions with Bharti Land for the upcoming commercial projects in NCR. She has over 18 years of experience in identifying customer needs, customizing product offerings, and exponentially taking the customer lifetime value up for both multinational and indigenous organizations with innovative marketing strategies. She's worked with UB, William Grant India, and Pernod, and also leading real estate organizations like Lodha, DLF, and Imar prior to joining Bharti Land Limited. Joining them is Roshan Shah, co-founder, Realty Ventures LLP. Rohan is the co-founder of Realty, a pioneer in real estate digital marketing, which has 100+ pan-India clients, including some of the top listed developers. Having early roots in India's digital journey and 10+ years of multiple entrepreneur roles in the domestic and international market, in the year 2017, Rohan co-founded his next venture, Realty, where he continues to lead using his in-depth digital knowledge and business acumen. And joining them is Dr. Vishesh Rawat, Vice President and Head Sales, Marketing, CRM and Leasing, M2K Group. Dr. Rawat is a senior professional with a proven successful track record of 21 years in marketing, sales, strategy, business development, and leasing. He has cultivated deep insights in the domain of residential, commercial, and retail real estate markets across the country. Currently, he is leading the marketing, sales, and leasing teams of M2K Group and is also handling the portfolio of residential, commercial, and retail real estate projects of the company. Let's please welcome all of them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. No, I believe this is.
Check, check.
Yeah, I guess okay now. So Abhijit, welcome to everybody, and Abhijit, thanks a ton for joining in. Okay, guys, so let me not waste a single moment here. The idea today is we're gonna be talking about sales and marketing in terms of what's working, what's not working. And let me give you a little bit of an idea. I just had a backstage conversation with my fellow panelists, and if in case you would have been witness to it, rest assured, I'm pretty sure nobody would leave their seats today for the next half an hour. That is one guarantee that I can give. So without wasting time, let me get started with the topic that we have for today. The first part that I want to know, and one thing also I wanted to add, here we have a great representation from the developer fraternity in the form of Vishesh, Sharon, and Abhijit. And then there is Asha, who's representing the broker fraternity as well. And then we have Rohan here, who is representing all these ecosystems where it comes to marketing. He's one of the largest player in this industry for the digital marketing narrative. So let me ask this question. Currently, in terms of the North market, what is your learning in terms of what has been one phenomena that is working, which you believe that wouldn't have been a case pre-COVID, right? In pre-COVID to now, one thing is clear that customers more or less are now going to the digital platforms. They are searching about what home to invest in, which home to buy. What, according to you, has started working now, which wasn't working before? When I talk about digital versus traditional, or when I talk about direct selling versus sales aided by brokers. So, Shane, would you want to start?
Thank you, first of all, for having me here. I think COVID has given us everything which we never ever imagined in our lives, and we are very lucky. I think lucky now because we survived clearly, but we're very lucky to have seen such a global phenomena in front of us. What COVID has done to all of us is change our consumer psychology, our behavior towards purchases, and purchases like real estate, which has been so near one time, maybe in life, or maybe twice or thrice, maybe. Now, digital technologies are seen as not just one tick of the box. They are also seen as enablers. They are seen as consumer experience providers. And I think that's a great, great shift. It has been thanks to COVID. I wish COVID had not happened and it happened just naturally. But then that's what COVID has done to us.
Sure. So, Ron, let me ask you one thing. Before COVID, we all were thinking that after seeing what is happening, digital is gonna take a huge leap, right? And then at that moment, we saw there's a broker fraternity rising like never before, and suddenly we realized that who's gonna be our clients, right? It's gonna be the developers or the brokers. So, could you just summarize this part of the journey? That how has the journey translated for you, and what are you witnessing in terms of the trends, and what's working for you now?
So firstly, thanks for the introduction. In terms of digital, what we are seeing is that earlier, brands used to invest more on performance marketing. Now what we are seeing is that brands want to do a lot of branding as well. So digital is looked at more of an advertising medium, just like offline. So like you have a newspaper cover, right? So now, we had done something for M3M, which is called M3M Big $1 Billion, where we had a YouTube masthead. So what that means is that anybody opening a YouTube app in Delhi NCR would see first ad of M3M. Likewise, we did something for Dosti Realty in Bombay. Brands want to get into more of digital branding. Performance obviously has always been peaking and is continuously peaking. Branding in terms of money control, or it could be YouTube, or it could be InShots. These platforms are picking up a lot, and the benefit of digital is that obviously everything is measurable. You can see how many people have seen a 50% of your video, how many have seen, say, 75% of your video. You can market to the same customers again with some different communication later. So there's immense power in digital, and this is going to continue, for the next, say, whatever, 50 years or 100 years. Yeah.
So Rohan is going to back digital only. I'm aware about that. Abhijit, I'm going to come to you. What, according to you, is something that, you're realizing, and you're coming from a different background as well. I want you to give me the perspective when you came to real estate. What are the differences that you are observing? And, in terms of what's going to be working and what's working for you, if you could just put some light on this particular topic.
Yeah, thanks, Govind. Thanks for, having me here. So, as you rightly said, I'm new to real estate that way, but of course I have a lot of background in marketing and other sectors. And I just want to make one point, digital, of course, is everybody talks of digital, but I think, traditional is something that I don't think we can wish away. I think we've seen this in every sector. There was this point of, digital coming and taking over everything because it's exciting. It's, it's with all the measurability, etc., etc. But the fact that, traditional gives you the amount of power of reach, etc., that's there. And hence, I think no matter how much we want, I think traditional will be there because it gives you that sense of bigness, that sense of impact that's there. So that'll always be there. It's digital, means picked up with this real estate industry, but I think it's not going to be that it's going to take over everything.
Okay, Asha, I'm going to come to you. You are operating with almost everybody, right? You are aware what the big guys are doing. You are aware what the Cat B, Cat C developers are doing. Abhijit mentioned that the traditional is important, but if I'm a small developer, how do I do that? Right? So please give me an insight about what you're observing with the real estate fraternity in Cat B and Cat C vis-a-vis Cat A. And also as a broking fraternity representation, what is really working for you?
So I believe from a development point of view, when we say that there is a limited budget, and of course in that limited budget there has to be a 360-degree campaign which has to catered to. I really believe to understand the target audience is prima facie the most important thing. So where those target audiences are, and if we do segmented marketing there, I think that would be the key, because I understand that going full page jacket ad along with hoardings and radio along with digital will be something that not all Cat B, Cat C developers would be able to afford. But if I know that these are the pockets and these are the areas and segments and locations, so right from geo-targeting to the regional ads, to the the print ads, I think that is quite manageable. What was your next question? I forgot.
So as a broker representation, when you are working towards what has started working more post-COVID specifically, and like there's a huge wave of many fraternities joining the broking fraternity now than before. Why this wave, and what is it that is really started working in this?
So as a broker ourselves, we have always been quite digital driven. We were somebody who was never dependent on any other traditional media, because digital was what gave us the ROI based leads and closures and transactions. But I think post COVID, what has happened is the entire industry has been a part of it, which has obviously increased the competition. But to be above the curve is where I think automation is what has really worked for us. Not every industry, not every company, not every broker or even a developer are the ones who are using AI-based automation. And it is easily said than done, I understand that. But that is something that has really worked for us, the automation.
I'm going to come to the AI topics and the technology topics pretty soon. Vishesh, I'm going to ask you a very interesting question. If you have to put traditional marketing, digital marketing, and sales driven by brokers at the scale of 1, 2, 3 in a popular rank, what ranking would you give to these three and why?
First, I will start with the cyclic nature of real estate. From last 2 decades, I have been watching and experiencing real estate. So in 2002, 2003, there was a boom. Till 2008, real estate was doing very, very good. Then there was economic conditions, macro conditions that forced real estate market also to go down. So 2009, 2010, it was a bit down. Then 11, 12, again, it bounced back, and 2, 3, 4 years, it was very good. Then COVID came. Then market was down in year 2020. Then 21 onwards, again, it started picking. So it has been a double bonanza. One, there was pent-up demand of COVID period. People didn't purchase anything during that year, so that was the demand. Then cyclic nature of the real estate also came into play. So year 22 and 23 has been extremely phenomenal for real estate industry. All type of developers, large, small, medium, are doing very, very well. So this is one thing. And Coming to your question, traditional, digital, and what was the third
And
one?
broking, sales driven by broker channels. What contribution would you give to, like, as it's 1, 2, 3, if you have to?
All three play a very important role. Traditional will be there in real estate because outdoor hoardings, print media, this will be there. But obviously the percentage towards digital is increasing. Earlier it was 80% traditional and only 20% was digital. Now I think it is reversed.
Okay.
So now around 70-75% is digital medium and 25-30% is traditional.
Rohan, if you have not targeted him, it's time we do, right? So, right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you now very important question that I had in mind, and that's my personal curiosity as well. Many customers I have engaged with, they always say, what's the difference when we see an ad? Right, it's the same elevation, it's the same kids playing around, right? Something may have some exotic visuals coming in. A few branding guys told me, hey, the storytelling is missing in real estate. We got to be focusing more on that. What's your take? What's working for you? I would love, Asha, to hear from you from a broking perspective when you're generating leads. How are you differentiating? If all the elevations are same, where do you what's really working? And at the same time, the representation from the developer fraternity. When you're going about marketing a particular product, are you spending time on creating a story around it, and or you just believe that, hey, our name is enough and let's go with it, right? What's really working in this space when it comes to storytelling? So, Asha, we can start with you.
So yeah, what you're saying is true, and about 2 years back, this is what was happening. But I think the storytelling has started happening. There is a differentiator, and if there is no differentiation, then one size fits all is something where the consumers are not interested anymore. So the storytelling does happen, and right now we are not talking about not specific. We are talking about national, because we're talking about real estate. I have seen that change, and yes, I'm not saying that everybody is doing, but that is something which is very, very important, because I, as a consumer, or my consumers, are quite aware, and they need to have a differentiation for them to make a decision. Brand is equally important, and I think he would mention that, but that differentiation has to be there.
Abhijit, what's your take?
It comes down to the basics of marketing. Yeah. Are you selling a product? Are you selling a consumer payoff? Right. If you're selling a consumer payoff, then you have to have a story. And I think this happens true across categories, across industries. It's true in real estate as well. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I said it's clear now. Yeah. Brilliant. So I said it comes down to basics of marketing. Are you selling a product or are you selling a consumer payoff? If you're selling a consumer payoff, then what you're essentially selling is a story or a dream to the consumer. The consumer is buying something that is going to get in the future, and more than any other category, more than any other industry, I think you're selling a dream. And I think all successful campaigns have storytelling inbuilt in them. And the beauty is that even if you're not doing a 30-second ad, even if you're not doing a long film, if you're just doing a visual, are there elements in the visual that you're building in, which are giving you those subliminal cues, which tells the story? Are you using something in the, the font that you're using, or the choice of words that you're using, or the angle from which you've shot? That is what it gives. And I'll just hint at a campaign that we did recently, very, very visible across Gurgaon. Now we took a strong product insight, of course, which resonated with consumers. But fundamentally, we sold, what consumers get as a lifestyle out of there. And what you essentially used is the imagery, some of these very limited things that you could do to, build the story. So I think it's absolutely important. All great marketing campaigns have storytelling. And while it's, of course, a buzzword in words, I think it was true in marketing even 30 years back.
Now, I'm going to add one more layer. With the help of technology, even the storytelling, we can add a little bit of tangibility around it, right? Which is, if you run an ad, a lot of time brands are giving us a brief that, this is what we want. But then we go back, we run the campaign and we see, hey, the CTRs are so low, the click-through ratios, or the 100 people, only one person is clicking. We need to have a qualification of minimum 3 people clicking. And that changes the perspective as well. A story which is working in our head, it is not reflecting to the customers because they are not clicking on the ad. Sharon, I want your take on this. that, because we are leveraging technology to now map what stories are really working. I wanted to know your viewpoint that, what would you rather prefer? A story which is tangible, which people are clicking on it, or the story which you believe the brand wants to carry forward? What is the right take?
So first of all, I have a serious problem with this word storytelling, because I think that corrupts the whole part of the lot of work which marketers do, because everybody says, "Tum to kahani karte ho." I think storytelling is the worst thing to have said to a campaign that we are telling stories. I think more or less any campaign, whether digital or offline, it works on three principles, which is educate, engage, and convert. Now, when you educate a consumer is very smart today. I think everybody, if you ask yourselves and the audience and people who would perhaps see this video later on, if you have to ask yourself the first question as to what would you look when you're looking at a house or a commercial property, you would look at the location. You have that question in your mind, where do I want to have that property, whether on lease, whether on sale? So I think the education encompasses the strict nuances of a product, which basically entails everything right from the location to the tangibility. Then comes engagement. Now, that is a very, very hard work a marketer puts forward, because marketer finds out the core value proposition. Every product, irrespective of where it is, who is it for, has a core value proposition. And that a marketer's job is to really tell and engage the audience. And then conversion is a byproduct of it. So I would refrain my audience to hear this word storytelling.
So Abhijit has a counter to give to it, and I'd love to hear from you.
No, I don't think it's a counterpoint. I just wanted to add something onto it. If you look at the marketing funnel, there are a variety of things you're trying to do. You're trying to, as Shell mentioned, you're trying to build awareness, educate people about it. Now, once people have gone through that, you are wanting them to convert. So what you want to tell depends on what the action you want to do. If there's an awareness building, an imagery building, something you want consumers to feel, build desirability, saying, oh, this I want to check out. Because it's also an industry where you're not going to buy something very quickly, right? You're going to take your own time. So some of that top of the funnel needs to build that desirability, needs to build that imagery, etc. So there's a certain type of story. Now, if you are putting out communication which is looking to convert, fill in that lead, which in the next 7 days you're going to, he's going to give you that check. Then what you can potentially do is to take attributes and lifestyle benefits and consumer payoffs, which will appeal to that customer or that consumer, and put it out. So technology allows you to do that today, far more segmented, far more targeted. I think that is the layer I thought I'd just bring in.
That was quite an insight, Abhijit. Thanks a ton. Rohan, I'm going to come to you, and I've been observing now many briefs that have been coming our ways has always been about that. Why don't you leverage an influencer channel, which can be reciting the stories about those particular project, right? Initially, we were just getting those static images, then it shifted to GIF, then those AVs, and now we are getting the budgets to engage the influencers as well. Do you see any difference in terms of the CTR, lead cost, and overall conversion cost because of these engagements?
Yeah, so we just did an event that was co-partnered with Google, and we are one of the Google Premier partners. So the event was focused more on what content you should advertise, and it's all on video. That's how it started. The video journey is probably 2 to 3 years old. Now it is more of creating there's a principle called ABCD, which we follow for creating all videos, and that is in collaboration with influencers, as well as if you can do any shoot. So the principle is like this: that first you attract, which means that you have some hook, that can you live away from the city, plus have the best of connectivity. Then second is you talk about the brand. Then third is that you connect, you connect to the customers with some kind of an hook, basically. And last is we have a direct. So when we follow this principle of ABCD, that's when we are getting maximum output in terms of CTRs. So like you questioned, the CTRs are at least, I would say, 3x or 4x when we use influencer videos. So first is that you have the entire network of influencers where you get some organic push. And second is the influencers themselves know how they themselves know the art of storytelling, due to which you kind of get great output. So this is basically the future, and that's what the journey has started since 1 year. And I think it's going to continue for 4-5 years, because you have YouTube Shorts, you have Instagram Reels, and these all channels are giving our ROIs are at least, I would say, 40-50% better in using such marketing collaterals.
Super, bro. And to all the marketers here, remember one thing: spend and start allocating some budgets to the influencer side, and that is future. That is the future, as spoken by Rohan. Okay, Mr. Vishesh, I'm gonna come to you. What's your take in terms of when you are observing the traditional roots of newspaper ads, the outdoor, right? Do you believe that this new mediums of storytelling is helping you create larger awareness and engage the audience in a better manner? Do you see that happening, or you see any challenges in here?
Look, storytelling is basically a core marketing, because without going into the emotion and connecting the information with emotion, it will not work. So if you see any ad, like a few days back I was watching on TV, abhi to isme bahut sari centuries baki hain champ. So you see, this is emotion. So it directly connects the viewer with the company. So that binds, that is branding. So storytelling is all branding. And as a professional also, I have seen when you launch a new product, when you launch it beautifully, you have branding, you have full marketing campaigns, then it's easier to sell. People buy that idea that this product will be coming this way, and emotionally you attract them. So at that time period, you get a lots of interested customers, and there are lots of conversions also. At the same time, when the actual product is there and we focus only on product attributes, so there are times then it gets difficult. But it's not always, right? There are cases when the product is actually exceeding expectations. So it can happen otherwise also. But in general, if you see, storytelling is always been there, and it will be there, because this is the core of marketing.
Absolutely. So now I'm going to come to the most important question that I had kept for you. I'm pretty sure the audience is also going to be waiting for it, which is the technology use case in the domain of marketing and sales. So I'm going to start with Sharon here. Could you give an insight about the fact that a previous panel around PropTech largely focused about how adoption of technology has been a larger challenge when it comes to developers and their team, right? Do you really think so? And what are the ways that we could be really solving this? Or is the technology which is really bad, because of that the adoption issues are coming? What's your take in terms of the sales and marketing technologies and automation when we talk?
Sure. So, see, adoption of technology has, again, 2 or 3 moot points. The first is that technology does not have a place holding a very strong footing in our business plans. It is seen as by the way. And I think technology, whether for digital or for any technology nuances, for the most commonsensical things which we do in business, has to take the forefront in our business plans, number one, so that it is a long-term planning game and not just a short burst of you do it and you get the results kind of a thing. Secondly, adoption has 2 things. One, the employee resistance for any organization. Second, the required skill set to run that technology. And third, how much are you willing to invest on that running of technology? A lot of times when I see, and I won't take the names, but I've really gone to some very cool places, some very technical gizmos I've seen. But when I've started using them, the person has come to tell me it's not working. So it's not just one small burst that you implement something and you forget about it. I think bring it to the forefront, have consistent and long-term investment on it, and get your employees attuned to it is the mantra to technology as adoption.
Absolutely. So I totally buy your point. And till the time the top players are not really believing in it and backing it, it cannot really thrive at any organization. Abhijit, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you currently, we are seeing, and the bigger brands which are scaling at a larger scale, there's a very big importance of keeping the customer data profiles intact and leveraging it to market to your audiences. What do you believe is this industry is lacking at this point of time? Because I've seen the other FMCG markets are using the CDP and ADP layers much more smartly than what real estate fraternity has been able to use. Could you put some light in terms of what is the potential that you see in this particular space when I talk about CDP?
I think it would be unfair to say what the industry is lacking, and that I don't think that would be the the right going in position to this answer. But I would like to put down what my thoughts are, how you could potentially approach this. So I think it's important. See, while CDP allows you to do that, I think it's important for you to understand the entire customer journey first. Map that out first, understand the various touch points. And as I think all of us agreed, post-COVID, a lot of these touch points have become digital. Having said that, a lot of them are still traditional, etc. Now, it's important to understand which of these touch points are high impact touch points, where you have where if you do something, you can be a delighter, and which of these touch points are hygiene touch points. So there, if you're not doing something good, you actually get out of the customer's consideration. So if you understand that, along with that, what you could do is you could understand various customer personas. So that gives you the various types of customers. Now, CDP potentially then gives you this opportunity to work on each of these things, know which journeys, where to impact, and okay, I think that's good. Yeah, 10 minutes. And along with then the personas, give differentiated communication or differentiated triggers for each of these things. So I think CDP by itself is a technical stack. But I think if it's merged with this, I think it makes the entire program far, far more powerful. So I think that's the way.
So thanks a lot, Abhijit, on this one. Rohan, I'm going to come to you. You have been there in this space for almost like from 2009, right? If I'm not reading it wrong.
Correct.
You have seen the digital marketing as a ecosystem evolving, and then you have also seen the impact that technology is able to create tool which we can harness, right? The digital marketers can harness to do better. My take is, where do you believe that the future is heading when it comes to digital marketing, leveraging technology? What is it that we're going to witness in coming time?
Right. So I think this is evolving quite fast. So we are just doing a launch for Mahindra, which is a metaverse launch. So basically, it's a landing page, it's a website. You sign up and you have a metaverse experience. So instead of going on the site, you're doing a metaverse. So this is something that should keep increasing quite exponentially over the next 3-4 years, because the entire site can be emulated in virtual reality, basically. Second is, I would say, digital sales. Right now the transactions are happening offline. There's a lot of pre-sales effort and sales effort to do any kind of transaction. If there is something that is going to if something going to move ahead, it's going to be digital sales, and especially for the for markets like US and UK and Europe and maybe even UAE. I think this is quite picking up, and big brands like DLF or Brigade or Mahindra, this is a direction where we see them moving. And obviously, in terms of your content, it needs to be more creative in real estate. I think one of the things that real estate lacks is not so creative content. Probably that's one of the reasons for that is also when the time to launch comes, it's quite fast. There's not much planning time that normally real estate
Please make
has.
a note of this, guys. Every marketer, please make a note that give your agency good amount of time. Yeah, Rohan, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think they themselves don't have time. So when there's some approvals that come in, probably you have to launch everything in probably a week or 2 days or 3 days. So if there is enough time to plan, the content can be much more creative, and that would kind of make real estate stand out as one of the best industries that can do marketing.
Super, Rohan. Mr. Vishesh, what's your take in terms of technology? What are the things that you believe that is going to be something that you're already using or really excited about, or that is going to shape the future? What part you're excited about?
Technology gives us power to do whatever we are doing in a better and efficient way. So a few things like, I was in touch with the company like Connect something. So they are offering a tool that, every or whatever is happening on your social media pages, whatever conversations are going there. So you can see all of them in your panel, and you can, in real time, you can
Social
revert to
listening
them,
tools.
you can manage them. So social media management in real time, it's important. So technology is helping us. Otherwise, if you do it manually, it takes lots of time, and lead time also might be higher. So technology obviously in managing customers, giving better customer experience, it is certainly helpful. And in future also, the role of technology will increase, because endpoint is customer experience. For marketing, customer experience remains the key today, tomorrow also. So whatever technology is helping us in serving our customers in a better, quick, efficient way, that will
Absolutely.
further
So I cannot deny that the technology aiding the customer experience, I believe, is the theme of the future that we are all working towards. Asha, I'm going to come to you. You talked about AI. Where do you believe that there's an implementation in your business? And one question I had as a personal curiosity, a property pistol has a syndicate, Square Yards had a Square Connect. What is it that you guys are working upon? Or you believe that technology cannot solve the aggregation problem?
So I'll come to the first point in respect to the implementation, and I really believe that most of the times people give up in the implementation because it's a very iterative process, especially when we are implementing a technology into the system. Right from, as Sharul rightly said, that from the mindset to having the right set of people, skill set. Is it echoing?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Right set of people, the skill set, the mentality, and it's again, even if you have all that, it will still be an iterative process. If we take something and we expect it to work like month to month, it will not happen, because your entire system has to get used to it. They have to read the data, they have to analyze the data, and accordingly the AI tools will actually help. If the data, so in data analytics, what it says is garbage in and garbage out. So if the data is not done well, then the analysis and analytics and the AI, what they're learning, is also a garbage. So that's what I mean to say, that if you're getting into that part of it, right, then we have to be very diligent and process oriented. The next question was with the aggregation. No, I know that there are a lot of firms who are doing that, and I do believe that technology is an answer to that. We have not done that because of our own reasons, to be honest. It's something that we are also into development, and we believe that we should not aggregate as a group.
I'm going to talk to you about it backstage at a later stage. Okay. So we have a very short time available with us now. So I'm going to come to my final conclusive question. And I'm very curious about this one. What part of marketing and sales that you see today, which is existing as a phenomena or as an operation, but will not exist 5 years down the line, right? I can give you some notes if needed, which could be traditional will exist or not exist, call center will exist or not exist, right? Will there be any technology use case of the future, which is like VR will exist or not exist? So some prediction, 5 predictions from my 5 fellow panelists that I wanted to end this conversation with. So I'm going to start, Rohan, with you. Is this time?
So let's hope offline doesn't exist, but I think everything is going to exist.
Yeah, plus one with that.
I don't think there is something that's not going to exist. It's just the ratios will keep changing.
Okay, Rohan. Abhijit, what about you?
See, I think this will be driven by how consumers change. And I think you're seeing a lot of buying now from people across, from overseas. And also, a lot of people from upcountry markets buying in large cities because it's an exciting thing to do. So I think what will become far more important, and rather than saying what will not exist, is usage of this entire visualization, 3D walkthroughs, entire giving you an immersive experience, so that you're able to make that choice sitting remotely. I think a lot of other categories have moved to that. Real estate is still, it does. But, there is possibly still, even if you're living in the US, you get your relative to go and visit and say that, is it good or not good? Maybe, that loop will decrease a lot more, and people will get such great immersive experiences remotely that they'll choose.
Absolutely. And you all have to notice, when Abhijit started the session, he talked about how traditional is not going to go away, but he's ending the session by targeting the NRI audience where traditional cannot reach. right? So please make sure that we all take this home with us. Okay, I'm just pulling the leg and sharing. Over to you.
I just hope, and I'm talking from a real estate sector point of view, I just hope that 5 years from now, technological transformations are not seen as a silicon chip discovered from the land of Mars. They should be seen as the most commonsensical things in day-to-day life. And what would not happen is that there would be inhibitions about really seeing very, very simple things like where all your customer sees your brand and how can technology play a part. So the idea is to make real estate available, accessible, and transparently accessible. And that is where I see technology playing a good part.
And when you say transparent availability of this thing, what all does it mean here?
I feel digitization goes a long way. Today, a lot of developers and consumers, both keeping the security and privacy intact, have to understand that for the developers, the consumer does not necessarily come only at one place to see his brand. There are multiple touch points where a consumer sees and interacts with your brand. And how do you make sure that that data is taken with security and privacy being intact? And then the customer is seen and sent what he is needing the most. I think that is the fundamental part of it. The large part of it is how do we bring the processes, compliances, a more ethical way of transacting and keeping the records more available for everybody to check. It will have its own teething problems, but I guess largely it will add up to the sectoral advantage.
Super. You summarized it pretty well. Vishesh, what about you?
Taking it further from Sharon, transparency is going up much notches, and I believe all property documents, registration documents, agreements, they are going to be digitized. And even today, the process has started. I know two of the companies who I'm in with touch, and they have already started the process, and you get everything on a click of your mouse. You can see and you can download the registration that has been done at the sub-star office. So this is a new thing today, but in 5 years' time, that will be a norm that every transaction going on, residential, commercial, sale, rent, lease, everything will be available at a click of a mouse. And to giving a prediction, that clay models are certainly going out of form because you have lots of AR, VR, machine learning data, everything will be there. So you will not require any more clay models.
Okay,
for sure.
That
Thank you.
was great. Asha, we'll be ending this session with your note on this one.
So again, continuing, I think, yeah, blockchain can be one thing, but moving more towards a customer journey, I guess, how digitization has actually evolved, right? Where it started with only search, then it became search and discovery. Now it has become search and discovery, a bit of selection. And what I assume is in the next 5 years, it will go to the transaction. And that is where the evolution will be in the next 5 years.
That's pretty good one. And I hope you have a great role to play on that side of the narrative as well. And with that, thanks a ton, guys, for being an awesome audience. I hope it was worth it. And with that, thanks a lot. Over to you, and thanks all the fellow panelists for being so candid.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I please request Tripti Kedia, Business Head, Reality Plus, to present a token of love and appreciation to all our panelists and, of course, our moderator as well. Please. I think you should warm up with your claps and talian because awards are just around the corner now. Also for the lovely discussion that they had, which was candid, of course. A picture together, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. ठीक है, कांच टूटना शुभ मानते हैं, है ना? Tripti, you getting an award. I love how happy you were when this happened. है ना? Thank you, please. Thank you so much. Okay, while they clear the stage, it's now time to move towards the final segment of today's conclave. Of course, the awards await us. And this is Real Talk, the inspiring success stories. May I please introduce the esteemed speakers in alphabetical order for this one. Dikshu C. Kukreja, Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects, one of the world's largest architecture and urban design firms, with offices in India, Vietnam, Japan, and the USA. His work is rooted in contextuality and driven by a sustainable approach reinforced through innovative technologies. Also joining this panel is Rahul Kumar, a Principal Architect, Rajendra Kumar and Associates, established in the early 1970s and regarded as one of the leading architecture, planning, landscape, and interior design firms in the country. He has played a key role in the creation of contemporary architecture across the length and breadth of India. And chairing this conversation will be Sapna Srivastava, Editor, Realty Plus, an architect by qualification. Sapna forwarded in the field of architectural journalism in the year 2006. As an editor of Realty Plus, she is responsible to maintain editorial benchmarks and ideate new editorial products. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome our esteemed speakers and the panelists, and I mean, of course, our moderator for this one as well. Please, with your love and appreciation for them. Round of applause for them, please. देखो, ताली बजाना दिल के लिए अच्छा होता है. हमारी मम्मी कहती है अच्छा है, इन जनरल अच्छा है. तो जब भी मौका मिले, just give it up for everybody, please. Thank you so much. Brownie points for that table there. You want coffee or chai? Guys, अब बोल दिया, just help them, no? Please.
So, thank you so much. An architect will always be an architect. He was helping me adjust my chair, how it should be placed well. But getting straight into conversation, first of all, I'm sure everyone knows our eminent speakers, Architect Dikshu Kukreja, Architect Rahul Kumar, and not only them, but they come from a very powerful legacy of their fathers. I'm sure everyone here knows Architect Rajendra Kumar, Architect CP Kukreja, and their legacy now they have so wonderfully taken forward. Can we have a big round of applause for them for that? So as I mentioned earlier, let me ask the most cliched question. I'm sure so many times people must have asked you, were you expected to become an architect, both of you? Or is it because the entire environment around you was such that it was a natural inclination? Or is it that you wanted to be something else and ended up as an architect? Dikshu, starting with you.
Okay, so good evening and thank you for having me here, and good evening to all of you. I have a very interesting tale of how I ended up being an architect, because I think ever since as far back as I can remember, when I was 2 or 3 or 4 years old, we always used to go to, my parents would take us to monuments around Delhi for picnics, just the 3 of us, we would go for picnics, etc. So it was always monuments. And somewhere I think subconsciously that just affected me. I was inspired by that kind of place. Not that I realized that time, but I think later the memories always stayed back with me. And growing up, you know how when your parents' friends come home for dinner and they want to know, what are you going to be when you grow up? And I started saying that I want to be an architect. And my father would always question that. And my father never wanted me to be an architect. So I just took it up as a challenge, because I thought he probably feels that I'm not good enough to be an architect. So the resolve became even stronger that, you know what, I will only become an architect. So in my case, it is, and later perhaps I feel it was a reverse psychology or somewhere where he didn't want me to just take it for granted that, you know, you can't think anything else. So you're saying you want to be one. But yes, in my case, it was only and only one choice I had in my mind.
Okay. Yes, of course, the environment that you live in, the influence of the parents, somewhere it always remain. But if you want your children to be something, or you can adopt the reverse psychology that Dikshu just mentioned. Rahul, what was the case with you?
Well, I wasn't so sure about becoming an architect. For me, it was a little different. School was playing a lot of sport and not having time to think about other things. So, but I was very fortunate that when I passed out from school, I had choices of doing engineering, architecture, or economics. I was fortunate enough to get into good schools. Architectural school started a month earlier than the engineering schools. So the whole plan was go there, try it out, and if it doesn't work, you can always come back to engineering or economics. And both the other institutions were very good here in Delhi. So I said, fine, let me try it out. And 30 days into architectural school, I could not think of going back into engineering, which I was very good at, or physics or maths and subjects. So I was very good at it. And it just opens up a part of your mind, which, and then since then, of course.
Yeah, architecture is little creative because engineering becomes very, I think, after a point of time, very monotonous. Do you think? And it's a creativity that appeal to you?
Well, it opened up a part of my brain which I had never used before.
So no influence
one
of
thinks
parents?
that you are in an architectural home and of course, those influences are there, but you don't realize it that much.
Subconscious, yeah.
Those influences that Dikshu spoke about, you realize when you're in college. When you select materials or how you react to color and textures, that's when you realize why your reaction is different than the others. So those are things which you kind of learn later, like he described the story of the monuments and all. But I never said I wanted to be an architect or I had a choice of being other. It just happened, and
Right.
I think I was fortunate that I had the choices.
And we are very glad that you both turned out to be architects. So, now, obviously, you also inherited such a popular practices from your father. How have you brought your own personality in that practice? Because sometimes it becomes very difficult to create your own personality, your own niche in that. Rahul, if you want to continue, how you created your own personality in the practice that you inherited, how have you evolved over the years as a professional?
I think it happens naturally. Just that generational gap. You grow up in different circumstances. The environment around you is different. I was fortunate that after doing my bachelor's, I could go overseas, study, work there. And that opens up, you see things differently. The economy changes, cities changes, professions. And you obviously have a very different way that you react to the environment or circumstances around you than, let's say, anybody who's a generation before. But when you heard so much about what you call the legacy or another generation doing the same thing, you have that advantage of seeing how they did it then. If Corbusier did a building in the 40s or 50s like that, he probably wouldn't do it the same way in the 70s and 80s.
Right.
So it happens naturally. And I think that if you're given the freedom, and I was fortunate that when I joined the firm, I had enough freedom to work on designs in the manner that I wanted. And so it turns out quite interesting. You have that benefit of that background and experience, and then you do things your own way. So
what you mentioned rightly, the generational, gap, because obviously at that point of time, those kind of materials or technologies were not available, what they were dealing with. By the time you came into the practice, things must have changed completely different. But as you mentioned, learning from that and then bringing in those new perspectives. Dikshu, how was it? How you created your own niche as a professional?
So in my case, what happened was, here a situation was there where there were two very strong personalities. Like my father has been a very, very strong personality. And I think I am also a very, very opinionated person. So it was literally clash of whatever you want to say ahead. I didn't say that, but yeah, it was somewhere where there were two people with very strong thoughts. And in my case, first of all, I come from a background where my father always believed in keeping work and home as two completely different worlds. So I grew up where I never even ever visited his office. Like most architects' kids grow up, visit the office, so imbibe something from there. I had never visited his working office, like even 6 or 7 years post my architecture when I had lived abroad for so long, but never used to visit his office. And the office was only visited when lights were literally out and one would go for a Diwali evening on Diwali for the prayers. But so coming from that, when I actually came into the office, I felt that, it was a very different environment after having lived for so many years outside. And I started actually where I was given 2 projects to handle. One was from the private sector, which was the renovation of a hotel, a historic hotel in Kashmir. So I had to handle that, which was in Kashmir means, you have to deal with snow designing, etc. And the other was the renovations of the Delhi Gymkhana Club. And my father felt that, these are like walking on fire, 2 of projects where if you're going to deal in the rest of your career with bureaucrats, and due regards to bureaucrats if there are any in the audience, but dealing with retired bureaucrats who are members of Gymkhana Club is another world altogether. So that was a very different experience. But all those experiences just had, obviously each experience continues to be a learning experience even till date. But we had different ways of our thinking, but we kind of coexisted in a way, because my father strongly believed that he didn't want his design approach, his design thinking to influence me. And in that respect, I think looking back, I feel that, he gave me so much freedom to allow my own thinking to sort of grow or exist. And that has been what it has been in my architectural journey. So he was always there for somebody I could fall back on. But, it was something where even if I would go to him for seeking some advice, sometimes it was very frustrating because he would really not offer any advice. And I thought that, it was very unfair on his part. But now I realize when I look back that it was the most wonderful thing that he allowed me to do, which is to grow on my own.
Yeah,
I'm sure he was always there for me, and he certainly was, but he wanted me to just take my own decisions.
Yeah. And I think that is true. That is why we know Rahul Kumar and Dikshu Kukreja in the same breath, like we know CP Kukreja and Rajendra Kumar. They are as famous, and in fact, they have taken it forward so well, the legacy that they have inherited. But you spoke about your working style. You also spoke about, your own way of working. Which has been, I will not ask which has been your favorite project, because everyone says for father, all kids are equal. But which has been your most challenging project, and for which project you had the most satisfaction of completing? Rahul, if you start, we'll start with you. Where you thought it was
I always feel, you get involved in a design or a project, and for so many years in your life, you kind of attach to it. But I've seen that once it gets over and people start using that building, those first few weeks, months when you go there and you actually see people interacting in that building, it's a great pleasure that one can't describe. It's just a very nice feeling. But in terms of what's your favorite, it's always the current one that you're working on. I mean, for me, I can't say that was my favorite. Yes, must have been my favorite 6 years ago. But at the current one, it's the one that I'm putting my mind, body, and soul into. So it's always the one that you have. And of course, in time, you forget what you went through in a project 10 years back. So amongst recent ones, we did an IM in Nagpur, which came out quite nice. I say it came out quite nice, not that the other ones are bad, but when the students moved in, they suddenly filled their social media pages with wonderful things, which I could never see. And you know how it is at the end of the project, there's a whole lot of friction going on, and that's not done, and that should have been done better. And suddenly one day, all those complaints stopped. And I was wondering what happened. And I found out at the inauguration that the kids moved in and they started to say wonderful things about it. So obviously the credit naturally went to the board or the people or the project team which created that. And I think that gives you a lot of satisfaction when people who actually are the end users, they start to enjoy those spaces and they start,
And they have good thing to say about it. Yeah. Dikshu, if I to come to you, which project gave you more satisfaction?
So, see, for me, actually, I am so passionate about architecture that I live and breathe it, right? It is my life. So for me, it is not just the physical space that we end up creating, but it is that journey as well. So I am very fortunate in that sense that we have been able to cultivate such wonderful relationships with our clients, that those relationships are something, even when one looks back 20 years, 22 years, and you meet your clients still, or you continue to have been meeting them, those relationships are, I think, which are very, very special. And obviously that results in what is the outcome of the project as well. So I think there are lots of projects like that which have gone through that kind of an experience for me. And even from a challenging point of view, I would say that, it's the mindset. And I think we are very fortunate that in the office, the team that I have and we work together with, we have a large leadership team, we have a fantastic multidisciplinary team, and everybody comes together, and that's the ethos we've been able to build in the office. So whether it is right now designing the tallest building of Delhi, or the longest building of Asia, or the largest span structure that we have done in Yashobhumi in Dwarka, the size of one exhibition hall is equal to 4 soccer fields. It's a massive span of 250 feet. So all these things are so challenging. It's the world's largest LED facade. So these kind of things, obviously, when you start a project, you don't know how to deal with it. But as long as the conviction is there, not just in me, with my team, that we are able to handle it. So from those points of view, I think these projects, each of them in their own way, somewhere large, somewhere small, but they have had a great experience, great challenges. And at the end of the day, like Rahul said, you have beautiful memories which stay attached to them.
Right. So it's the journey that makes it
Most important.
satisfying.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's not the end product.
No, that's an
the
outcome,
journey.
one of the byproducts.
Yeah. Fantastic. I think that's a very good takeaway, that, enjoy the journey. Challenges are going to be there, and that's what I think will make it interesting. And at the end, the user who is going to use that building, how they give that feedback is that makes it more satisfying. So fantastic. Then you talk about, the biggest, the largest. Everyone nowadays talks about global economy, being global citizen. To architecture also now, to question to both of you is there a globalized approach to architecture now that we are seeing?
So I personally think when people say that the world is a global village now, everything has come so close, I think certainly it will. Society has always influenced the final outcome of architecture, and it continues to do so even today. So of course, this globalization which has happened and continues to has influenced Indian architecture. And I think there's a lot of people who talk about this. I always believe that you need to pick up on the positives. You have to be wary of the negatives. You don't ignore them, but you don't have to dwell upon them so much. So I think the globalization's influence on Indian architecture, I feel, is very welcome. I feel you need to take it with a level of maturity, a level of understanding, a level of conviction. And if you do all of that, the outcome is something which is only going to add to the project. So whether it's in terms of choice of materials, choice of technology, choice of the form making itself, I always believe in one thing, that we need to be proud of our Indian culture, our Indian roots. And as long as you're proud of them, you're having the knowledge of them, then any external influence or global influence that comes your way is only going to add a layer of betterment to the project.
Right. Now, what do you have to say?
is architecture seeing that globalized approach? Because everything now we are saying, global citizen, global world, and, global village. like
Well,
you
so
said.
this so-called trend started being exported out of the US many decades ago. And you started to see American designs being planted all over the world. And China is full of them.
Yeah.
So that globalization story started in the 90s. And if you are a firm, a design firm working in those environments, and you, let's say, get opportunities to do projects elsewhere, you see that trend flow. As corporations go global, and if you're based in Southern California and you move and make headquarters elsewhere, you will see that some of those tendencies go with you. And that's the culture of the company. And so design sometimes follows as well. For India, I think it's a little different. We work in an environment with cost and technology which were not comparable all this while. And of course, now we have a lot more and it gets better and better. But if we look at what cost do we build our projects, it's nothing. It's still nothing to what you see the global cost of building a similar kind of a product.
Scale of projects.
So the challenge for us is, how do you give that international look, feel, style of building, but you have only that much to work with. But what is interesting is, I think more and more people are now wanting a building that has Indian ethos in it. They are not saying make them traditional, but they are wanting that, yes, we are, let's say, a university in India, we must be Indian. We are an Indian university. Right. In hospitality, which we do a lot as a practice, it's always the trend. You do something in Kerala, you want to have a flavor of that place. You go to the Northeast, you want to feel that culture. So in hospitality, it comes naturally. But what is nice is that it's coming in other kind of buildings. So we are working on a retail mall in Chennai and a mart. And the desire is to have influences from Chennai and South India there. It's music to my ears because it's coming not from my side, but it's coming from our promoters. Yeah. And so it's, I think people are a lot more conscious. So, and of course, with social media, why global designs? I mean, you have them at your fingertips and which is also quite dangerous, by the way, because each one becomes a designer and they have the right to their opinion, and whatever they come up with is attractive. There's no doubt about it. So, but it's nice to see that people are getting conscious of their culture. And of course, our Prime Minister and our government has a lot to do with that, to make sure that you're proud of your roots, where you are. It's wonderful to hear, be Indian, can you build with it? I mean, we do a lot of projects where I kind of silently make sure that Indian products are being used.
Right.
And we gradually keep making that go up without being vocal about it. But that's something which I believe in, and I hope we can continue doing that.
Yeah, like they say, think global, act local. And like both our speakers said, obviously what happens in one part of the world today, everyone gets touched by that. So, you cannot be insulated, or now no one is in the silos. Everything, what happens in Africa affects India, or what happens in Egypt impacts the US. With all this globalization happening, you mentioned, yes, we are also, realizing our own culture also, probably, because we are now more aware of what's happening in the world, what are the goods and the bads. So, that awareness is there, as you said, the clients also have that awareness. But what are your major concerns about the future? What do you feel that we should be concerned about?
Good question. And even if you had not asked that, I would have brought out the concern. And that is a concern which affects each one of the people sitting here. And that concern to me is, what are you going to do? And this is a question to each one of you to probably introspect. What are you going to do when you step out of this room and you have to breathe that air out there? which is what it is. So I think what is a very serious concern is that we need to now pay such serious attention to the basic fundamentals of what is happening in our cities. And I keep talking about this so much that hoping that there will be a change one day. I have just completed a very important assignment with the government where I led this global initiative in the G20 on livable cities for the future. But then when I look at my own city and the kind of air that we are breathing, I think it is a cause of serious concern. So we can talk all that we want to about architecture, etc. But what are we doing to our lives? What are we producing or leaving behind for generations to follow? Today's newspaper talked about 1 in every 3 children today suffering from asthmatic problems. So I think what is a serious concern is that as India continues to urbanize, which it will, as India continues to develop, as it is very rapidly developing, we all citizens, we professionals, each one of us in our capacity need to be very conscious of what we are doing to the environment. So while climate change is a global thing which we people talk about at a global level, you know, COP is happening and all these other bigger picture things are happening. But the very aspect of what our cities are facing, whether it is the quality of air, and in 4 months from now, you will read again in the papers about Delhi's level of water dropping and becoming a dry city. And then after a few months, when the monsoon will come, you will again read in the papers, or I'm on these panel discussions talking about the havoc that floods, rains create in every city. So there's a serious problem. And I think that is something which our city administrators, which our political class needs to wake up and deliver to us. They keep delivering all these welfare schemes come election time, but what they really need to deliver is these basics for us. So that for me is the biggest concern right now.
That's right. Rahul, what would you like to add, your concern for the future?
No, so, you know, we have a very large population. Our cities are choking. We need so many more sub-cities or smaller cities to come up so that we don't get that kind of density like, let's say, the NCR has. At the same time, you know, aspirations of people grow, and we got to address that as well. So I think India has a challenging next 10, 20 years where we need to build a lot. And how do we do that? By making sure we don't create this levels of pollution in cities and all other areas. But that being a larger, a larger topic, which obviously the construction industry contributes only a certain percentage. There are other issues as well. On a smaller scale, more on building and construction, what worries me is safety, building safety. We are building projects at a speed using technology, labor, and all we want to do is finish the fastest, the earliest. Nobody says that I took 12 days more per level of slab to create a very safe structure. We talk about I did it in 10 days and next one will be 9 days. I think that's a big challenge for us. We need to be making sure that we design safer and we build safer. And while some of the large contracting companies are well organized, their security, their safety procedures are there are lots which are not there, especially when you go to tier 2 and tier 3 towns. And I really think we need to put a lot of emphasis on safety in construction and building.
That's right. What we keep hearing about bridges breaking down or, a building collapsing. So safety concern, yes, definitely it is there. And as both our speakers said, India has the youngest population. We do need urbanization. We do need, housing is such a big lack of housing. We do need housing. We do need places to work, play, retail, everything for the young population. But how to balance it? And I think probably like Rahul said, we need to develop our tier 2, tier 3 cities. So that kind of decongestion and creating the pollution in the metro cities, probably we can look at that. But again, as you said, it is the city planners who will have to think about it very seriously. But what is also we have seen is these conversations that we have, like you said, we have conversation about, flooding. We We are having a conversation right now. But architecture is something which touches each and every one of us, tangibly, untangibly, and mostly it is the bottom of the pyramid that have the most serious impacts. You know, how do we create probably even, how we take this conversation to the people? How we create this relationship between architecture and people, because many a time I'm sure a lot of people out here do not even realize how architecture is impacting their life, their behavior, so how do we create that relationship?
So I think it's a very good question you ask, because, a lot of times architects within their community are deliberating on why are we not being heard, or why are we not being able to make that impact that we should be making on society. And I feel the very simple answer to that is that maybe the society needs to be first sensitized about what role constructively, no pun intended, positively an architect can play on the built environment, on their lives, on their physical spaces of people out there. So I think that dialogue or that sensitization is very, very important. And this brings me a thought which I'd love to share with all of you, which is where I've in the last couple of years hosted 2 television shows. So one of them was on Disney Hotstar, where it's called Deciphering Design with Dikshu. And that show was where I delved with conversations with experts from different fields of design. So it could even be fashion design, it could even be culinary design, because design surrounds us. It's everywhere in our lives. The chairs that you are sitting on or the table you are putting your hands on are designed, not just this physical space, even the glass that you're having water from or the design of this bottle is a design. So everything around has a design quality. So that's what that show was about. And this recent show, which was on Vion network, was called Tale of Two Cities, where again it is about going and talking to communities. And in this case, I met with presidents and prime ministers from different countries and compared one international city with one Indian city, and how the two share certain culture and design. So I think in our own ways, whatever one can find as architects, if we can engage ourselves better with society, the better they will understand what we can do with them. And that, I think, is going to hopefully increase the design quotient in our lives and make architects more relevant in terms of what they can contribute.
Right. Rahul, what do you have to say? How, is it the architects who need to sensitize people? How do we, like Dikshu said, we need to create that awareness among people, how design is impacting their lives? How do we go about it?
Well, as media, you can do lots. So all forms of media. And of course, your organization is doing a lot. They have a lot of events. But that's one way in which you get more of the audience and get more people, to be a part of discussions. Schools are one place where if children can get involved at a young age, they're very smart. They know about everything in technology and they can probably tell you a thing or two. But if at that school level, you can start to have a few sessions where they meet a fashion designer, an architect, a culinary designer. And so it opens up their a mind in a different way, or, makes you aware of how things happen. Going forward, I think in public projects, there should be more public involvement. I mean, we often design buildings where it impacts a very large population. I mean, both for the private and the public sector. But if there's a way to get more of them involved, even if it's just to see a design presentation. Small example I'll give you, we did a project for the World Bank and I had to present in front of 100 people, right, for the person who sits at the reception to the head of the World Bank here in India. And they all went through my concept designs and questioned me, criticized me, appreciated me. But the fact that we were doing such a process was fabulous. And if we can have more of those, sometimes I wish people in the armed forces, they live their lives and they give so much to the country, but the environments that they have can be so much better, whether it's housing, whether it's culture, recreation, clubs. Once or twice, we did participate in some, but our designs could not be selected for various reasons. And I could feel in that group of people that they were not able to get what they were wanting. And so if there's a forum where there's more participation, I think that would help.
I think that's a good thing, and especially if it is a public building, why not have public, sitting through the presentations, giving their feedback? After all, it is they who will be using it.
So education institutions can do that. Like
Yeah.
at the IIM in Nagpur, once they selected our design, I was presenting to a group of building committee, 20 or 30 people. But what they told me last minute was, you are on video conferencing with 4 other classrooms with our smartest minds. They were listening to every word.
Okay.
They questioned me for 2-3 hours. And they said that the final inputs that came to us on our design was a result of all those questions that those smart minds asked.
Right, right.
So I wish there's more of that. It makes art ask more tougher. But I think at the end of the day, you get something which people appreciate a lot more.
How many of you would like to have a participation with the architects in the designing of public buildings? By show of hands, how many of you would like to have not very enthusiastic participation? So probably
It's a slow process, but
it's a slow
come
process.
on, sure.
But another good point is catch them young, start from the educational institutes. But if I were to ask you one advice that you would like to give to young architects who are coming in the profession, Rahul, what would be that one advice that you would give them?
Stay in the design profession. There's so much to do. There is so much to do. I mean, if you travel our country, go outside the metros, there's so many things to do in every town, every area.
Yeah.
And often young architects get diversified into other related or sometimes non-related professions. I do hope young architects stay as true to the design profession.
True to their design
Not
profession.
that they should not move into construction management or other, but we need our young architects to be there, and that's how you'll get better environments.
Dikshu, what would be your that one advice?
So there, I would slightly be at variance from the point of view that, I think it's a fabulous profession and it's a fabulous education. An architect has to learn from geography to history to physics to geology to you name it, right? All those aspects are covered in an architect's education.
Right.
You are an architect yourself,
You have
so you
to
will
know
understand
electricity, you
everything.
have to know
Literally
MEP, you
everything
have to
there.
know
So from that point of view, I think it's a great profession, great education. I would just suggest or advise the young architects to be passionate about what they want to do. And in India, there is a lot of opportunity, and hopefully soon, like you said, it's global, there will be opportunities for architects outside India as well. But what I feel is that with this kind of education, where I feel is that even if they step out of the architectural or construction domain and go into any field, I think they can make that impact there. So I feel they must not just stick to the design profession. I would say they can go any profession, but that strong passion and conviction they must carry that.
Because the study of architecture gives you that design ethos at least. It opens up your mind. So whichever field you may go, you can use those,
Exactly.
skills.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And as you said, if you do choose to be in the design, stay true to that. So fantastic.
I'm just being selfish and I'm just saying, but there's so much to do. And I think
there is so much to do, right?
there's so much to do. So you need that population, or you need that scale to build our cities, to build and improve so much which has been built over the years.
Let me come to my favorite question. What is the most and the least that you like about your work?
Okay, we were talking about that a little while earlier, but the most that I love about my work is the opportunity that this field gives you to deliver. I know my friends from all other professions literally envy the amount or scale of impact that we are able to make. So I'm a small guy, but at least I can make a big impact out there in society. So that gives me a big thrill. And the challenge of it is what you have been talking about, or we all have been talking right now, is that how can we sensitize society in India about the importance of the physical space, physical environment, about the aspect of design, how important it is in our lives. When I've traveled around the world, I see in places like Scandinavia or places like Far East Asia, Japan, Korea, people, the general common man is very sensitive towards design. In India, we are not yet there. So that is somewhere a little bit of a disappointment. But having said that, I do believe positively that that's bound to change over time.
So what you don't like about your work?
That's the part I don't like, that when I'm meeting people who don't know whether they should call me an architect or architecture, they don't know the difference between the two. So that's what I don't like, that, the non-awareness, not knowledge, the awareness of architectural profession in our country is
still very
really missing.
Yeah. Rahul, what you like the most about your work and least about your work?
Well, the opportunity to meet a lot of people from different fields.
Right.
You get to meet people in the industry, business, legal minds. I think that way architecture gives you that opportunity to meet people at the highest levels who make decisions and how they think.
Right.
I think that's something that architecture gets you, dealing with an artist,
right,
dealing with the person who has to put in 10,000 people in the next 2 years into a building.
Right.
So that way, of course, it encompasses everything. In terms of the work in the office, I love the first couple of months of every design. If you get a sufficient time and you are given a project and a design brief and people let you be for 3 to 4 weeks, that's probably the best period that I like.
Okay.
What's not so nice is having spent a couple of years in doing that design and seeing towards the end, percentage by percentage, it comes down to what it could have been. So obviously somebody has to finish it in the next 3 days instead of 30 days. So he will look at all the ways, and that those final touches are so important. And the way, I still say, if I get 75% of the design built, it'll be good.
Okay.
But we don't hit more than 75. That's the sad
part. Not more than 75.
Any percentage above that can make that project go to much higher levels.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, fantastic. I think from my takeaways from this conversation is, yes, one is that architecture impacts us as I said, tangibly, intangibly, unconsciously, consciously, it impacts all of us. I think the awareness, we just took the ballpark, how many people would like to be engaged in the discussion, and so that awareness has to be there. But our eminent architects are doing what they are doing, and we are so glad that they are doing that, creating those conversations and taking it to people. But thank you so much for being here with us, sharing those expert views. And as you know, they said, Rahul said, and as Dikshu said, let's catch them young, create that awareness. And this entire conversation is about that. So you don't like some parts of your work, but keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you,
Grateful.
Dikshu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I please request Sapna ji to please present a token of love and appreciation to our panelists as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the first bit of today, which was the conference. A big thank you to all our speakers, and of course to all audience members as well, especially that table, for being with me. Oh, you know the drill already, is it? Thank you. We'll take a quick short break of 10 minutes, and then we'll be back for the awards ceremony. Also, please, as all the audience members, do register yourself at the registration desk. You'll be given a band which will then act as an entry for the forthcoming awards. Please, because you please vacate the hall so they can redo this and get it ready for the award ceremony, which shall begin in the next 15 minutes approximately. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. We hope that all audience members have registered themselves, got a band on their wrist, and are ready for the awards ceremony. Thank you. हेलो इसका सेम ही है ना कुछ मैं यहाँ से कर रहा हूँ यू लीव इट ऑन फ्रॉम देयर Okay, welcome back, everybody. And for the ones who've just joined us, good evening. It's now time for the 15th Reality Plus Excellence Awards North 2023. Before we move ahead, a request to all the audience members, please put your mobile phones on silent mode. And of course, cheer for your colleagues when they come here, because you might just be the next. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be a host for this evening. And for all of you, this event is being live streamed on the Reality Plus website. The website is www.rprealityplus.com. Reality Plus LinkedIn page and Reality Plus Facebook page, which are RP Reality Plus. Because this is the world of social media, do remember to tag all of our handles as well. Our social media handles are @RP Reality Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_reality on Instagram. Before we move forward, we would love to give you a brief introduction of Reality Plus. For that, may I please request my team to play the AV.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Reality Plus does and what the latest initiatives are. To know them better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, published on Business Head Reality Plus. I also take this moment to thank our partners once again. The event is powered by Hero Reality Private Limited, Our co-partners are LIC Housing Finance Limited and Magic Trade, Devent Associates, a Signature Global India Limited, Alpha Corp, M2K, Victoria Lifts, Delate Ventures LLP. Our technology partner is Propacity. Industry partners are GBCI and Naritco. Our business media partner, BW Business World Group, and our online media partner, exchangeformedia.com. And this event has been seamlessly organized by Team Reality Plus. A big thanks to all our partners. We couldn't have done this without all of you. And now, to welcome all of you for the welcome address, please join me in welcoming on stage India's media mogul, Dr. Anurag Batra, who is a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist, all rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media World into digital, events, and BW communities. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be at the North India Realty Plus Awards. I'm particularly happy in the audience we have both the brothers, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Agarwal. My congratulations to you two for a successful IPO. Please give them a big round of applause. You know, they opened about, I think, 27 September aapka IPO aaya. Or, you know, I was just seeing data. The IPO opened at the price band was 366 to 385 rupees. It opened at, I think it opened at 400 odd. It opened at 445 and its last high was 604 plus. So almost 56% higher than what it started. That's the kind of return they've given to their investors. And I said this at the last forum, why I'm starting. In China, I know Evergrande has been given another lease of life by the court to restructure its debt. But in China, and if you look at the world, the topmost billionaires in the world come from real estate or luxury. Luxury and real estate also go in hand. But in India, affordable housing is also a luxury, so to say. And out of those, the 10 top billionaires in the world in real estate, 9 were from China. I said in the next 10, 12 years, next 10, 15 years, Indian real estate will create more billionaires than anywhere in the world. I'm saying that again. It is about the India story and people like you who are building companies and iconic spaces for people to live in. And as I said in the morning, India growth story and India consumption story cannot just be about urban centers and luxury and the Aralias and the Magnolias. It has to be about affordable, you know, housing. It has to be about semi-urban. It has to be about tier 2, tier 3 cities, where there is so much action and almost all the buyers are users of real estate. They're primary users, people who are buying. I also don't want to stand between you and the awards. I just want to reiterate for those people who are not there. I don't know why Tripti notices me and Tripti regularly go to temples when I'm in Bombay. Sometimes I'll tell Tripti, take me to this temple in the morning. She noticed that we had the lamp lighting and it is still on. So maybe it is a good omen, you know, whatever you believe in, what that happens, it's a good omen for the real estate industry. That's what I'd say. And as I said, Realty Plus is 20th year. We've done 19 plus years. This is our 20th year. The last 16 plus years, Tripti has been part of this. In last 7, 8 years, Tripti is leading it. I can only say that we've added 2 more initiatives. One is the Realty Plus India Real Estate Show that we are doing with Khaleej Times in Dubai on 25th and 26th November. It's at the JW Marriott Marquee. And then we always do the Realty Plus South in Bangalore. We will do that in December, on 14th December. But on 19th December, we are doing Realty Plus Hyderabad. Again, that's a segment that is really, in terms of real estate, has exploded. Almost all cities, major cities, are seeing real estate activity which is unprecedented. So really, we want to, as I said, religious centers like, you know, Ayodhya, already people are sending land around Ayodhya. They say spiritual tourism and religious tourism will make sure that in towns like Ayodhya, there is only one Ayodhya, but there are other significant places of worship, there will be a lot of economic activity and real estate activity. I wish all of you luck. And I keep saying that the real estate industry is a truly example of resilience and bouncing back. And how have you bounced back? By creating sales that are unprecedented in every segment. I have numbers from the commercial real estate, from residential real estate, from warehousing and retail real estate. As we speak, every segment and sub-segment of the real estate sector is growing, and there is real offtake. And the there is an optimist outlook for almost every sector, barring some hand of God, which is not good, or some geopolitical conflict that really makes the oil prices go very high, which will then have an impact on construction, and it may dent your profit margins. But really, India is continuing to grow, and the higher disposable incomes and the savings that the Indian middle class and the rising wealth because of entrepreneurship that is being created will lead to the real estate sector growing at rates that we didn't imagine, and especially at the base. Currently, as I said, every segment, sub-segment is seeing demand, which is higher than the aggregate demand sometimes of the last 2 years, in almost demand that we never thought would happen. So I wish you luck, and I'm sure all of you will create milestones and projects and ideas that surpass what you've done in the past. It'll be affordable, it'll be valuable. I don't use the word affordable because there's value at every price. You have to just seek the value, and there is a different buyer for every value. So wish you luck. I'm sure at Realty Plus, we'll celebrate your success and chronicle what you do. Congratulations. God bless you. Keep going. You're really the backbone of the Indian economic activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for the address. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin with the red carpet walk of our winners. And first, let's look at what our eminent jury members have to say. Can you please have the jury, AV? I think for all the efforts put in by our jury members, they also deserve a big round of applause. selecting from the very best, like all of you, is of course, I'm sure, a very difficult thing to do for them. A humble request to all the winners and jury members, please stay back till the very end for a group picture, which will then be used to promote in every direction possible. And for the first set of awards, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra and Raman Bountra, Director, JLL India. Gentlemen. Okay, and just like this music, I'm sure the stakes and energy is super high. So let's proceed with the first category, and we'll need the AV for that, please.
We've all been waiting for has arrived. It's our privilege to introduce the distinguished winners of the 15th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2023 North. These winners have truly exemplified the spirit of building vision and creating reality through their unwavering commitment and dedication to the Indian real estate industry. The awards span a wide spectrum of categories, recognizing excellence in real estate projects, developers, architects, interior design, PropTech and co-working, branding, and individual achievement. Let's begin with the first award of the evening, which is for the category Real Estate Projects. We begin with the most popular category, Residential Project of the Year, and the award goes to Signature Global India Limited for Signature Global City 93.
Mr. Garvit Agarwal to receive the award. Signature Global India Limited for Signature Global City 93. There they are. Then please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And moving ahead, please.
We recognize unique real estate projects with the themed project of the year. And the award goes to Omax Limited for Omax World Street, Greater Faridabad.
And we have Mr. Chaudhary, Executive Director, Omax Limited, joining us to receive the award. There he is. Themed project of the year. Congratulations, Jatin, all the very best. Moving ahead, the next one, please.
Quality leadership at its finest. Next, we have an important award for Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Eldeco Infrastructure and Properties Limited for Eldeco Center, Madhya.
We have Varun Kapoor, the Vice President, Marketing Eldeco Infrastructure and Properties. For them, please, everybody, for their hard work, the entire team behind them. They deserve this. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next one, please.
Creating a luxury project is one of the most lucrative businesses. Next is the winner of Luxury Project of the Year. And the award goes to Park Limited for Park Tripundra.
We have with us Ryan Cardoza and Ruxar Chaudhary to receive the award. Congratulations, Ryan and Ruxar. Moving ahead, the next one, please.
Coming up next is the most environment-friendly residential space. And the award goes to Signature Global India Limited for Signature Global Park 1.
We have with us Mr. Lalit Kumar Agarwal and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Vashne to receive the award on behalf of Signature Global India Limited. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving ahead, the next one, please.
The project that is making all heads turn is the award for the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to Sector Group for Sector the Hive.
We have with us Preetam Jha, the CFO, and Vaibhav Bhardwaj, the manager of marketing Satya Group, to receive the award. There they are. But then, please, everybody, iconic project of the year. Congratulations. Just to let all of you know, just that this side is still much more better with their talis and love. Just saying. We are yet to hear from them, of course. You guys are the favorite ones. You know that now. Yeah. Moving ahead, the next one, please.
Next is an exciting tribute for the category Best-Selling Project of the Year. And the award goes to ATS Homecraft for Mobility.
We have with us the CEO, Murli Arora, and the Deputy Managing Director of the Vidanan to receive the award. Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next category, please.
Next, we celebrate the winner in the Redevelopment Project of the Year category. And the award goes to GPM Architects and Planners for Sarojini Nagar Redevelopment Delhi.
We have with us Team GPM Architects and Planners to receive the award. There they are. For Team GPMTs, everybody. Oh, I thought after seeing the previous thing, शायद वहां हमारे जाग जाए. आप लोगों को और हो गया. They're still there. Moving ahead, next category, please.
Moving on is the category for Second Home Project of the Year. And the award goes to ETH Infra for Haridwar 1.
Yeah, with us, Rajesh, Seni, and Navita are setting to receive the award. There they are. Thank you. The next category, please.
Our next award is for the Mid-Segment Project of the Year. And the award goes to ATS Homecraft for Mobility.
Deputy Managing Director receive this award. For them, please, and the entire team back home, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. With that, thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Everybody wants for him, please, for helping us with the awards. No, sir, we'll need, unless you're planning to go with him and you have some plans with sir. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sanjay Joshi, former Senior General Manager and Head, Affordable and Green Housing, HDFC Limited, and freelance consultant, Affordable and Green Housing, to present the next set of awards. Please, Mr. Joshi. Oh, there's sir, signing sir there. Please. Moving ahead, the next category, please.
Our ever popular award is for Most Popular Mall of the Year. And the award goes to Gore's Group for Gore City Mall.
Receive the award on behalf of the Gore's Group. Congratulations, gentlemen. Moving ahead, the next category, please.
Next award of the evening is for Plotted Development Project of the Year. And the award goes to M2K Group for M2K Swastik.
We have with us Dr. Vishesh Rawat, Vice President and Head Sales, Marketing and CRM, M2K Group, to receive the award. Congratulations, Dr. Sapri and the entire family back home. Now, the next category has two winners, so that's a joint winner category. And the category is?
Up next is the Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. Sets new standards in luxury and lifestyle excellence. And the award goes to Gore's Group for the Uninspired. And GPM Architects and Planners for the Palace, New Delhi.
And from the Gore's Group, we have Siddhartha Sood and Atul Singhal to receive the award. Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. Congratulations. And then we also have with us winners. JPM, please. Team GPM Architects and Planners, they're here. For them, please. Also, everybody. Congratulations. And with that, we now proceed to the Builders and Developers Award. And first up, the category, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the Builders and Developers Awards. First up is the Developer of the Year Commercial, and the award goes to Bhutani Infra.
You'll probably have to take that award back because there's no one from the team here. They couldn't make it, but congratulations to them. Can we have the next category, please?
Now celebrate the winner of the category, Developer of the Year Residential. And the award goes to Eldeco Infrastructure and Properties Limited and Signature Global India Limited.
Varun Kapoor, the Vice President, Marketing, Eldeco Infrastructures and Properties Limited, and his team. Please. Congratulations, joint winners. And now from Signature Global, we have with us Mr. Ravi Agarwal, Ms. Nidhi Agarwal, and Ms. Bharti Agarwal to receive the award. Please. Congratulations to you and the entire family back home. The next category, please.
Felicitating now is the Developer of the Year Retail, and the award goes to Alan Green.
We have with us Vineet Davar, the Senior Vice President, Sales and Strategy, and Team Milan to receive this award. Congratulations to all the winners. I mean, the entire team also. The next category, please.
We now have an exciting tribute, which is for excellence in delivery. And the award goes to ATS Homecraft for Happy Trails.
Once again, we have Mr.
Ghost Creek for Gold World Smart Street.
ATS is here. Mr. Arora Nudavir receives the award. And now from the Ghost Group, we have Bajinder Singh Ji. For them, please. Congratulations, gentlemen. With that, thank you so much, Raman sir, everybody. Once for sir, please, for helping us with the awards, is to make a move to the airport. Thank you. Nice, sir. Sir, you also have a flight? Not as of now. To present the next set of awards, may I please request the presence of Abhishek Avasti, Senior Partner, AZB and Partners. Also very important for all the winners, please remember to stay back till the very end for a group picture. That's of extreme importance to us and to you as well, of course. The next category, please.
Our next category is fastest growing realty brand of the year, and the award goes to Alan Group.
Senior Vice President, Sales and Strategy and Team Elan Group to receive the award. Just an observation. You all look like models more from the Elan Group than real estate people. We'll meet after this. I will need this looks while I sir. Okay, the next one, please.
Next up is the prestigious honor of Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle, and the award goes to Elan Group for Elan the Presidential.
Once again, Vinod Gawar and team Elan, please. For them, everybody. Congratulations. And with that, we move on to our Interior Design Awards and Reality Consultant Awards. Please.
To our Interior Design Awards and Realty Consultant Awards. Our very first exciting category is for the Best Interior Design Commercial, and the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited for Nestle's Rebooted Nest.
Team Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited walking up to the stage to receive the award. Congratulations. Oh, lovely. That's your same team, no? No wonder you're easy to guess. Yeah, ma'am. No problem. But please. Next category.
Our next category in Realty Consultant Awards, which is Property Consultant of the Year. And the award goes to Realty Assistant Private Limited.
Yeah, Mr. Mohit Mittal and Mr. Manasvi Mehrotra. For them, everybody, for the consultations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next category, please.
Celebrating excellence in Best Interior Design Firm Commercial. And the award goes to Space Matrix Design Consultants Private Limited.
There is Team Space Matrix walking up. Please. Congratulations. Moving ahead with the next category, please.
Next award is for the category Project or Construction Management Firm of the Year, and the award goes to Global C.
We have with us Irshad Ahmed and Prakash Kumar to receive the award. Please. For them, everybody. Congratulations, Irshad and Prakash. And now we move on to the Branding and Marketing Awards. Please.
Now, moving on to the exciting Branding and Marketing Awards. Next is the prestigious honor of Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Alchemist Marketing Solutions for M3M and Smart World Big Billion Property Sale.
Congratulations. And with that, the next category, please.
Our next award symbolizing magnificence is the award for Project Launch of the Year. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for DLF The Valley Gardens.
Congratulations. Just a gentle reminder for all the winners. Please stay back. I saw Tripti walk here. अब मैं पहले ही बोल दूं. For the group picture. Moving on, next category, please.
We now have an important tribute for Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Alchemist Marketing Solutions.
Once again, please. Sir, I love the way you pose. Moving on, we now proceed to PropTech and Co-working Awards. The category, please.
We now proceed with our next category of the evening, PropTech and Co-working Awards. Let's begin with the first award of the evening, which is for the category PropTech Startup of the Year. And the award goes to Capacity.
Uday wants Marek to receive the award. I think they need your support even more. They're a startup of the year, the PropTech, of course. Congratulations, congratulations. Also, a big thank you to our presenters. एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां for helping us with the awards. Thank you. And our next set of presenters, let's please welcome Tripti Kedia, business and publisher, Reality Plus, Sapna Srivastava, editor, Reality Plus, and also joining them is Professor Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean, Planning and Development, former Director, School of Planning and Architecture, SPA. Please. And the next category.
We now proceed with our next award for the category of Co-working Brand of the Year. And the award goes to Space Creators Heights.
Yeah, with us, student to receive the award from Space Creators Heights. Congratulations, Vipin and Aryan. The next category, please.
Next up, we recognize Outstanding PropTech Brand of the Year. And the award goes to AppProp for Prop Vision.
The CEO, Vivek Agarwal, will receive the award. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Moving ahead, the next category, please.
Next up is the winner of Managed Offices Space Design of the Year. And the award goes to Office Space Solutions Private Limited for Accenture, Jaipur.
Hitesh Meglani, Chetna Pasricha and Raghav Mittal to receive the award. Congratulations. With that, the next category, please.
Moving to our next category, which is for Serviced Offices Brand of the Year. And the award goes to Corporate Edge.
Before I call them, they've consistently been clapping since the morning. I think they deserve for this also. For them, please. Team Corporate Edge, please, aye. Congratulations, congratulations. And with that, the next category, please.
Taking a notch ahead, we have the category of PropTech Realty Firm of the Year. And the award goes to Add prop for plot vision.
We have the CEO of Philip Agarwal and his team joining us to receive the award. Congratulations, congratulations. And the next one, please.
We now have an important tribute for PropTech ERP Solution of the Year. And the award goes to R Dash.
We have the business head, Arpit Gupta, the co-founders and CPO Puneet Bansal, the co-founder and CEO Amit Bansal, and also Amit Kumar, the CTO, all from R Dash, to receive the award. For them, please, everybody, the team of R Dash. Congratulations. Moving ahead. The next one, please.
Next, we present the PropTech Innovative Solution of the Year Award for outstanding originality and impact. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Absolute CX.
Digital Private Limited, please. Congratulations. The next one.
Next category for the evening is for PropTech Construction Technology of the Year. And the award goes to Colliers India for CoPro.
Director, Project Management, and Sneha Sabu, the Technology Lead, to receive the award. Congratulations. And now we are down to our last two awards. Those are the individual leader awards. So मेरी आपसे दरख्वास्त, that's a request. Once the names are announced, I request all of you, as a matter of respect and love for them, please give them the standing ovation that their entire journey and career deserves. The next category, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the very exciting and final category of Individual Achievement Awards, which honors outstanding performance by realty professionals. And the category is Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Pradeep Agarwal, founder and chairman, Signature Global India Limited.
Limited. Pradeep, sir, a few words from you, please.
थैंक्स रियल्टी प्लस। आज वर्ड नहीं है कहने के लिए, ऑफ कोर्स बहुत खुशी का मौका है, इतने सारे अवार्ड्स सिग्नेचर को भी मिले हैं और एक आप सबकी ब्लेसिंग से एक अच्छा आईपीओ दिल्ली एनसीआर का, जो लगभग 15 साल के बाद कोई रियल्टी से कंपनी गई है जिसने आईपीओ क्रैक किया है, तो ये सब आप लोगों का प्यार है जिसकी वजह से ये सब सक्सेस हुआ, क्योंकि सभी लोग डेवलपर्स और इसी इंडस्ट्री से सब बैठे हैं। तो मैं आपको यही कहूँगा कि जो दिल्ली एनसीआर का रियल एस्टेट है वो इस वक्त पूरे इंडिया को ड्राइव कर रहा है, और आप ये मान के चलिए कि अगले 5-7 साल ये लाइन एज इट इज चलने वाली है। सो जो भी आपकी टीम्स हैं, जो भी आपकी मैन पावर है, उसको और इंक्रीज करिए, थोड़ा अपने विजन को इंक्रीज करिए। मुझे लगता है दिल्ली एनसीआर का रियल एस्टेट मार्केट बहुत डिफरेंट बनने वाला है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. And the next one, please.
Celebrating our final category of Chief Sales Officer of the Year, an individual who oversees all sales and CRM activities and aligns them to the business needs and future roadmaps. And the award goes to Puneet Anand, CSO, Hero Realty.
Realty. I think also deserves a standing one. Puneet, sir, congratulations. A few words, please.
Thank you so much. It's great to being among the stalwarts and receive this award. I am really excited and honored. 4 years with Hero Reality have been tremendous. We have seen an exponential growth, like Mr. Agrawal said, and I fully echo what he said. There is tremendous growth opportunity which is lying ahead of us, and I am equally excited. Thank you so much this industry to give me opportunity for growth and learning all these years. Thank you so much once again.
Sir. Thank you and congratulations. You know, often I think I also mentioned or spoke of as realty as reality, and आप में से बहुत लोगों ने इसको वैसे ही कहा. I feel it's really important to thank all of you because it is eventually you और आप यहाँ जो इस realty को reality बनाते हैं. So thank you so much. And on that inspiring and lovely note, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. A special thanks to all our jury members. Congratulations to all the winners. Also, thank you so much to our presenters as well for this set of awards. So to celebrate all of you, first let's have a group picture. All the winners and the jury members who are present here with us today in the hall. Please, we request you to join us on the stage with your trophies. Aye. All the winners and jury members as well, please. We'll also bring chairs. I think we'll need that, no? Now this is the photographer's onus to get this done. Sir, he's not accustomed to having every audience member as a winner. I think while they come, let's also just the tall ones at the back, the shorter ones in the front. If you can also stand down. Yeah, let us just create some chaos and then the person will put method to it. Then we shall go down. I love how accommodating all of you are. I just heard someone say कि आ जाओ थोड़ी जगह यहाँ भी है. Smile, everybody. Okay, सबके फोन अभी हो गए. Now we'll get down to the actual bit. थोड़ी जगह इनको भी दे दो सर. All these phones left here, they are for sale. Please. हाँ. Thank you and congratulations to all the winners. The team at Reality Plus, job well done. Do enjoy the rest of the evening. That's your get long and dinner session, please. Thank you. Have a safe night and a very good evening. Thank you. I'll just do that. I think also while all of you are moving out, the team at Realty Plus, they also deserve a big round of applause for organizing this. उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां. Sapna, Tripti, Avantika, Aishwarya, and everybody, this is all for you. The love that they had for you. Congratulations.